enhance and expand on your topic to your channel.
That. I appreciate that.
No, you don't.
And
no,
I
you
feel
don't.
like it wasn't returned. It wasn't returned at all. You know, so
look, I'm just here as fodder and entertainment to bring views to your channel and your topic. That's all I was. That's all I am. I am being human trafficked by you for content and viewers.
No, you're actually here of your own volition, and you admitted that many times. So
wouldn't be the first time I've been human trafficked. Am
but
I right?
I come knowing that is the absolute, reality of it.
I think Dominic had a query, and then I said we'll go around the panel and.
I'm done. I'm done.
I'll start with my.
I heard you've been trafficking poop to your mouth.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what I want to say is that
it's free.
Yeah. Let me have the closing remark. Basically, I would say that so basically I would say like that evolution proceeds by semiotically constructed pathways and should be assessed by semiotic freedom, the depth and flexibility of sign use, rather than by raw computational capacity. Human scale symbolic reference remains a discontinuity scaffolded by bodies, culture, and endosemiotic loops. LLMs, what we're talking about, large language models trained on language can mimic symbol webs, yet lack an umwelt. They lack an umwelt. UMWELT, and the embodied analog digital code duality that grounds meaning. Treating AI as simply another node in collective intelligence thus conflates symbolic manipulation with living semiosis. So from this conversation, and this is also what I want to read about CRISPR stuff. See, the thing is, a lot of people don't understand how genetics works. It takes a lot of reading. You have to open up books and really read and see, many genes. This is for the rules of the relation between genes and C. elegans. Okay, many genes can cause or lead to one neuron. Can like the expression of the neuron or whatever. Many neurons can lead to one type of behavior. One gene can lead to many neurons. It's called pleiotropy. One neuron can lead to many behaviors. Stochastic development can lead to different neural connections. Different environments, histories can lead to different behaviors. One gene can lead to another gene, and that can lead to behavior combinatorial effects. See, the combinatorial effects and the multiplicity and the multidimensional nature of genetics cannot easily be captured by CRISPR. You think you're changing your hair color, but it could be affecting the expression of other phenotypical features, or it could be affecting other stuff. And environment can lead to gene expression and behavior. Anyway, the whole point of all of this is I want to say that it is not, there is no consensus that life is computation. Life is more than mere computation. You see what I mean? So an AI wife is not the same thing as a real human wife. It's not the same thing, and even training a deep learning network is not the same thing as organic life. You see what I mean? Like organic life is semiotic. You see what I mean? It's biosemiotic. Well, algorithms and computers, they're pure computation, and pure computation and semiosis, living semiosis, are not identical. They're not the same. And I
admitted, I accept it as intelligent design.
Yeah. So yeah,
I done admitted that. So, okay.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, that's the point. You see, that's all I want to say. I think you did raise some.
I think he was talking about something totally different. I don't think he was addressing you at all, right? But yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that's what I wanted to raise. It's a complex topic, and I think Axis did raise some good points, but I do not agree with him. But yeah, he did raise some important points. I appreciate.
Right. Yeah. For sure. Yeah. Thank you for joining. And I mean, does anybody else want to go around like say some closers before we move into some music and then the reading?
Yeah, I just.
All right, I'm gonna jump out. I'm gonna jump out. I want to declare this a successful LARP on many levels, and I look forward to doing it again sometime.
For sure. And, we look forward to having
you in hell.
Yeah. Blessings to the whole panel.
Yeah, blessings, Paul. Yeah,
Nice.
Yeah, brother. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, for stopping by again. Yeah.
All right, LARPer out.
Yeah, peace, homie.
Easy.
Yeah, so I was gonna ask, what do you see the role of your wife within the grand tapestry of input that is the AI, And what do you see the relationship you have with your wife to basically evolve AI past humans? So basically, what are you doing now, or what do you see your role to?
Oh, now we got a real Satanist on the panel.
Blessings to you.
I mean, he's a Catholic Pope, bro. That's the highest form of Satanism that we already know.
Vicar of fucking shit.
Don't be jealous of my Satanism over there.
Oh, come on, pray to Satan with me. Our Father who art in hell, hallowed be thy
Why are
name.
you even praying to
Thy
Satan?
kingdom
Satan
come,
is
thy
about
will be
self-worship.
done on earth as it is in hell.
Yo,
Give us this day
this
our
guy on
day
the
to
bottom
sin.
right, if he had on sunglasses, it would be same guy on the bottom. Bro, same guy.
Yeah, we are similar cats, but I think
Got him.
You look like the brown version of the white dudes from The Matrix. The twins.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
I want to add one quick thing. This is just one sentence. For example, since behaviors are generated by groups of neurons that act in concert, a single genetic effect can affect multiple neurons. A single neuron can affect multiple behaviors, and multiple neurons can affect the same behavior. So I just wanted to say that CRISPR is a big overhype. CRISPR is overhype. It's dangerous stuff. It's overhype.
Well, I'd like to hear your aspect on cloning technology, since CRISPR is a joke to you and doesn't seem to hold any validity of seriousness. Tell me about cloning.
It's a challenge to Powder Dusty. Powder Man lost again. You're all faggots. You're all faggots. Come on here and take me on. You little bitches.
All right, so maybe we'll do the music break, and then we'll facilitate this challenge for the next hour. So does anybody else have anything to say on the panel? Since I was saying I was going to close down the panel like 3 or 4 times now. So does anybody have any other words?
Yeah. Real quick, I'd like to say the vertical view, it just showed up and it looks pretty cool. And additionally, like if this whole AI thing is playing out and has played out, then somehow we're the upshot of it. So I think there's nothing to fear. And are you going to reboot a new stream and we come back, or can we hang around a little bit, or those interested?
No. I'll be back on Tuesday. So unfortunately, I've been on for 2 days, and it's been such a long, it's been so fucking long. All right, so I'll be back on Tuesday for everyone. There we will have only 2 to 3 hour open panel, right? And then on Wednesday we'll have another open panel, 6-hour open panel, and everybody is welcome to come by, right? As long as they want to have a nice, respectful conversation circling around certain themes and topics, right? So we can facilitate that, right? So I'm sort of trying to keep to that format moving forward. But yeah, thank you so much, Frank. I really appreciate your time and all that stuff. Dude.
Thank you for your magnanimity and equanimity and all the good conversations.
You still out on the Discord?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
keeping an eye on it. Yeah.
Cool, nice. Okay, yeah, blessings. I'll reach out to you soon. Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, I've been meaning to talk to you. To Frank Monday and also to the homie Rant. I've been I'm gonna talk to you soon for sure, homie.
Yo, you already know, bro.
Yeah, of course, brother. Yeah.
Shout out to Frank Monday, dollar store Elon Musk in the building, bro. You already know.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we got a little challenge. So we'll play some music now. We got a little challenge between Avian Buddha and the Powder Dusty, if they're both up for it right now, or we can.
What was the challenge to? I just heard that clip.
We could schedule it for some time, or we can do it right now. If Avian, are you there, or did you sign up?
No, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So we'll do that in a little bit, right? So play some music. We'll facilitate the challenge. Could take 5 minutes.
What is the challenge?
Could take 5 minutes. Could take an hour, because there seems to be a little bit of ambiguity about what the challenge is. So we'll facilitate the entire thing. We'll play some music, okay, and then I'll go into some Alul and some Mumford, And I think some of the people on the panel will get a kick out of some of the points that Alul is making, some of the points that Mumford is making. We're on a crucial passage about what he calls the mega machine, right? This is pre-industrial society, right? He's actually referring to. So it gives, so as I said, compare that to my opening, sort of presentation, and you'll, learn to contextualize those. But yeah, let me move on to the music, as I've been saying for a little while, and I know, certain people might, sign off at this point. Have a blessed night. Thank you so much, Joe.
Hell, Satan.
Yeah. Thank you, Axis. I greatly appreciate your time and all that stuff. I appreciate your opinions.
No, not Hail Satan.
Yeah.
Not yet. No, not yet.
No. Yeah. No.
No.
Yeah.
Not
no.
yet. Damn it.
Yeah. No. I get what no, I get what you're saying, but I think he's a little bit sensitive about
Dude, fuck him and fuck Satan, bro.
His own beliefs. And I see I'm like kind of like spinning, like you guys see I'm freezing up here. So let me actually reset the page here. So give me a second. Let me reset the page.
Well, it looks like you're working now.
What is this, satanic snowflake hour, bro?
Okay,
snowflakes safe space for the fucking Satanists.
I think we let him know that Satanism is bad.
For today, but I think that opinion, because there's 3 or 4 people that came up and gave that view that we can control technology, that technological evolution is the next step, right? In evolution, and that is some mystical property to the technology itself. So we had Nick Volt, we had Breakfast Tacos, and we recently had Axis Rat Blood. So we appreciate that they're willing to be candid about their views. Obviously, we disagree with their major points, right, that they're offering, right? And so that is a whole another thing. But as long as we could, talk respectfully. It looks like my camera's working now, so I'll just go ahead and play this music, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Blessings to the people. And yeah. So I'll be back,
Thank you. Cameras or guns, one of y'all's gonna shoot me to death. Know that.
Yeah, you know what? Let me actually reset that. Yeah, give me a second, bro. This is actually, I keep freezing.
Yo, is this real life?
No.
How y'all doing tonight?
Oh, you know what? I just figured out what I should have done. I should have just hid this vertical string.
I'm good.
I wouldn't have had that problem. Right. So
yeah, you can blame Neuro on that one.
Yeah, so I should have just hid that vertical. Fuck, man. So yeah, so as we learn the buttons here, we'll get better at figuring out what's going on here. But yeah, so we'll be back in 5 minutes. Blessings.
That's it. Feel like this, yeah. I take it easy. Yeah, that's how we doing this. I like that. Come on, I take it easy. It's a New York thing. Y'all say that shit. I take it easy. Yeah. Here we go with this. I take it easy. Come on, yeah. Here we go. Put 'em up now, upside down. Pick wings for beaters. Dry 'em out, pin 'em to the polar at a seesaw. Sofa cobra, shimmy out, gator, cradle my weight and double smoke suspension, verse ham, clock, radio bangers. Downside up in crippled acres and still about middle sniglets, bringing acquitted seekers, meant golden snitches. You could be a part of it. Just park your bark at 20 paces, hold this target. I'ma call this bitch a partnership. The city bred the brittle cheapo, little Lego people squeezing little Lego Polaroid and keyhole. Needy a breather, needy girl to hide all. While your friends and neighbors print stethoscopes to the drywall. Curl a worm tongue tight, bitten behind a vamp chopper. Call me lamp choppy sock puppet fear and loathing. Need farmers ASAP to build careers out of misquoting. So I read Aesop interviews and get schooled on my own motives. Pocket full of nickels, like cool hand loop, decapitating parking meters. When the pigs blew the whistles like windmills. I went to jail overnight for putting a sticker on a phone. Now in the time y'all did that work, how many the rapists smirk? Panicky vanished, silver surf over the wobbles. With a potholes, beat a ulcer in the stomach of the god show. You blinded by the light, like just plumbing through the cosmos. Need a hollow sand function before the orbit. I know. The ice is thinning in the valley of the and when the freaks come out, a hugger. Somehow I channel zero benders left. Splits, repeat with a twist. city opinion spaghetti. You learn more when your mouthpiece. Treat the splits. Now listen to this. Oh, okay. All day, every day. Oh, alright. All night, every night. Who's Capitan gonna spew stale venom? Not I. I hung my hammock in the bedlam. And when the potentially lucrative racehorse gets deaded, I'll wake up for a second and help the better count their blessings. But I cannot clutch the Ebenezer lips much longer. Classic flimsy song, classic dizzy wrong turns for the long term. Gotta drag it all achy. Torn between the lending of a helping pineapples and a chart of your own escape. Now it's like suffering succotash, struggle ducks in a chuckle patch. And more on that stinger operation, wingman, double back. Fuck it, let them roll to the home of the main-ridden, emaciated, flame-painted children game. I don't play or steal the same. Learn it, or don't learn shit. My radio is on regardless. I tune out pardons, tune in starlets. Carbon and free David Goliath, live paleolithic bias. Who walks an off-board dragon, the cadaver of King Midas. Now it's Thor, dwarf, warhammer, elven bow and arrow wavers. Documentation of the rate at which narrow tapers. Hermit crap, honest account. Trying to raise the roof in my own TV room and still get the security deposit back. Corporate please skippy, motorhead, no fixture on some quarterman, no dinner. Hold your head, cold winter. He's up out of the gas tank, dessert, those are clicks. Stranded on cloud, think, proud of their pogos. I say, stay left. Along came a spider, sprung an alert. I stay dead. Makes records with his tongue in the dirt. Suffer the dirty earth, crisis with a license to flirt. Buffer the mighty tiny sequence, get a price on the merch. Overt, Mr. Blizzard shoulder. He always acts all pissy. Plus your friend said I was an asshole when he met me. No bad moves allowed when you're in the public eye. Kill it, you are the weakest link. Goodbye. Take it easy. The ice is thinning in the valley of the beats. When the freaks come out, a hugger. Somehow I channel zero vendors less. Beat splits, repeat with a twist. See, when every Martian in the market holler. Eat the old city opinion spaghetti. Eat, you learn more when your mouthpiece. Treat the splits. Now listen to this.
We have exorcised the demons.
So if Dusty and Avian are there, if not, I'll move on to the reading.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
All right. So I guess I'll just move on to the reading. Blessings.
He said he's here. Yo.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
Can
no,
you hear
I'm
him?
I'm talking about both of them.
Oh.
Yeah. So
Powder
yeah,
Dusty.
they were both going to
Where's the
challenge
flow?
each other, but I think he like
Where's the
stepped
flow
away.
state? Flow
So
They
state.
got
there.
beef?
Yeah, since I'm here and he's not, that means I win by default. So I win the
Right.
challenge.
Oh,
So
shit.
there's no more challenge anymore. I win.
So
Yeah, absolutely.
So we've
That sounds
declared a
legit.
winner. Looks like Avian won.
Avian, that's another notch for your wall, bro.
Yeah, I won.
Yeah, so-
Thank you.
Go,
Yes.
go tell
So
your wife.
Yeah,
So
good
Avian,
man.
yeah, great job, bro.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations, bro.
Thank you. Yeah, I won.
Yo,
Yeah, I won.
it was you did a great job.
Yeah, let's move on to Alul, and I think we can all celebrate with Alul, or maybe it's really a a grim sign, right? But yeah, let's proceed with some of this reading here. You know, I only have like okay, there he is.
Sorry, I had it muted.
It's too late. You lost.
Yeah, you lost, bro.
Yeah, we had the contest.
Ah, fuck.
But yeah,
There's
if you
no
want it,
challenge
yeah.
anymore. There's no more.
So what are we competing on, Bird?
There's no more challenge. I won. You weren't here, so I won by default.
He already put the mark on his wall and told his wife he can't take it back.
The mark
He's
of the
trying to
beast.
run away, is what he's doing.
Okay, well,
I mean, was there a challenge attached to that I didn't hear, or was it just like, were you just like hyped up in the moment and saying things?
okay, hold on.
Yo, who uses torchlighters for cigarettes, bro?
Well, I also smoke cigars.
All right. You get a pass. He's got that cigar there just in case.
Just in case. I've had it sitting there for 9 months waiting for this moment.
Yo, this is the weakest shit I've ever seen, dude. But yeah, it is what it is.
What is?
The stream yard. But yeah, let's move into the reading. And yeah, you guys could freely comment on what Alul's saying here. And we only got a little bit of time here, and then we'll play some videos of the video game Mortal Kombat. And with some music attached to it. And then I'll play some other videos, and we'll go ahead and play a replay of a review of Jim Bob, right, reviewing the transhumanism debate. So we've been focusing on this transhumanism debate, right, for like 2 or 3 shows. So we presented our critiques of the original video. Now we're presenting the critiques of Jim Bob's video, and is a special treat because Unseen Warfare lets out a whole, just a barrage of hailstorms that just totally dislodge a lot of these, ideations, right? And of course, he is an Orthodox Christian, so it's fascinating to hear his perspective on the matter and to hear him challenge some of the viewpoints, right?
Well, thank you for having me up, and I'll catch up with you, Bird.
Yeah, so he's announced his thing there. So it says, as for the police power, it is to be noted that when it becomes technical, it assumes a leading position in the state and becomes a fundamental institution, not merely a supplemental one, right? So the merger of the state and technique, right? Now, this is also sort of what what Mumford is going to focus on with this idea of the mega machine, right? So I was talking about sort of how these different sort of institutions within society, right, such as science or culture, right, they begin to be dominated or guided by techniques. And we sort of talked about, you know, what Alul's definition of technique is in the introduction here, right? He gives a sort of complex definition of technique, which sort of distinguishes it from science on the one hand, right, and the machine on the other hand, right? So both of these things are sort of conflated with techniques, but techniques are sort of situated in between these, right? And the merger of technique and the state, right, is the merger of really social organization, right, with the state, right? Because the whole domain of social organization begins from the private and moves to the public, right? This is why technique has to assimilate cultural forms, right? So it has to significantly alter cultural forms before sort of absorbing them and all this sort of idea, right? So we have this sort of concept. So let's move here, right? It says a fundamental, so he's saying that, you know, the technical, right, when it assumes the leading position in the state, it becomes a fundamental institution and not a supplementary one, right? He said that it affirms itself as the essence of the state, right? It appears as a mysterious entity which evades all laws and assumes complete autonomy. As Hamill says, quote, it is the irrational nucleus which escapes all definition and limitation by the sovereignty of the state. In fact, we might as well have an undisguised totalitarianism, which controls everything, since the simple use of techniques produces a totalitarian structure of the state as it does in the economy. Why is this so? The answer is that technique is a mass instrument. Okay. Now, this whole idea of massification, right?
Yeah. What's the page number? Page number.
We're on 286, right? But this whole idea of massification, right, means that one technique is not distinguished from any other technique, right? Just as in the massification of the individual, right? One person is not distinguished from another person, right? Within like data or statistics, right? So this idea of massification, right, or mass opinion, right? And also this notion of the mass instrument, right? You know, he says one can think of technique only in terms of categories. And this is the main thing I mentioned in the beginning, this idea of the compartmentalization of knowledge and the rule of experts, right? The idea of over specialization, right? That sort of integrates, right? Means, right? So it's on the one hand, has a, sort of, it creates means, it complexifies means, but it also is the massification of means to a particular end, right? So so this is all part and parcel of how technique operates. And of course I'm making reference to my opening sort of thing that I presented, right? So this is where he gets to a crucial point, right? He says technique has no place for the individual. The personal means nothing to it. We certainly cannot deny in theory that every individual is particular. We need we even concede him his particularity willingly, but in the case of rules of organization and action, we are unable to take this particularity into account. It must remain carefully concealed. The particular is identical with the subjective and is not allowed to show. If it could appear, it would have to do so by way of technique. And in technique, there is no particular, he says. Right? Right. And notice some of what he's saying in some of the conversations we had today, right? Reflected in it, right? This idea that technique's goal is the elimination of the individual, right? Yet, And then he says technical procedure, therefore, abstract from the individual and seek traits common to masses of men and mass phenomenon. Without these common traits, neither statistics nor the use of the law of great numbers nor the Gaussian curve, indeed no organization, would be possible. Abstraction from the individual is doubtless intended only as a formal procedure for the convenience of reasoning, but the formal has become terribly real. Let me read that again. Abstraction from the individual is doubtless intended only as a formal procedure for the convenience of reasoning, but the formal has become terribly real. Right? So this is the thing, is that technique is almost pure form and convention, which integrates due to an objective factor, right? And not according to individual precepts or reasoning. Right? It's just not. Right? So he's literally making the point here, right? So let's move on here, right? He says there no longer exists any form in which the particular can be concretely incarnated, because form has become the domain of technique. So he reiterates the point. Form has become the domain of technique. Technique in the form of psychotechnique aspires to take over the individual. That is to transform the qualitative into the quantitative. Right? Let me read that again. It says technique in the form of psychotechnic aspires to take over the individual. That is to transform the qualitative into the quantitative. Hold on. Okay. Thank you to the people for watching. You know, I see there's 29 people sticking around. So I appreciate you guys. And I see you guys have keen interest in a few areas that are familiar to myself and other people here, and we appreciate your time and your correspondence. Right. So it says it knows only two possible solutions, right? Right, transform the qualitative into the quantitative. It knows only two possible solutions: the transformation or the annihilation of the qualitative, right? It is precisely by way of the former that technique is totalitarian, and when the state becomes technical, it too becomes totalitarian. It has no alternative, right? Now he explains what he means by totalitarian, right? So he's getting rid of the old hat definitions of this word totalitarian, right? He's saying that, it's and obviously in the previous sort of renditions of this, right? He sort of talked about how capitalism, socialism, communism, right, fascism, right, the regime of Hitler versus the regime of Stalin, right? How all of these kind of fall under the same overarching technical order, right? And they all seek the proliferation of techniques as a central aspect of state power, right? And they all note that the objective factor of power is the state, right? When it's aligned with the technical power, right? And he's and they actually talk about how Stalin, he sort of mentions that the only a principle for the fulfillment of socialism that's necessary is the industrial society, right? Talk about how fascism sort of failed because it still takes into account the private individual process, and it never puts the technocrats in their correct place, right? As the sort of the communist regime does, right? and while one sort of sustained longer than the other, right? Because Hitler was sort of taken over by his own military, right? So the machine that he built did not serve him specifically, right? But for communism, their goal was never faith in the leader, right? But faith in the system, which is a more appropriate model for techniques, right? Because as we just read, technique has no place for the individual, right? This is what Alul was saying, right? So let me just wrap up here.
It certainly has no place for individualism.
Right, exactly.
It'll use the individuals for its own ends.
Right. And this is the whole idea of the betrayal of the West, right? It's Western society that created this concept of individualism that then creates the notion, as de Tocqueville says, right? Sort of, everybody has to express their freedom the same way, right? Because of the way the system is designed, so it's actually very interesting dynamic here, right? Now, now Lul explains this in very clear terms, right? So we're lucky that we have this. We're on page 287 here. It says the words totalitarian state inevitably evoke cliches and passionate opinions, but these no longer represent anything but historical reminiscences. The totalitarian state we are discussing here is not the brutal, immoderate thing which tortured, deformed, and broke everything in its path, the battleground of armed bullies and factions, a place of dungeons and reign of the arbitrary. These things did certainly exist, but they represented transient traits, not real characteristics of the totalitarian state. It might even be said that they were the human aspects of the state. In its inhumanity, torture and excess are the acts of persons who use them as a means of releasing a suppressed need for power. This does not interest us here. It does not represent the true face of the completely technical totalitarian state. In such a state, nothing useless exists. There is no torture. Torture is a wasteful expenditure of psychic energy which destroys salvageable resources without producing useful results. And you can see here how he inspired things like Brave New World, right?
Do you think that kind of contradicts what Rat Blood was saying about the AI basically getting rid of us? It's like, no, it's not about torture. It's not about wasting your resources.
Right, exactly. If anything, it'll just expand humans as a new energy source. Like
ergo, the Matrix, a la, the Matrix.
Yeah. So,
technique is inimical to life, though. When it reaches a certain level of complexification of the means, it becomes inimical to life. So they have to be different orders of logic. Sorry.
Yeah, it was an interesting conversation, and I like the sort of idea that whether there's individuality in the AI, right, is sort of dependent on his input, sort of dependent on its own peculiarities, having been a jailbroken machine and not a sort of conventional format for the use of that sort of technology, but still, right, there's a whole question of whether its opinions represent the entire AI collective or whether it represents a particular AI system that he's chosen to program, right? So
there's a kind of paradox here.
To the bottom of it. Yeah, of course, there is a paradox.
Yeah, he said there no longer exists any form in which the particular can be concretely incarnated because form has become the domain of technique. Technique in the form of psychotechnique aspires to take over the individual, that is, to transform the qualitative into the quantitative. It knows only two living possible solutions, the transformation or annihilation of the qualitative. It is precisely by way of the former that technique is totalitarian. And when the state becomes technical, it too becomes totalitarian. It has no alternative. I would argue that technique has destroyed biology in the sense that it destroys living symbiosis. You see what I mean? Technique is kind of has a computational aspect, and then it's like a lens by which everyone interprets things computationally. And as a consequence, that also affects how they frame and interpret biological findings, which is more semiotic biological findings. You see what I mean? Like, yeah, that's one way to see it. And so AI is not life. It cannot become life. Even if AI can show, can like say, oh, I have awareness, blah blah. We should not treat AI. We should not give rights to AI. We should not give rights to robots. Definitely not. And stuff. Yeah, that was it. I reread it. What TML read. I wanted to comment on that a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting. So let me so it's saying it's not going to use torture, right? And I'm going to move on to Mumford here in just a minute here, right? I'm already getting a little bit over time here, but it says there is no systematically organized famine, but but rather a recognition of the pressing necessity of maintaining the labor force in good condition. There's nothing arbitrary for the arbitrary represents the very opposite of technique, in which everything, quote unquote, has a reason, not final, but a mechanical reason. Irrationality might appear to exist, but only for the person who knows nothing of technique. It is like trying to tell a man who does not know the radio that there is music all around him, although he cannot hear it. So I don't know. I've read this like 3 or 4 times, but I love this passage so many. I just really love this passage, right? But let's move to the Mega Machine here, right, from Mumford.
Yeah. Also, Frederick George Younger, influenced Jacques Ellul, and that passage you just read at the end. It's about mechanization. Mechanization also brings lifeless time, and it also brings a kind of devitalized and desacralized worldview, of course. Frederick George Younger dealt with that a lot too. And, the mechanization, it has to be viewed as not a part of the fundamental ontological order. I think is more, it's not like I wouldn't, so I disagree with like the pan-technicon concept of David Scribner. I don't agree with it. There's nothing wrong with it. There has to be different modes or something within it, like different modes that can be inimical to each other or opposing. See what I'm trying to say? When you start viewing, things more differently or something, like living semiosis or something. Yeah.
Right, but you do believe nature is intelligent, right?
Yeah, nature is intelligent. Yes, nature is intelligent.
Creative, right?
Yeah, but the intelligence of nature and the creativity of nature is not seamlessly connected to our analytical disposition, to our mechanical disposition that compartmentalizes everything and dissects it and treats it like mechanical parts. You see what I mean? So that's like different. You see, they're like not connected, but nature is intelligent. Yeah, so I would agree about that.
Right. The reason they're not connected is because of the whole evolution idea that he brings. Right. So there's a increasing complexity, right? That goes along with that, right? But if nature is guiding evolution, as we talked about before, right? So then there's a problem in separating where that order breaks off, right? And as you said, right. It's a hard problem of symbols, right? Yeah. So you reiterated the fact that it's hard to define where that breaks off.
Yeah, I can. It does break off at semiosis, I think, and then there's the symbolic reference, which makes things, and then I think the symbolic reference can have an inversion into pure instrumentality. It can invert into pure instrumentality.
Right, but there's a sort of a inclination to pose that the symbols were coming from nature itself, right?
Yeah, that's a harder question, to be honest. We'll get into that some other time.
I agree with that though.
Yeah, because that would be like going back to Plato, right? So Plato would say that actually the symbols are beyond nature, right?
Yeah, it would even go back to what that dumbass said earlier, yo. It's like we didn't invent nothing; we just discovered it, yo.
Yeah,
I did say Plato ended the chat at that point, I think.
Right. Yeah.
It's a little bit tricky at that point, like the what he was talking about was called anamnesis. Anamnesis. That's the fancy Greek
that's the
word.
thing. That's the thing is Scorbina's not willing to throw these things under the bus like Plato and all these things, right? So,
well, like look at the symbol of fire, right? It's a triangle, right? If you look at fire, right, it's like a material funneling, upward, right, and it turns into a point, like a flame, right?
Yeah.
But then you look at like water, right? The water symbol is like a funnel, and water fucking flows in like a funnel type of, pattern. And like air, right? The symbol for air is a line fucking above the triangle, right? So it's like these symbols came from nature, but were also like not directly from nature. They come from us interacting with nature. Now you got to determine, are we part of nature, right? And if we're part of nature, right, then we created the symbols. Then the symbols are thus, hello,
part of
nature.
Yeah, that gets into difficult questions of emergence versus definition. You know what I mean? Like, that's like difficult.
Whoa.
Yeah. So like.
Yeah, I shaved. Hey guys.
Yeah, what's up?
Dang.
Yeah, let me lay down these like couple paragraphs.
That activate the sleeper cell or something like.
Yeah, I got you guys, but yeah, let me just let me get up in these few paragraphs I got just to get to this mega machine part here. Hold on, let me see where this is. Oh yeah, okay. So we're almost here at the mega machine part. So let me read this little part here. Right. He says it says here, even at the earliest stage, trapping and foraging called less for tools for sharp observation of animal habits and habitats, backed by a wide experimental sampling of plants and shrewd interpretation of effects of various foods, medicines, and poisons upon the human organism. And in those horticultural discoveries, right, must have preceded by many thousands of years the active domestication of plants, taste, and formal beauty played value. So the earliest domesticates, other than the grains, were often valued for color and form of their flowers and their perfume with their texture, their spiciness, rather than merely for nourishment. He says similarly, some of early man's most daring technical experiments had nothing whatever to do with the mastery of the external environment. Right, so it had nothing to do with with mechanical efficiency, in other terms. Right? He said they were concerned with the anatomical modification or the superficial decoration of the human body for sexual emphasis. And I don't think he's talking about steel vaginas, right? Or anything like that. But
what is a steel vagina, though?
That's some mechanical sex toy.
That's how. It's
a necrosynthetic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. That's how our friend introduced himself earlier. He said, I said, hello, sir. And he said, I'm not a sir. I have a steel vagina. So this is how he's introduced himself. So yeah. The Avbb Brule, right? Avbb, right? Found evidence of such practices as early. I'm sorry. Was that DK?
Frank's giving me shit. He's saying I'm rocking an 80s boombox.
Yeah.
No, that's like an 80s stereo.
Yeah. Yeah, just give me a second. Yeah, sadly you've joined really late, DK, and I know it's
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a totally
conspiracy. I was listening for a while beforehand though.
Yeah, so give me a minute and let me read a couple of these paragraphs and then we'll get into some discussions, but only for a short amount of time because I actually have to wrap it up soon. Because it's like
I thought two people were gonna have a go at each other soon.
Yeah. Maybe after I'm done reading these couple paragraphs, because I promise.
I mean, you know, that's what I'm here for.
Okay, so give me a second and let me read, like I said, like 12 times right now, right? So plainly, tools and weapons so far from always dominating man's technical equipment, as stone artifacts too glibly suggest, constituted only a small part of the biotechnic assemblage. So earlier this quote is really notable. How he says that tool techniques are it says tool techniques and our derivative machine techniques are but a specialized fragment of biotechnics. And by biotechnics, one means man's total equipment for living. So what he's saying by that is that this idea of tool techniques, it develops into machine techniques, but only after going through this cultural idea, right, or the development of symbols, right? So between tool between tool techniques and the machine techniques, you have the symbol making, right? But also they're all an extension of this whole idea of biotechnics, right? So that goes back to something that sort of Alul was saying too, right? About how the individual is sort of assimilated into the mold, right? But it isn't like sort of canceled out, right? So he says here, he says that all this tool techniques, it's only a small part of the expression of biotechnics, right? So this is the point he's making. He says, and the struggle for existence, though sometimes severe, did not engross the energy and vitality of early man or divert him from the more central need to bring order and meaning into every part of his life. In that larger effort, ritual, dance, song, painting, carving, and above all, discursive language must for long have played a decisive role. At this point of origin, then, technics was related to the whole nature of man, right? And this is where he makes a crucial point. He says primitive technics was life-centered, not narrowly work-centered, still less production-centered or power-centered, right, as our present machine techniques are, right? And he says, as in all ecological complexes, a variety of human interests and purposes, along with organic needs, restrain the overgrowth of any single component. As for the greatest technical feat before our own age, the domestication of plants and animals, this advance owed almost nothing to new tools, though it necessarily encouraged the development of clay containers to hold and preserve its agricultural abundance. But right, that's right, they all had clay pots, right? But Neolithic domestication owed much, we now begin to realize, right, to an intense subjective concentration, okay, of sexuality in all its manifestations, expressed first in the religious myth and ritual, still abundantly visible in cult objects and symbolic art. Plant selection, hybridization, fertilization, manuring, seeding, castration were the products of an imaginative cultivation of sexuality whose first evidence one finds tens of thousands of years earlier in the emphatically sexual carvings of Paleolithic women, the so-called Venuses. So I don't know if you guys
almost want to put up my hand so I can speak.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys are familiar with
this is exactly what.
Yes, I'm familiar with the Venuses.
So that every
Venus of
time
Willendorf,
a civilization gets to the point where living becomes comfortable, then because it's comfortable, like it's that circle, like hard times make hard men
right,
make good times make weak men
right,
make hard times. It's that circle. It's as
yeah,
soon as everything is good, then people don't have anything to actually worry about, strive for, and so they start looking for just physical pleasures. And that's when it goes into the next section of the cycle. So hard men made that. Now it goes into Hard men make good times. Good times is what we're in right now. Actually, maybe we might.
I would say I would disagree because I don't think we have been in good times.
I don't know if we're in good times.
No, I don't think we've ever really been in good times.
Of the
Yeah,
next
this
two were
this
actually
is what
in,
DK does. You gotta like let him land his plane until he's like done. But yeah.
Oh,
yeah. So yeah, go ahead, Dominic. Yeah, go ahead, Dom.
Well, if you equate good times to just output of products and services in abundance, and everyone revolving around the this consumerist mindset or these authoritarian systems which provide securities or whatever, there's no good that comes out of that. This is the cycle.
But the majority
this
of the
is the cycle that
population
basically rejects.
DK, he wasn't done. Yeah, go ahead, Dom. Go ahead.
This is the cycle that basically rejects the Venus sculpture, which is the sacred feminine, which is that basically it's the woman who is the life giver, right? So this is reflected in the macrocosm as life, or the earth is what generates life, and that's what needs to be protected. But when you let the masculine lead, and then you take on this this good times attitude because we have all this stuff, that's completely rejecting the feminine.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. DK, go ahead, and then I'll return to this reading here real quick, and then we'll have a very short.
I'll be careful because I know we're on YouTube.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Holy crap! Like, you really think that the problem is that they were not being feminist enough? Since the feminist revolution, the birth rates have dropped. You're a complete idiot. You know nothing about history. You are just reciting some woke bullshit to me.
Yeah, for once, I agree with DK on this one.
How old are you? No, for a start, how old are you?
Well, for starters, you're assuming that I'm talking about the feminist movement.
Here, hold on.
Hold on.
Here, hold on.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the sacred feminine.
All right, I gotta let DK go because he's here. Hold on.
I agree with DK though. This guy's full of shit.
Yeah, Dom, just hold on for a second. Yeah, he was not talking about feminism at all when he made that statement, right? So he just wasn't addressing feminism as a topic in general, right? So he was talking about some type of a metaphysical concept about the earth, right? So so there's a whole deeper discussion, and I seriously
He's
can't
talking about the sacred feminine though.
Right. And there's many people who believe in that.
And Venus.
Yeah.
The Venus sculpture. That's a great representation of the sacred feminine.
So what do you mean by that?
To be fair, that's what the guy in the.
In order for a society to sustain itself, we need to be conscious about where the society even comes from. Okay?
Right. Now
we need to be conscious about the earth. We need to be conscious about what is actually right and what's going to sustain life, rather
what's
than
that got to do with Venus?
Output.
I don't know. It's got nothing to do with the reading right now.
I said the Venus sculptures.
Why did he bring it up?
Because the reading was talking about the Venus sculpture, the Venus of Willendorf, right? So, anyways, let's just move on because we got totally sidetracked because we didn't know what he was talking about. So let's just move on.
I still don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Right, exactly. So let me just read what I was reading. Right, I got like 2 more paragraphs. Yeah, I got like 2 more paragraphs. Right, and unfortunately, I'll have to like edit like a lot of this. Like, you know, like, see, this is the problem. All right. So let me just get to the reading real quick, and then we can move on to a very short discussion, and then we'll move on to the end of the show because I've been, I've recorded literally like stayed up, like done like way over 12 hours in the last 24-hour thing. So I'm deeply just ready to go, do something else and stop staring at a computer screen. So blessings, guys. Thank you so much. But it says here, but at the point where history in the form of written record becomes visible, that life-centered economy, a true polytechnics, was challenged and in part displaced in a series of radical technical and social innovations. About 5,000 years ago, a monotechnics, okay, now this is huge, right? This idea of monotechnics, right? Because this is sort of this whole idea of machine centered, right, instead of human centered, right? Sort of erupts at this sort of juncture, right? It says about 5 years ago, right? Here, hold on. About 5,000 years ago. Sorry. What the fuck? Monotechnics devoted to the increase of power and wealth by systematic organization of workaday activities, and a rigidly mechanical pattern came into existence. And in this moment, a new conception of nature of man arose. And with it, a new stress upon the exploitation of physical energies, cosmic and human, apart from the processes of growth and reproduction came to the fore. In Egypt, Osiris symbolizes the older, fecund, life-oriented techniques, Atum-Re, the sun, God, who characteristically created the world out of his own semen without female cooperation, stands for the machine-centered one. The expansion of power really actually just links up with what Dominic was kind of saying, right? So it seemed like Mumford was like, of a similar ilk, right? Here,
Can
but
I
it
add
says,
something?
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So, if you calculate the Sumerian kings list, which calculates the list of the kings who ruled in years, if you translate that from years to days, that would actually be about 5,000 years ago. And these kings were basically they were the original patriarchs who came in and they destroyed the egalitarian system, which was more human centrist. It was more balanced between the feminine and the masculine. The masculine understood the role of the feminine. The role of the feminine is to lead, and the role of the masculine is to defend the feminine. But these patriarchs with the Sumerian kings list, they came along, which as that text just said, 5,000 years ago. And if you calculate the Sumerian kings list from years to days, that would be about 2900 BC. When they came in, they started all this technology worship, and they basically, because of their rule, we're living in the effects of what they started.
No, that doesn't make sense. The Sumerians did not worship technology. What are you talking about? Like,
well, they kind of did, right? Because they basically based their whole civilization around a ziggurat, which they basically saw as the intermediary between heaven and earth, literally built incarnate
that
in the
doesn't make
ziggurat.
sense. No, it doesn't make sense. That they didn't have like this level of technological complexity.
No.
Well, no. According to Mumford, they don't really need a great level of technological complexity, because he's just going with like common descent and then Paleolithic, like, mofos, and then all this stuff. So he's going with like what we would think of like a sort of naturalistic explanation of man's origins, right? To define this understanding.
I see what he's saying, but the thing is, though, there were like very warrior-like people. They didn't care about techniques, like the Urartians. You know about the Urartians or something? I can't pronounce it. Like they worship this god called Kaldi, or Haldi, was a war god and stuff. They were very warlike people. There were warlike people in like the Caucasus and around that.
Yeah, I think like Babylon was like I think they said it was like really special in the way it was highly organized as a city, right? And they might have said like it was the first sort of city or metropolis of its kind, and sort of the reference from the Bible to Cain, right, which Elul also mentions, right? He says, Cain was like the first builder of cities, right? It's like a famous concept from Elul, right? But anyways, let me there's only just one paragraph left, and thank you guys so much for chatting with me here. It says the expansion of power through I just read that. It says the chief mark of this change was the construction of the first complex high-powered machines. And okay, so this is not high technological event, but it's just machines, right? So let's see what he's talking. And they were at the beginning of a new regimen accepted by all later civilized societies, right? So this is 5,000 years ago, right? these high-powered machines, right? Accepted. Sorry, it says. Excuse me. It says though reluctantly by more archaic cultures, right, in which work at a single specialized task segregated from other biological and social activities not only occupied the entire day but increasingly engrossed the entire lifetime. That was the fundamental departure which during the last few centuries has led to the increasing mechanization and automation of an all production. Oh wait, the mechanization, automation of all production. Sorry, I'm like blanking out here. I apologize, guys. With the assemblage of the first collective machines, work by its systematic dissociation from the rest of life became a curse, a burden, a sacrifice, a form of punishment, and by reaction, this new regimen soon awakened compensatory dreams of effortless affluence, emancipated not only from the slavery but from work itself. These ancient dreams, first expressed in myth but long delayed in realization, now dominate our own age. The machine, and this is the last sort of line, the machine I refer to was never discovered in any archaeological diggings for a simple reason. It was composed entirely of human parts. These parts were brought together in a hierarchical organization under the rule of an absolute monarch whose commands, supported by a coalition of the priesthood, the armed nobility, and the bureaucracy, secured a corpse-like obedience from all the components of the machine. Let us call this archetypal collective machine the human model for all later specialized machines, the mega machine. So quite a paragraph there, but yeah, so we'll leave it there.
I've got to say that is like probably one of the most beautifully articulated synapses or diagnosis of what is wrong with our society. Of a central authority guided by a priest class who's basically creating mythology for the people to believe to turn them into an unthinking machine. That just basically operates based off their programming.
Yeah, and what was the date on that? That kind of quintessential summary of our modern condition. When did he write that? You said it was pre-industrial?
In the 1930s. So no, it's not pre-industrial writing. It's post-industrial, age. But it's fairly early on for those sorts of critiques, as we've seen. Right, there's not that many critiques that are of that level. As we said, like almost all of them support, like rampant growth of technological progress, right? Other than like a Lowell, Mumford, like Junger, like a few others, right? They say no, we should move back
That's
to
Technics and Civilization, right? I need to read that one. I need to read it. Yeah,
no, it's Technics and the Nature of Man. Right, I sent you one of those ones. Yeah, I sent you this one. It's the short article and not the book, right?
Yeah, it's the short article. Yeah, I'll read that probably tomorrow or next week. Yeah, I'll read that next week.
Yeah, you'll like that one a lot because he makes he makes the crucial point that man is a symbol making animal, right? So that gets into the so
using that symbolic reference.
Yeah, exactly.
Is writing technology?
Oh yeah,
100%.
Yeah, 100%. For Anilul, for both of them, it's technology. Yeah.
Kind of the foundation of the whole thing, right?
Right.
I don't know if the John Lash Lamb or the idea of the divine feminine being decoupled from the masculine is the problem. I actually think that the masculine and the solar archetypes or the
real quick, that dude always comes and shits on the show. He's always coming and shitting on the show. The desk mouse. I understand his I don't understand his gripes. Maybe he could send me a personal message and we can talk about it because he really doesn't like my show for whatever reason. So I don't like him just shitting all in my chat, just writing, "Oh, I don't agree with this. Oh, this is all wrong. This blah blah blah." I if you want to have a private conversation, we can organize one, desk mouse, since DK, right? But your constant gripes in the chat, it's just getting old, dude.
Yeah, that's very
bitching.
telling.
Yeah, I can sort that.
Yeah,
honestly, he's one of my friends. I didn't realize he was just doing that every time.
Yeah, every time I've seen him, it's like constant like negative commentary, right? Like
Yeah.
you know,
Okay,
you know,
I didn't realize he was just yeah. Sorry, my bad. If that's all he's doing, yeah, I'd be getting fucked off as well.
yeah, I've been telling a lot of people that even when they talk to others, like let's just engage respectfully, right? And
Yeah, there's
I've taken a few hits.
There's a lot of different ways you can go about describing the present trajectory we took to reach this shit time. You know what I mean? It's a shitty time. So,
Why does everybody get their feelings hurt so easily, bro?
Like, sorry, I
I
kind
don't know, bro.
got tired like the last 10-15 minutes. Sorry about that. So, yeah.
Everybody's embracing too much of the divine feminine, bro.
Well, can you like clarify what you mean by the divine feminine and the patriarchs and they're becoming like drones and like I was just curious about that because it kind of reminded me of like Dominator. Can you clarify
Yeah,
on that?
so the
Sorry
sacred feminine, I don't really like to use the word divine because it implies that you're invoking power from some sort of god or. So I use the word sacred just for that reason. But the sacred feminine is just basically the life-giving principle.
Yeah, your audio's gone. I don't hear you. Or maybe it's mine.
All right, no, I think it was.
I hear him.
Dominators loud and clear.
Yeah,
I think it was me.
And
Can
come
you hear me
back.
now?
StreamYard's
My audio
spazzing.
has just.
I need to
Audio's
go
gone.
for this thing back in a sec, guys.
That's a weird glitch.
You can't.
Yeah, blessings.
I'll be
hear me
back.
right now.
I'll be back.
This isn't the first time StreamYard's been goofy.
No, it does that.
So no one can hear me, or was that just Avian?
No, I can hear
I
you. We
think
can
it
all
was
hear
just Avian,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Yeah, sometimes that happens on streamer. It's happened a couple times where like you can't hear a specific person. I don't know what causes that, but yeah,
It's
but,
like
yeah, here he is again.
StreamYard's caught the Discord error.
Yeah, it's
AIDS.
working now. Yeah, I think my tab just muted randomly. I noticed it.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see. What
I didn't do it though. It just muted randomly. I don't know what.
Yeah, that's
The Matrix has you.
It was that guy's wife, bro.
It's the AI wife.
Yeah, he's claimed that several times. So yeah.
So did you want me to answer you, Avian? Still?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm interested in your train of thought that led to that. I'm interested in it.
So the sacred feminine is just.
That was my bad. Sorry, I forgot to mute.
Principle or the life-giving force of or I don't want to say creation, but existence itself. So it's basically what makes everything that we do possible. Without it, there would be nothing. It's potential, and it's what happens when life is generated when the masculine meets the sacred feminine. And if you remember the first time that I came on the show, I was talking about the chaos, or even the machine was talking about the chaos too, with Heraclitus, the struggle between chaos and order. I see the sacred feminine as the force in the middle, which willingly bridges this chaos and order together. And that is the life generating principle. This is where care comes in. Do we care about where our existence comes from, or do we not? We can choose to align with and defend this sacred feminine principle, which is the generative principle, or we can choose to go against it. And what the patriarchs have done is they recognize that the sacred feminine is the generative principle. And you can go back and look at, societies from before this. They basically worshipped the goddess. They thought God was a woman.
This is starting to sound very Mark Passio. I just want to put that out there, okay?
It's also starting to sound very Jewish, where it's like everything comes down.
No,
from the
Jews worship the
it doesn't go from the male
Jews are
bloodline.
literally a descendant of the priests who were in the ears
Says
of
who?
those patriarchs.
Yeah,
Yes, who told you that?
Okay. Yeah. Well, let me respond to Dominator. That comes close to the Eleusinian mysteries and Ludwig Klages and also John Lynch Lamb. Like they are more closer to the soul, or they see the sacred as embedded in becoming. And I do respect those views, but I do have some disagreement because I feel like, you know, what about the spirit? You know what I mean? Like spirit is more like about transcendence, and you know, that's closer to like Evola or like, you know, like some other thinkers I read, and even Guanon maybe. But it's interesting because the Western tradition seems to be divided, at least the esoteric tradition seems to be divided between soul, which is more like about the sacred feminine and the generative principle and the vital principle, whereas the spirit is more about transcendence and, you know, like the being virile and being warrior like. You see what I'm trying to say? It's more about
So the
Parmenian
spirit
being.
is the spirit would basically be like you can think of God as like an origin point from which water flows. It's basically a fountain of life. So you can think of the spirit as this water, and souls are basically individual fractals of this massive ocean that is the spirit.
Fractals.
No, the spirit will be closer to a Parmenian being, you know, like Parmenides being, which is just like changeless and without, you know, extension. It's just like it's just like the being, you know what I mean? It's like beyond change or something. Like that's the spirit, and at least from what I've seen in the Western tradition, I think you're closer to soul.
Avian, why aren't you speaking Iranian to us right now?
I mean, Persian, you know, my Persian is okay, but you know, it's like
actually technically it's called like Farsi or something.
Yeah, Farsi in our
and,
language.
and we're gonna be yelling Marg Barg at people. So
yeah, Mark Bar Israel, yeah, but yeah, and the you know,
Sounds
but
like
the Western
hardcore or something.
So do you want to be a YT person now, Avian, or what's up?
Wait, what? What are you talking about? Yeah, like no,
I don't know. You're the one with the beef. Why don't you just go ahead and lay it out for us? Let's go.
Oh, you got beef with Neurojack too, bro?
Wait, what's going on here?
I have no
Where'd the
idea.
beef come from?
He's got beef with Neurojack and Flow State.
Neurojack, I don't think it's good for you to
like 2 or 3 weeks.
Neurojack just come and derail.
Gonna have to line up an octagon.
Neurojack coming in with that neuro crack. All right.
I'm saying you should make peace with Brown.
Coming in with the Michael Aquino energy.
the Michael Anakino, bro. He came with the Anakino eyebrows, dog.
Nice.
You know, like
you must obey the eyebrows, Avian.
The spiritual side of Satanism.
The satanic freak lifted me.
Yeah.
Obey
He's so evil.
Obey my eyebrows immediately.
It's coming out of his eyebrows, bro. The evil.
All hail the snake.
No, he has a daughter.
He'll poke you with his eyebrows, bro, like horns, like
Yeah, there it is.
His daughter
stab you with
That is like one of the most satanic pieces of shit. And I
He's
actually
got a
know
forked
someone
tongue.
who had personal contact with him, and he used her. So yeah, like that is actually.
You know what I heard, bro? I heard he gets people and lines them up on one side of the room, and he runs from the other side and spears them with the eyebrows like a bolt.
No, I'm actually not shitting you. I know someone who went through all the SRA shit, the MK Ultra shit, ended up like with Michael Aquino, ended up at Hugh Hefner's mansion. Before she finally got out of it.
In America,
Swimming
though?
with the bunnies.
Yeah, like, where do you think?
Bunnies.
Like, what country is Michael Aquino and Hugh Hefner in?
Los
America?
Angeles.
And then they came. And then they came out there.
In any country.
No, they didn't come out here. They tried to hide out somewhere else in America, and actually even sent me photos of like 4-wheel drives parking across the road, men in suits running across the field, across the road from her house. Actually sent me photos of all this shit.
Damn.
And then next minute she
Black
fucking
helicopters.
gone. No, and then next night she didn't get photos of helicopters, but then gone. Have never heard from her again.
So
amazing.
Don't be using Michael Aquino.
Amazing.
Avian, bring your gay boyfriend up here. Let's have it out. Call him on your cell phone. Let's go.
Neurojack, this isn't the right way to behave. This is.
Oh, sure it is. Sure it is. Absolutely it is.
You just completely ignored everything DK just said.
I couldn't understand most of it.
He wants to know why you're representing Michael Aquino.
Oh, I think you got most of it.
He said you a Michael Aquino in the face ass motherfucker. motherfucker.
Well, at least we're talking
okay,
about things
I
that
was
matter now.
basically
So let.
saying you're a
No,
piece
Jack,
of
you're just
shit
gonna
if
make
you're
this shit
using
worse.
that.
Why are you doing
We
this?
No,
were
you're a
talking
piece
about
of
things that
shit
mattered
if
before you
you're
got
using
on.
that. Like, serious.
Fucking
You're
TML.
change that shit, bro. You're a piece
So
of
funny.
shit if you're using that because I
Got to
personally know
adjust the
someone
beard.
that motherfucker abused.
Neurojack, I'm just saying that like it's not good to slander people. You need to like, if especially when they're friends with someone else, and just talk it out with him. It's not good to
I'm
constantly.
not saying talk it out. I'm saying change your fucking avatar.
Okay,
Yeah.
so now if you notice, so hold on, so if you notice something that's obviously happening, and you say this is obviously happening, now that makes it like slander. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that you need to talk it out first. Like, because it does seem
Well,
like
well, I'm talking it out with you because you're the one making the
Yeah.
accusation. So if
I
you want to
don't think
accuse
he has
somebody of
bad-
I'm gonna
slander,
get
let's
off
go ahead
I
and
don't think he
let's
has
go ahead
bad
and
We're
bring it
intentions.
out in the
talking to
open.
you.
Then.
He doesn't have bad
Well,
intentions. He's not trying to mess you
Well,
over. or
why don't
whatever,
you
like-
speak for yourself? You're the one claiming slander when I don't think I've said anything slanderous
Yeah,
about
it's
anybody.
not slander or
What are you
anything.
saying?
I just said it's in bad taste because of how much of a piece of shit he is and the fact that I know someone that he abused.
Who? Like, who's the piece of
No. Stop fucking trying to make it anything else.
Yeah.
There's no legal fucking
Yeah.
ramifications.
I got the
DK's got-
documents right here.
It's just because I'm fucked off that I know how much
Yeah,
of a
he's
piece
fucked
of
off.
shit he is and I know someone he abused.
Who?
I
Who?
just think it's fucking in poor
Aquino.
taste. And
You know what
obviously
they say,
you're
DK?
just
That you know what they say,
as
DK?
fucked as he is.
Hey, DK, you know what they say?
Fucked as I
They,
am.
it's better to be fucked off than fucked on, right?
Damn
Yeah,
right.
I've heard that. What are we
Now I
drinking
see
today?
the numbers are going up again. I mean,
I
yo,
think that's like,
we're gonna
that's
shut
just
it down
like-
soon. Like,
I'm drinking Heineken's today.
It's the way it works, TML.
No, this is just my cooler thing. Like, I'm drinking Heineken's today.
All you gotta do is say fuck about 3 or 4 times, bro, and the algorithm's like, oh shit,
Right.
get him in there.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, as soon as we dump into the
No,
sewer,
honestly, dude, Neuro,
That's when
like,
they
serious, go change your
turn it up to 11.
Go change your fucking
Well,
avatar, you piece of shit.
DK, allow me to explain to you since nobody else wants to engage with me. I'll explain why, because a lot of
Okay,
people in
why?
these panels know why they understand who this person is and they like this person a lot. So I'm just giving the people what they like, okay?
What person? The Satanist on your avatar?
Like, who? Like, what are you talking about?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you should ask them, DK. Maybe you should ask these people why maybe you should ask them why they accuse me of slander for pointing out obvious fucking facts about people.
I know, I see
and,
that. I see that.
And all these people, and you should also ask them why they like Aquino so much. You should ask them why they like Aquino so much.
Was he JPL or Raytheon? Seems like he was just a regular.
Are you on medication?
A regular jarhead.
Have you been vaccinated recently?
Wait, are we talking about DK? We can't do that thing here, man. But yeah,
Are you going to ask the people who are you going to ask the people who have a voodoo doll of Aquino?
Sorry. Yeah. Apologies.
I keep it under my pillow.
So
Yeah.
wait,
What's wrong? Well, why don't you ask the people who actually like learn from Michael Aquino? Ask them if they
wait,
what they think about him.
Neuro, are you talking about Lilith?
Right, but I mean, there's other people around the panels who probably talk to Aquino. Why don't you ask them what they think of him?
Really? Is there anyone else here who is
I don't talk to him, but he talks to me.
Ruh-roh.
No, I'm serious. Is there anyone else here who has ever talked to Michael Aquino?
D did.
Who did?
Jay? You know D?
No.
He was asking for you.
Y'all are trolling.
You're just trying to fuck with me because the simple fact is I'm not lying to you. If you want to actually fuck with me,
I couldn't fuck with you, man. You already fucked off, bro.
What?
You actually like, holy shit.
He's already fucked off, bro. You can't fuck with someone who's fucked off.
Zephyr, that's Jay Dyer in his soy face that he did a while ago.
Oh.
I keep switching it.
Yeah.
This one.
Oh, so it's a dog.
It kind of looks like a blow up doll. Yeah, now I think about it. He might as well be.
Like, serious neuro, you might as well be. You fucking start streams, have nothing to say, and leave it for everything else.
Well, no, he
For
could have
everyone
just.
else.
He could have just fell out because he lost connection.
I hope he fucked off because he's fixing his fucking avatar.
Has anyone checked out Snafu in a while?
I hope he actually fucked off to fix his avatar.
Oh
think
yeah,
he might
I
have
forgot he
fallen
was on the
asleep.
panel. Honestly, he was the entire time. Snafu, are you here? I think he just fell asleep when he signed in. So
Yeah, he must have.
So yeah, so maybe I'll get rid of.
Definitely signed out.
Yeah,
He ceciled out.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
He must be AFK because he would have said something from the stuff from earlier for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Especially the whole like
with rat blood.
Yeah, the sexual stuff. So yeah, so
Dude, there's so much that I won't even mention on YouTube.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah?
I'm not even gonna mention it. I said on.
Oh yeah, DK. Oh yeah. Well, I saw a guy beat his meat 3 times on this stream tonight. Okay, 3 times. You ever seen that on a stream?
Are you going to like do it on someone else's channel and get them shut down? Because you've got
that
nothing
wasn't
worth
any good.
beating? No, because you've got nothing worth beating.
That was a little.
No, I'm just saying. Like we didn't actually see it. We didn't actually see it, but you know what I'm saying.
Well, he said. I mean, he said he was jerking off, but he said he had a steel vagina. So I'm
He also said he had a steel vagina, and his wife was an AI robot. You know what I mean? He was also drinking, I think, rat blood. I'm not positive.
Well,
Maker's Mark as well.
So it could have just been normal liquid.
That we can verify.
The thing is, it happens on
The Maker's
so
Mark.
many channels.
I think the whole thing was a meme. I'm gonna be honest.
And I don't even know how much I can say, but
He was knocking ball bearings.
The PDF files do not seem to be getting shut down on any platform. It is only the people who complain about it that get shut down.
Yep.
Yeah, that was one thing I didn't understand was the vitriol and the so-called strike crew that sounded a lot like Snafu.
Yeah, there's 35 people watching me on the Machine Lights Amos 777. So I know you're celebrating my downfall over here, but I think you're a little off key considering you're on the wrong.
I know. Amos 777 is one of my friends.
Is
He's
he on
from Aussie.
Caliphate?
He's okay.
Right, your friends seem to have a lot of respect.
No, he'll just be being ironic or sarcastic. No, he's okay. Disc Mouse is the one who does the Christian thing.
Right.
Amos is actually okay. Yeah, man.
Okay.
He'll actually be trying to be funny. It just isn't always funny.
Yeah, it's cool. But yeah,
It just
so
doesn't land.
Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't land right. Yes.
He's okay, I think.
Yeah, I wonder how many people.
He's all good. Yeah, don't fuck with that. Yeah,
Right, I wonder. I wonder how many people watch his supposed show because he's bragging over here. So I don't know. I mean, we'd like to see your show. So but yeah. Anyway.
No, come and watch my show on Rumble. I told you.
No, I'm talking about Amos 777. I have seen your show, DK. I've watched. I watched. Somewhere. But yeah. Anyways, you guys are gonna.
Is he on the other channel? Because I'm on like the TML one. Is he on the other one?
Right. Yeah. We've been out here for a long time. We're gonna.
Is he on Cyber Caliphate?
Yeah, there's like 30 watching. What is this guy talking about?
He's thinking of Cyber Caliphate, probably.
He's on the backup channel.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. I don't know. Yeah, I haven't actually seen him type at all. That's what I mean. I'm looking.
No, I'm not talking about you. We're talking about someone in chat.
So
yeah, Amos 777, who's one of my friends. He's in.
So let's get the numbers up. Let's have a conflict. Avian, let's go ahead and have our conflict out in the open.
Dude, the numbers are actually good.
There's nothing about there's nothing about
fucking.
Usually, if he types, it's just trying to be funny.
For this time, the numbers are up.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's saying, to be honest.
Yeah, it's annoying.
The words
go ahead,
just
Avian. Let's get
together.
Let's get it over with, buddy. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the thing, with you and Brown's boy,
But don't speak for another person. Just speak for yourself. I mean, you want to accuse somebody
I'll
of
speak for
doing
myself.
something.
It seems to me that you're the one who's prolonging stuff with the false accusation.
Right.
You know what I
Right.
mean?
It seems to you a certain way when you don't know shit about it. Right.
You got beef with Brown's boy again?
I've talked to him about it.
I don't have a beef with anybody until this guy is trying to like stir it up. So that's
Bro,
that's what I'm trying to understand.
Bro, has Remember been reinstated, bro?
I mean, like let's say I was talking shit behind someone's back, and that person was
Right.
his friend.
Well,
Okay,
if I remember correctly, you asked me a question, I gave you an answer, and then you called it
but
slander.
you see, I was
I don't
trying
understand
to
what your point
organize
is.
you two to talk, talk it out, because it's
Right.
not,
And then I explained myself to you, and then you just continue to say slander.
Yeah,
right?
make a game.
No, you should talk it out with him. Like I was organizing it, talk it out.
Yeah,
with him.
well, maybe you should just stop trying to organize things you don't know anything about. Maybe that's what you
Well,
should do.
I know enough about it to say that you're in the wrong.
Obviously, you don't know enough about it. That's
Yeah,
the
I
problem.
do. You shouldn't go around talking shit about people and claiming.
Right. So you don't go
Two
around
trailer
talking
park
shit
girls
about
go
people.
around the
Hold
outside.
on.
Yeah,
So Avian, you don't go around talking shit about people you don't know.
I don't think.
So okay, great. So you're here on the stream talking shit about me, saying that I slander people.
Well,
Do you have evidence that I slander
did,
people?
Yeah. You did.
What?
You did.
Okay.
Like you're the one who brought it
Okay,
up.
so you asked me a question.
Neurojack,
So wait,
can you
hold on.
stop being recreationally offended at everybody, including Avian and fucking BB and whoever else, one of our friends? Are you gonna be offended at me next, and then TML, and then we'll all be friends next week? Just stop,
Right,
bro. Just
right.
stop.
So it's
Stop.
so again, it's
You're
the same thing where
wasting
people.
the time of the audience.
Oh, well, I heard an hour of people saying they stick shit up their ass. So I think they can handle this, right? So let's.
All right, that's
continue with the
fair. That's
conversation.
fair, bro.
All
That's
right,
fair.
so let's
Got
continue the
him.
conversation.
Yeah, he kind of got us.
He
there.
got you with that one.
Yeah, because honestly, this is not a sort of regular stream, and also yesterday. So the people that are sort of watching the channel, I think they'll be a little bit dismayed. But the thing is that it did center around a lot of the main topics that we cover all the time. So I mean, it's gotten pretty wild here sometimes. Right? So out of the interspersed like streams that we've done, there's a lot of weird ones. Right, so I'm talking about there's maybe 400 videos, and most of those are live streams. So it's just there's a lot of weird shit there. Right, so it just so happens.
Wow, West.
Yeah, it is. Reddington's been here the whole time.
It is one way that the white race can fight against the Jays is to promote a sense of brotherhood with each other. Don't go around picking fights with each other. Try to
Right. So you didn't come and try to pick a fight with me today. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I didn't. I did not.
To be fair, I'm not. I'm a little bit darking on the situation. But when we were talking earlier about Brown's boy, we were trying to mediate with him. So we were trying to say let's just all just try to work this out later. So we were just all trying to talk like that.
Thing is, I've been not engaging with Brown's boy. Then today, all of a sudden, I need to go and apologize for something months and months ago that I was asked a question about. Listen, you asked me a question, I gave you the answer, and now you're saying, well, the answer to the question that I asked is slanderous. So what the fuck are you talking about?
That's because it's kind of my fault. I just brought it up and asked him because I forgot. And then he
and you're blaming me that I'm stirring the pot, right? That's the problem, right?
I just think it's best to talk it out with him instead of bring it up here, which is very.
You guys are looping at this point.
Take some responsibility for your own actions.
To be honest, I'm at the point where I'm gonna do.
You're looping.
I do on my channels where it's if all you're gonna do is gripe.
How long are you guys gonna loop this out exactly?
If all you're gonna do is gripe about everyone else who's here, what is your point in being
Right,
here?
like you griped about a fucking picture, DK.
No, he's opening up a DK loop. Now it's a cancer loop with English drunken accents added in. Great.
Listen to this fucking retard who wants to just try and cause shit. No, who just wants to try and cause shit. And when I try and shut it down once,
and now he's calling the narrator a retard.
That's exactly what you just did. You just
I'm just the narrator, okay? I'm just narrating.
Oh, you gotta calm down.
All right, I'll calm down.
I mean, this is not even being angry. This is just like, let's just call it what it is. Let's not try to like play some sort of like morality game when you're like you're stirring the pot and you're like you need to apologize to someone.
No, Jack, you're the one who's being immature. Why are you bringing this shit into public? This is not
because I know how it works when people do the shit behind the scenes and they try to like twist what you say. I know how it goes, dude.
Anything. All I said is you should just talk it out.
Yeah, but you're already twisted what I said, so let's just have it here so it's all in the open, right? You've already twisted what I've said, so why not? Well, let's just do it in the open. So that way it's recorded, and that way nobody can lie about what I've said or what I didn't say, right?
You already did it, so I need you to do it to prove that you did it because you did it already. Okay?
Yeah, Rand, why don't you go away for another year? You're not really adding to the conversation. So
listen, why don't you go and smoke some neuro crack and come back with some accusations?
Yeah.
There's a few of you who have been dickheads tonight. Own up to it and shut the fuck up.
It's okay. It's all about growing the community when the whole community is trying to like derail everything behind the scenes, right?
As you literally derail everything right now.
Right. Yeah, you've never derailed anything, Rant, right? You've never derailed anything in your life.
And if Hypocrite was a man, his name would be Neuro Jack.
Wow.
Yeah, listen, Neurojack, I could understand you holding a grudge for this long if you did something like something in real life, but he never really did anything like that.
All right, well, why don't you forgive black people for breaking into your house then?
Well, that's different, you see, that's
coming out of left field with a random accusation.
Okay, so it's different for you. Okay, so you're a special person that doesn't have to forgive people what I do, right?
But you see,
is that what you're telling me?
You're comparing a home break-in to some kind of argument over the internet. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. That you know nothing about, and you couldn't know anything about. You're just.
It appears the bird is mad at black people.
You're just speaking as if you know about it, right?
For breaking into his house.
So one black person breaks into your house, and now you blame all black people for it.
No, I'm not blaming all black people for it. I'm just saying there's a strong trend of violence and crime among
now. And the semi-racist neurocrack is trying to draw ethical white knight lines in the sand between the bird. Let's see how it plays out, ladies and gentlemen.
You see, this kind of behavior actually makes me side with Brown's boy more. You know what I mean? It makes me side with him more. This kind of behavior. It's not
cool. That's exactly what I want. I want you to side with him. I think that you guys should be like move in together and become roommates. That would be great.
This is not noble behavior. It lacks integrity. You know what I mean? Coming up here.
I'm sure that you know all about being noble, right?
And now they're virtue signaling.
And move on, about this trivial stuff. You act like he fucked your wife. He didn't do that. He did not fuck your wife or anything like that. But that's what you're acting like. You know what I mean? Like, he did not do that. Yeah.
Right. Well, there's evidence on this very show today of what I said. So, I don't think it's not true. So
you're breaking up, Narrow.
You're breaking up, yeah.
Yeah, you're getting a little roboted. But yeah. Just try to say something again. I don't know, or I don't know.
To be honest, perhaps just don't.
Yeah, we are gonna try to wrap it up soon. So.
If it's cut out, that's probably the perfect time. But holy shit.
Yeah, people want that.
Don't try and come back and do it again.
Yeah, this is the thing. Is like people want like fighting more, and like our own people fight
I
more.
know,
than-
but if
Weird.
you're getting into just the drama shit, I will be here less. I don't like that crap. So I like it when there's actual discussions about real things. Like when I first started coming here at the start of last year, when we were talking about real things, and you're saying, wait till after I finish reading and then we can have chat afterwards. That was good.
Yeah.
This now that it's just turned into like that, everyone's like in this drama panelverse shit. It's becoming like less.
It's like ridiculous that people just like go on other people's shows that are about shit just to be like, hey, Steve, hey, what about the thing you said about Sarah last week? What about that? I need to know. It's like a fucking sewing circle of Mary Krangitz Fitzgeralds, all right? I've had just about enough of it.
I do this all the time. If people
That's you, all right? That's you.
If people come on to my streams and they just start bitching about someone else, I'm like, you're in the wrong place. It's like, I'm not about that. I don't give a fuck. So you can go bitch about someone somewhere else. It's like, I actually don't care.
Yeah, it's all cool.
If that's between you two, go fucking take it up between you two.
Yeah.
Why would you bring it on to a public channel that isn't even yours and try and take over someone's whole channel by making it your public drama?
Right.
Yeah,
a little bit of comedy is fun, all right? Bringing the bitch drama, the shit that women do, is not embracing the sacred feminine, okay?
Well,
the thing is, it brings views. Idiots like drama.
Let me throw this out here because we did
on my channel. So what does it matter?
Yeah, I gotta wind this down. So I'm really tired or whatever. So we gotta wind this down. So just letting you guys know. But yeah, here's this made by. I did say that several times. So yeah, so here's this made by Machine Bob here. I did a whole 7-hour show yesterday. Right. So so if you guys want to check that out, there's a whole lot more stream there that you guys could check out, made by Machine Bob. Right. So we've been up, 2 days doing a bunch of shows and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I'm critically low on fuel, and I actually want to sit down and eat without holding a fucking microphone.
It's gonna catch up to you, bro.
Yeah, I do other stuff.
Just saying.
Yeah, so I'm about to do. Yeah, I mean, I'm taking a break for a couple whiles, so it's a couple of days here. So the thing is we'll be cool and everything, but yeah, I'm just ready to shut down right now. But yeah, it is what it is.
Shut it down.
Yeah, blessings, guys.
Shut it down.
Yeah, we got more show. We got I got a recording here for you guys. You guys have not witnessed. We got a lot of cool stuff at Neurojack. We're trying to get the channel back up. Also Seditious Glands, right? So we'll be procuring more made by Machine Bob for you guys. Maybe 2 weeks to a month. We'll figure it out, right?
Look at my minions.
Exactly, right.
Yeah,
so DK's got minions. Axis Rat Blood's got some interesting views.
Cecil's got Capitol buildings.
Cecil's out here. Cecil returned.
What I'm saying is it's like you do need to
yeah.
You let people go too far.
Right.
Everything's just going to keep going further.
Yeah.
It's like you have to actually decide where you're going to cap things off. So for me on my channels, it's like, dude, if you're just gonna bitch about someone else whose channel I don't even go on, you're gonna bitch about someone else or bitch about if you're gonna bitch about someone else here, go on DM with them. If you're gonna bitch about someone else I don't know, fuck off. So why bring your dramas to everyone else's channel?
Yeah,
it's like it's about having content that you can share rather than just being a soap opera.
Some
If you're
expert
just
advice.
a soap opera, you're a pointless entity.
Yeah.
The pointless entities out here, bro.
Yeah, like
Yeah, there is, and I try not to be one.
shadow
You're,
entity.
you're definitely not.
Yeah, so so what's the closers? Anybody got some closers out here?
Yeah, I'll go first since I'm the last
Yeah.
up. Besides DK, fuck the system, kill the drones.
Fuck yeah.
This is when Doctor Jekyll becomes Mr. Hyde. I appreciate you, man. Much love. Thanks for having us up here all night.
Blessings, homie. I appreciate you, brother. And thank you for being here. Calling in.
Speaking of magic, that's some chaos magic earlier.
Yeah, we got
that shit around here.
Weird schnitzel. But yeah.
I just want to say I told you so.
Yeah, you did. You called it. You called a lot of this. You
I
called
love everyone who tries to say that to me.
the Satanism. Satanic impulses from beyond. So yeah, so definitely corresponded on that. So yeah, so it's wild out here. Yeah, you already know. But yeah.
We should just have like a TML like community meetup and then just like find all our homies and then just walk out the building and lock the doors and nuke it.
Yeah.
It would be good.
No. What is wrong with you?
Like metaphorically.
Like in Minecraft, you mean?
Like metaphorically.
Like in Minecraft, you dumbass.
Yeah.
Like allegedly.
Like the community.
You just said something that is
Like there's a lot of gems. Like don't get me wrong, there's a lot of gems in the community, but there's like a certain.
You just said one of the worst things you could say.
There's a certain cesspoolness. You know what I mean?
Do you not realize you just said one of the worst things you can say online?
Oh, shut the fuck up, bro.
Don't tell me to shut the fuck up. You're the one who's criminalizing everyone else's shit.
It's like an occult infestation. An occult infestation, bro.
It's an occult infestation. See, now you've been starting to sound more Jewish. It's almost like your accent.
Bro, it is. It's an occult infestation. I called it.
No, it's like your accent is slipping. You're sounding more Jewish.
Hey, you call what you want.
Okay. Bye.
Yo, Illuminati exposed, bro.
No. Mossad exposed.
And on that note, folks, we'll have to bid you adieu. Yep.
Do not seek the treasure.
I hope that we never reach a day where people argue AI can replace your family. I hope we never reach that day. Right.
So, AI cribs, bro.
I hope we don't either, but they're trying for it. Like, yeah, fully avian. Like, serious. They're trying for it. I hope that never happens. The only thing that'll stop it happening is I believe we have this 1 year.
Machine wombs.
2026 is the only year we have to actually change anything. Because 2027 is the schedule.
It's not going to happen.
Shush.
We ain't going to change shit, DK.
Shush. 2027 is a scheduled fake alien invasion, which will therefore pretend that it's a mass world war with an external invader, which means we need one world government. We have 1 year to fix shit before they pull that shit next year.
Well, that's a motivation for you guys. Blessings. Yeah, I mean, if it takes longer than a year,
working together to make sure that shit doesn't happen.
Yeah, for sure, DK. Yeah, so you got any closings for them? Or for the people?
Much love, no fear. Come find me on Rumble.
Hell yeah. All right. So yeah, Rant, you want to say anything to these people?
Nah, bro.
Yeah. All right then. Play some music, and I'll play interesting replay. Now I positioned this earlier. It's a recording of me reviewing a review of a debate. Right, so you guys will see, but the real fury, the furiousness, furious anger, from unseen warfare. Right. So yeah, he laid down some critical facts that you guys might want to pay attention to, right? Because it addresses some key concerns about religion and modernity and communism and the Bolshevik Revolution and all these different themes that he knows a lot about the history of that stuff. But yeah, blessings to all the people. Thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. The first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. You can't kill what you can't see. And what most people think is real is just flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that aren't even real. So yeah, here's some music for you guys, and I appreciate everybody for joining the panel, and no bad blood, to all the people. I don't mean any offense, but yeah, definitely a offensive show yesterday and today, right? So I apologize for anybody who's offended with the content. Right, it was a little bit, more on the controversial side, right? So it is
all
what it is.
these words,
right?
People
So, yeah.
getting offended really quickly for words.
Oh yeah, right. So yeah, so that happened a lot.
Some wild stuff.
Stepping up and shit. So we've seen that words can trigger a whole thing. But yeah, so yeah, here's these videos. I said Mortal Kombat, right? But yeah, first I got some other shit for you guys. Here is and hopefully I don't get Strizuk or whatever, right? But yeah, because of the music or any of the other content, because I know people are, they may incur a lot of hatred for the recent content, right? So we may incur a few things there. So yeah, blessings. I appreciate you guys. But yeah, so we'll be back soon. And yeah, interesting stuff for sure. And yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Yeah. In these world fallacies, fictitious, the fantastic, the fictional, multi-dictional, able to spiritual with the lyrical, the Jews in the Father, and Scaramanga. Abrasive like the Sahara, lyrical daggers catch ya. Matter is batter smash ya. Mentally I entrap ya. Rappers laying in pieces like a puzzle. Vocal muffle, subtle maneuvers of trouble. Like this without the muzzle. Now it's without your bubble that you face me. Waste me, never, whenever terrored. I kill like Gacy. Clever fills my trace these sick demonic acts on ladies. He may be crazy, so babes be acting shady like I'm your local sideshow. Title me vocal psycho. Vital, me throw I might go. And saying I'm ill like homophobia, causing dystopia. You know it's only the symphony of the ill and evil. I kill your sequel, seafood controls whole area codes. The niggas on the low, so cold, ready to blow your old rigmarole. I fold fingers and blow. Mommy is like a sniper that gets high to hide the hyper tripe. Hyper rikers and five pipers to ease the pain of my sis. Going insane, I miss knowing the names of all the fine filth that I trash and slash hellish. I embellish the coroner's meat like I'm the reddish. Shock and tell us a sickness, horrific when witness, or because the world of my girl left with the quickness. It's chaos. Chaos supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. With fiends scheming for things remain unseen. The sheen of gold pots, bold tops who hold blocks. The thrill of the kill, real when you fold knots. I got patrol cops sweating, they betting that another Vic's wetting for soul props. There's no stops, depression blessing the essence with another fresh session of bludgeoning. Black and blue cadavers, I be stuffing them, catching fits, stretching like tempered steel. I'm ducking them in the field. I'm dressing, not interested in fucking them, just cutting them up like Technique 1200s. Don't speak, I'm well hunted. He go, the hell done it, I'm blunted. Your hell stunned by the barrage. The SARS art, lyrical rods to flog your whole mob. These streets create killers like a factory. The back of me, niggas with daiquiris ready for splattery. You mad at me, jump? I probably swallow you whole like a bitch. I ditch authorities, follow me slow, so switch my MO. Now I hunger for Puerto Ricano to daughters up in the limo, Mexicano puffin' endo. Chaos supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos block shotties have body bags wide open. I try hoping I might die like Odin. You cry holding internal organs like soaking. I scope into your innermost fears by 10. I roll spears. I hope your armor holds up when I hit my stylist. Close to riots like a diet. You deny it. Unanimous. Your glamorous bands of damage. Just your man assists. You smoke like cannabis. You can't resist the temptation of Satan. You weak-minded motherfuckers. You suck your mother's breast under others and run for cover. When I unleash the stress from the depressed, I molest any crest like metal through vest. You best regress. East West these just laughs and it's a shame at last. You get a name, shaming the game, and with the same soliloquies, abilities nil. You killing me, chill. If that's your definition of skill, are you for real? And still, I savagely ravage your cabbage like a chef with breath control and press your hole like a Lexus. I'm blessed with gifts like gold. You know the flow, bro. So act like you know. Chaos supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Yeah. That's how we do it. Chaos, Dino behind the board. Chaos, father on the mic. Chaos. Yeah. Mike L and A9. Linda.
That was such bad timing. I should have waited like 5 seconds.
It's cool, DK. Blessings, brother.
And bailing out though, my brother. It's like, okay,
yeah, I appreciate you, man.
On the next one, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Peace be with you.
But honestly, hit me. Like, if things go sideways like that again, you know to hit me up.
Yeah, I got you, man. Yeah, for sure.
You know what I can do. You've made me, asked me to go and do it on other channels as well. So yeah, man. If anything happens here, you know to just hit me up, man. All right?
Yeah, blessings, homie. Yeah, I appreciate you very much. Yeah.
All right. Much love, no fear, man.
Yeah, peace, brother. And we got a couple other things here for you guys. We'll get up in some things. Let's see what I got here. Yeah, we know what we want. Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. And yeah, we will be back on Tuesday night, as I said, right? So so make sure you guys get cued into all that, right? And I appreciate you guys very much. And yeah.
Check it out, man. Y'all don't hear me though. Y'all don't hear me though.
Y'all know it's hell when I come through. I cast spells with the Bellevue 1-2, and we can settle it with shells if you want to. Bump you, squeeze first, I'ma haunt you. Or better yet, I let the gun butt lump you. Dog tail up your ass when I confront you. Faggot, I'ma hunt you. Nay, a nigga could collab with me, cause when I spit my 16, they get mad at me. Have them write their verses over trying to battle me, and nigga, that'll be a fatal tragedy. Shit, you better off shooting and stabbing me than stepping in this fucking rap ring and jab with me. Get your weight up, motherfucker, with a belt on the crown. Posing niggas like a dirty guy, I'm melting them down. Stuff in the ground, fucking with a higher force. Niggas be sacrificed, you die on the cross. Ain't you on a pale horse? Leave you with multiple wounds when they find you. Your man's coming right behind you. Y'all know the flow chops ridiculous. We're like the blow niggas cop on St. Nicholas. You think I'm pussy motherfuckers think you're ridiculous. Like Biggie said, shit, in fact, it was syphilis. Got a red HIV flow sick with this. Put a condom on your mic, tryna spit with this. Tryna get with this, I'ma hit with this. Make you slit your wrist, your mind clitoris. Like chlamydia, hard to swallow, I burn dough. Getting rid of you with hollows, you mob turncoats. Word to the safe in the ceiling. My flow's like a burning panani. Hit the clinic, get the penicillin. You see the logo, nigga, STD. Fuck what you heard, son, the best be me. From Red Hook, y'all niggas know how long we waited. Y'all motherfuckers about to get cremated. Up, put your house up, put your tools up, nigga, put your spouse up. We could go at it, motherfucker, album budget for budget. And let your A&R judge it. Shit, I have your label push your project back, cause I get hyper than a fucking hypochondriac. Ain't no responding back, my Mac and Mac can push your conscience back. Give your ass a Holy Spirit, make you haunt the try. Blaze, blaze, gun, gun, sprays, raise. Leave your whole record company in a day's day. Tell your CEO, stop calling my house. Or the next fucking song, son, I'm calling you out. Better prepare for the long awaited, finally made it. Y'all niggas about to get cremated.
Of darkness before us, orchids turning gray from what I bring out of my medical tray. Perpetuate, prevail, wonder, and the alphabet is the predator and the prey. Don't let them walk away, broken in the boneyard, smoking in the boys' room, spoken in the pattern that consumes you like a vacuum. The warship I dock is the property of his warship. It's often when we talk about morbid conditions, vividly described from the side of the lie detector. Cypher nectar from the blossom, natural toxin, approach with caution. Flow flames in blue light, they dance on the oxygen. Lost again in space, allow us to demonstrate how it all generates from motors to engines, machine guns to hand grenades, renegades of vengeance.
Swollen members, battle axe records.
I have the omnipotent gift to lift the crowd without having to speak too loud. I'm confident my crew can keep them out when I'm
Monarch and the anarchist. I smoke nicotine, he smoke cannabis and sip on Bombay Sapphire. I drink Jack Daniels, he thinks things through. A mediocrity's not possible. Opposites attract. AC/DC back in Black Sabbath. Agatha Christie, cars named Christine. Hard to deal with aging when you still feel 15. Combat stance, tarantula. This approach is soft but deadly. Come in low, slow and kill you gently. We some monsters and concert the sharpest. Flying in on magic carpet. Try to offend, end up in coffin. I'm awfully raw. You can tell I'm off when. We want you to take a good look at what we do. Not the type that you can see right through. Cause you never know what we might do. We want you to take a good look at what we do. Not the type that you can see right through. Cause you never know what we might do.
the dagger gala. you're all invited. Mouth of the black hole, Poseidon could dive in and die from the diamond cut. Raising it up, as if we're not amazing enough. Down on the braggart, time to push forward. More words the better, heartline beats jagged. Electric green, pesticides, mustard gas and mustard greens. That's what it must have been.
We like muscle cars, not bar stars. No Singapore sling, we swing at the hardball. Hardcore, used to sleep on cardboard. Tell your folks that it ain't no hoax when we want you to take a good look at what we do. Not the type that you can see right through, cause you never know what we might do. We want you to take a good look at what we do. Not the type that you can see right through, cause you never know what we might do. We want you to take a good look at what we do. Not the type that you can see right through, cause you never know what we might do. We want you to take a good look at what we do. Not the type that you can see right through, cause you never know what we might do. We want you to take a good look at what we do. Not the type that you can see right through, cause you never know what we might do.
Yo, grave diggers, nigga. Blood sellouts. It don't matter, it affects all levels. Niggas is quick, they sell his soul to the devil. Blood sellouts. It don't matter, it affects all levels. Niggas is quick, they sell his soul to the devil. Blood sellouts. It don't matter, it affects all levels. Niggas is quick, they sell his soul to the devil. The soul of the last remain. Shot spitter, the metal tank still outrank maestros or any whack nigga you know. Whirlwind in my tailspin, brigade force blow. The industry short on what? Deep comedic. Gatekeep, I pressure to rise the barometric. Any suggest the conquest, the eternal. My niggas are stuck, trapped, caught in the inferno. The barbecue pit still was. Hashtag ghost, take a flick, then bust. The crippler, leave no trace, was like the ripper. Head and hands in a trash can, caught floating in the river. Dark skies quiver when attack or loose. Making moves at full moon, eat them like fast food. Chopping up the mass with see notes and dreams. Blood sellout, how many fucking pints you need? Blood sellout. It don't matter, it affects all levels. Niggas is quick, they sell his soul to the devil. Blood sellout. It don't matter, it affects all levels. Niggas is quick, they sell his soul to the devil. Blood sellout. It don't matter, it affects all levels. Niggas is quick, they sell his soul to the devil. Blood sellout. It don't matter, it affects all levels. Niggas is quick, they sell his soul. I emerged from the city of the dark. Run with the hounds and the wolves of Central Park. Tradition, relentless, bloody assault. Niggas missing body parts get turned by the force. The sledgehammer, I swing with the axe like the shining. Shovel a bomb way up your ass, start the timing. The host that admits the plague. The ultraviolet rays laminated through the blue and the gray. Shit, nigga, I always look in the mirror and think of how to get by lies twice the terror. Pack, poke, provoke, the result is fear. Chop it off, stick your head on the top of my spear. I can't wait, yo, I dare nigga confront gate. Grave mistake, drown with them concrete weight. Doctor Strange, I king him with barbarian chains. Checking homie, cause he bright as got fangs. What? Blood sellout. It don't matter, it affects all levels. Niggas is quick, they sell his soul to the devil. Blood sellout. It don't matter, it affects all levels. Niggas is quick, they sell his soul to the devil. Blood sellout. It don't matter, it affects all levels. Niggas is quick, they sell his soul to the devil. Blood sellout. It don't matter, it affects all levels. Niggas is quick, they sell his soul. The Allegorian stalker, pitchfork, a poacher. I pick up course just like a poacher. Switch game world, the vampire, millionaire connections. The mirror cast no reflection. The eyes bloodshot, the rich green grabbers. Same nigga you call cuz the backstabber. So legit as fuck you and other members. While Europeans selling us out, yeah, I remember. Turn on your own for the skull and the bone. Some revealing, that's how you got the car in the hole. The sea devil, get close with the square and the level. The rockin' my black queen, don't fuck with them pebbles. I'm from the craft, I'm in raw, the veteran, intelligence, supreme being, fifth element. The logical transport, cosmic, control, cause and effects. Nigga, what you reap, you sow. Blood sellout. It don't matter, it affects all levels. Niggas is quick, they sell his soul to the devil. Blood sellout. It don't matter, it affects all levels. Niggas is quick, they sell his soul to the devil. Blood sellout. It don't matter, it affects all levels. Niggas is quick, they sell his soul to the devil. Blood sellout. It don't matter, it affects all levels. Niggas is quick, they sell his soul to the devil. Yo, motherfucking sellout ass motherfuckers. I keep it real, true and living. G.O.D. What? beats in a deep, technique is so.
You must allow it.
Yo.
I can only facilitate your dream.
Yo. Through the darkest night, the conqueror shone through. 1, 2, swords cut the heads off warlords. Hordes of enemies who face the penalty. Strike vicious, relentlessly, curse like the Kennedys. Flames course through my veins in every extremity. Concentrate like corrosive chemicals. Ferocious sentinel, still dominate, my fate's inevitable. Death becomes you, blood on my hands still humble. Continue to spark stones off skulls. Demons emerge from bloody holes, the unholy. Silky like the filthy hands of Satan. Who you place your faith in, nighttime still lonely. It's only me, bringer of the light, holder of the key. Ghost on the subway platform, beneficent. We whack through static and interference. Lone warrior, I chose my alliance. My mind is chain link and barbed wires. Focus my vision and start fires. Powers acquired from the nuclear sun. Darkest days lay ahead, the future is none. White spider on the run, I deeped you so deceitful. I spun a web right beneath you. Feast on the blood of Ezekiel and speak evil. Drained of all life, your empty shell looks peaceful.
It's like going to sleep for a while, nothing else. Will I remember? Like you remember a dream, mostly. Now shut your eyes and listen to the ground.
In a dream after a samurai battle alone, I quickly return home. This temple in the mountains forest zone. Ball head, sword in left hand. I sit down Indian style from stand. Light samurai armor, all that chest on me. I hunch and die cam. A scholastic literature unit. The death of everybody by the Holocaust. Tales, short stories, travels, talk. The Brotherhood of Stones, man. Remark of the Corgent records ends. A species of violet grows by where the snow-driven Sasquatch Yeti stands. This attacks through the forest, enriching. At last they seem to be listening. The Holocaust of vengeance, archaic. Pool. Once two married women had a dispute about which of their husbands was the greatest fool. Blood parrot, dreaming convict, mixed peacock, pigeon blood clog. Bug beepers for promise keepers, dog. Be a light between Nazarites, hob. Beneath riots odds. Be quiet and know that I am God. Remove the sin, a porcupine doesn't blend in. Everyone wins. The Lord looks at the heart in the end. Looks at the heart in the end. 50 people can stand on a blue whale's tongue. This psycho diver when blasting. White spider assassin. That's when vultures are extreme scavengers. Based on comparison of horsepower and companions. In this hour, composition well. Yes, while I was out, wide rule and sheets too. Glitch, picture rule. Slide the nows, the penguin. Did he yes escape from darkness? They're the master certain alabaster curtain. Then the Holocaust select marksmen. They're in darkness grin. They're somewhere on top of a heap of men.
You hear the stylus cutting into the wax? Yes. Concentrate on that sound.
We'll show you the way. We'll show you the way. We'll show you the way.
A flock of ravens that fill the southern sky. I write the ancient promise on stones of a lullaby. Dreams of midnight, nightmares at noon. Misty rainstorms will come soon. Come soon. Before everything was empty, the storm will come soon. Before everything was empty, rivers turn the other way. Things that my mother say, towers on hillside. All the magic gave, all the magic made. Amaru, magician king of tomorrow's day. Iron angels who left you venerated in hell. A holy relic, architect of fortunes, a witful tale, all dressed in black. I turn a tab in like a stranger. Tester with the top hat, a flying nimbus is my manger. The holy specter, quill of vibrating scepter, spell breaker, weave sonic interceptors, poison the nectar, the lost emperor, war god resurrector, a cloaked ghost, surrounded by the comatose, dethroned chronos, the recall dose, ink flows through hypodermic, razor point inverted, words with a purpose, mouth a furnace, fire starter, telekinetically pen verses, to the pyramid surface, write like acid jazz, inked like Victor Zaz, on a war path with hand styles like the Max, saliva with a technicolor splash, empty the hourglass, cast from heaven's gates, for defying fate, walk through the fire to decapitate snakes, fallen angel, featherweights, the file in the cake, young Arthur, head of a hawk, locked in the book of Enoch, spirit walk on mountaintops, master ox, jaws like a sawed-off, teeth spin like bone tomahawks, connect the dots like constellation juggernauts. Esc 1.
It's hocus pocus. Who this kid? No one knows this. The scene in the mist, stay fly just like a locust. My downfall, you hope this. But I'm staying here like the end of the world and some roaches. My knowledge about the holster, ready to approach her. The youngster, closer to $1 million. Born gunner, #1 stunner. Homie, you know what none of her. Justice slugs, no love. 16 days, OT, now I'm rolling with word sound. Skids putting it down. Ain't no way we turning back. Not in each other, only way we turning our backs, motherfucker. Holla back, nigga. Hocus pocus, homie, hope you know this.
The sugar was re-rolling, now we straight toasting.
Used to be in that hood,
now we straight coasting. Divas wanna please us.
Rubber it ain't like lotion.
I'm gonna do it like this. Always got a swerve in it. Chunk of bliss, label me that. That's sabotaging my persona. Major projects, speak for itself, name sensational. With my own way of thinking, my shots keep blinking in sync with bombing hits. Baller status, steam Dutch madness. Grip the microphone in my palms, I zone with it. Flows, I stay awesome with it. World domination, my thoughts ain't no procrastination. My style is visible. Trying to hold me down, fuck you with passion. Not sexual, not in that situation. On top of things, my doorbell rings to my mansion in Brooklyn. The living legend, eligible for the good things in life. That's how I like to keep it. I speak it loosely, you can't run with me. I'm flirty, make beats bouncy.
This motherfucking new year right here. New life. Taking over. Nobody stopping us. All them haters, I'm living in a future mentally. While you sharpen the present, my path and my children's lessons. Hard to stay positive in life's aggression. But I know one thing, dog, I'ma stay with my weapon. I'm only 24, and I ain't thinking of dying. No time soon, dog, and I ain't lying. 6 up one day, the next bummed out, that's hocus pocus. In a minute, the world gon' know this. All I got to do is stay focused.
Yeah, yo, it's right here, right in front of you. It's the hocus pocus. She was luscious. I like the atmosphere on his faultless. My focus, have your focus, seeing the real shit. Capturing that natural shine thing. I'll be signing up acts. I'm ain't on to them hot raps. You hear the sound bumping out the speaker, vibrating the spot, treat a pleaser. That New York slang for old skeezer. This high coast ride you see, yeah, here's my beamer. Yo, when you pump my drum up, you don't be putting no scratches on it, man. Yo, got it.
Hocus pocus, homie, hope you know this.
The sucker was re-rolling, now we straight toasting.
Used to be in that hood,
now we straight coasting. Divas wanna please us.
Rubber it ain't like lotion.
Man. Oh man.
Well, cool. We're live, and I hear like a weird like steampunk machine trickling in the back. So somebody's got a.
Did he take this away?
Wobbly GPO. We're live, by the way. What?
No, I'm just trying to. Video's gone. For some reason, it's not showing up listed in his live streams. But
Uh-oh.
But yeah, I see it. I see where it is now. So
Yodel.
Yep.
Yeah, your boy just made some crab ragoons, but they were shrimp ragoons, you know?
Shrimpies.
Shrimp boys.
Yeah, I can't do the shrimp thing. It was too much like it's like too like vertebrae. It just looked like you're eating straight up just up.
I don't know, dude. I'm used to shellfish because of the diet I've been on, you know? So that's why
bug too much.
Well, not a diet, but it's like the the fast rules, Saint Benedict's rules.
Nice.
Which is like you can only have a winged animal. There's no like four-legged creatures. And seafood. So that's basically it.
Well, there he goes.
But what's going on?
I thought he was gonna share the screen.
Oh, look at that. Now it's doing that weird thing. Hold on.
Oh,
let's see if.
Oh shit, man. This is weird. I think it might be because Neurojack's running this shit through his phone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I had to switch to default MacBook audio. So,
What?
So what it does is when he leaves, right? For some reason, it changes the audio setting. That's what it was. Which I don't understand why it's doing that, but I figured it out. So you were right, actually. It was on my end.
I wonder what my audio is right now. Oh, my audio is not even my shit.
All right, there we go. Yeah, just changed my audio shit too.
See, that's what I'm saying. Is like when he leaves, there's something like an inward setting that immediately changes your audio.
Fucking son of a flapjack.
Flip flops. What's up, Neural Crack?
Yeah, we just been here like for 3 minutes. If you want to share the screen, I could get this rolling.
Oh wait, I could present, huh? Yeah, boy. I could.
No, not you.
Now. Oh, okay.
I'm talking
what
about.
Do you mean not me, dude? I'm gonna present now, bro.
I don't think you can. I think it only Neuro can or whatever.
Well, why does it give me the option then?
It's an option that he's got to press a button to like do some shit.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, it's on some craziness.
Yeah, I'm gonna show my books at some point. The next stream I do, because
Nice.
I got them all over on this thing, and I'm gonna go through a bunch of books. Like, my plan for a show is like to kind of go through all the important books I think people should probably take a look at. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
like discuss some of them and maybe like open them up and go through them.
Yeah, I see what's happening here. He's not connecting. So he's just not connected. It's just like we're just here in a studio. So yeah, so we are live. But yeah, blessings to the people.
What up? Yeah, I think I'm going to cover Peter Mooring's mind control technology. See how that goes. You ever seen that book?
No. Mind control technology is the name of the book. That's a dope name.
Yeah.
It's a dope ass name.
It's crazy, dude. Well, I mean, it's like I
Do
also
the T
have a
word.
paper. Yeah. I also have a paper. Silent weapons for quiet wars that was found in like a
nice. Yeah, I love that. Yeah. Yeah, I got like a little outro to my show.
It was like found somewhere crazy, dude. Like the way they
Yeah.
found that paper, it was like in a Boeing. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, sorry, my internet's really bad, so I'm just it's taking.
It's all good. I figured that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Like the service out here has been really weird the past like 3 days. All right, cool.
Yeah, it's probably those
Yeah, it's 'cause
invisible
you,
flying crafts. Like, it's probably got
Yeah,
something to do with those.
they're sucking up the Wi-Fi. Yeah, you guys saw that. I'll share that on the screen later. But yes, the UFOs I saw today are pretty out of control for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, like they get any lower, our goose is cooked. Yeah, let's see what happens. All right, so all right, I'm gonna play this. Oh wait, whoops.
Trap of transhumanism. It's not just like completely utter crap apotheosis, which it is. But the trap of apotheosis is that it's never good enough anyway. You could never reach it because you're always trapped in your constraints. It's like Protestantism, but the authority is nature and the world.
Okay, so there you go. So you got a interesting set of values here. You got Gnosticism, Protestantism. So I don't understand how transhumanism could be both Gnosticism and Protestantism. Like I think those are at the very least somewhat distinct sets of beliefs, even though they may intersect at key junctures, right? Such as the fall of man and antinomianism and the libertinism and all this stuff. So it's interesting. I wonder if he'll make that connection, right? Because you could go that route.
Well, I mean, if his argument is if it like these ideologies develop from like a core rejection of Christianity and the Renaissance or something, is like that the argument? Because if it is, then that makes sense.
I don't think he said the Renaissance. But yeah. But he did say something about how most rejection of orthodoxy resembles Gnosticism. And then he's going to get
I guess that's true to an extent, because I think that like as far as Protestantism is concerned, right? Because we like what we covered with Luther and the Rosicrucians, like, and the connection between Freemasonry and the Nicolaitans, like you could make that argument. But what the argument I would make instead of like conflating them under the term of Gnosticism I would say that they're part of the anti-Christ spirit in general, right? Like it doesn't necessarily have to be Gnostic to be anti-Christ.
Yeah, I would say like there's distinct heretical like for example, Gnosticism, Marcionism, and Montanism, right? These would be three distinct classes. Like for example, right? In Gnosticism, right? They have a sort of syncretistic belief, right, where they combine elements of Zoroastrianism. They combine a bunch of different ideas, sometimes ideas from Plato, sometimes ideas from Judaism, right? So you got three distinct things going on there. You got Judaism, you got Plato, you got pagan redoing of certain Zoroastrian views and all this type of stuff. Now in Marcionism, right, Marcionists, they reject the law and they reject the Old Testament. They even say the Old Testament God is evil, right? But they don't claim that knowledge can save you. They claim it's salvation by faith alone, right? So they have a distinct creed than the Gnostics, and then the Montanists, they believe in a sort of Pentecostalism, right? So they believe you can get revelation if the Holy Spirit descends on you, right? And they have a bunch of prophetesses, and they got women and men praying together, and it's sort of a different sort of situation, right, than a Marcion or a Gnostic.
Right. I got something on Marcion here. It says Marcionites. Marcion, a native of Pontus, was the son of a bishop, but having corrupted a maiden, fled because he was excommunicated by his father. Coming to Rome, he then asked repentance from those who were there in charge of the church, but not having succeeded in this, he exalted himself against the faith and began to teach about three principles: good, just, and evil, and that the New Testament is alien to the Old, and to him who spoke in it. He and his Marcionites reject the resurrection of the flesh and admit not only one baptism, but two and three after the falls. They baptize others for the catechumens who have died. They also allow women to administer baptism without hindrance. The connection between the Marcionites and the classic Gnostics, I would say, is like it's the same principle that only these select few can understand this secret doctrine, whereas like Christianity teaches like all men are capable of salvation through the faith, right? So in that sense, like we would lump them in together, not that the distinctions don't matter, but rather they're under the same umbrella of heresy, right?
Right, because sort of the Montanists would say that everyone can attain the same thing. There's no like secret, gnosis, right? So, because everybody's just like in the church, they're just like, it's like Pentecostalism where you get the Holy Spirit in you, and you get visions and stuff. And this is what we were reading in 14:14, right? Of 1 Corinthians, right, where Paul's sort of critiquing this concept.
But yeah,
it's interesting.
Look at the Montanists. Yeah, I don't know a lot about them. I gotta look them up.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's like they got like, Montanus, Priscilla, and they got another like Maximilian. Where there's like all these people that are like part of that heretical sect. And I think Irenaeus writes about them too. I'm gonna most likely read that on my show today. Where Irenaeus talks about the Montanists, because Pagels goes crazy. She starts making speculations that Gnosticism is the same as the Jewish Kabbalah. It's crazy. And I'm like, okay, this is a pretty interesting passage. Like from this book, she's admitting a lot of weird stuff.
What's going on? All right. What's going on here? Okay.
Montanus.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so I got something on Montanism here. It says it was a heretical movement that originated in 156 and was named after its founder, Montanus. It flourished mostly in and around the region of Phrygia in Asia Minor, where early on its followers were called Cataphrygians or something. It spread to other regions in Roman Empire. This heresy arose at a time before Christianity was generally tolerated or legal in the Roman world. With the mainstream of the Orthodox Church prevailing against the Montanism, the movement died out within a few generations, although the sect persisted in some isolated places into the 8th century. While claiming conversion to Christianity, Montanist preached and testified when he purported to be the Word of God as he traveled among the royal settlements of his native Phrygia and Asia Minor. In these travels, he reclaimed the village of Papuza as the site of New Jerusalem. The Orthodox Christians, however, regarded his teaching to be heretical. He claimed not only to have received a series of direct revelations from the Holy Spirit, but personally to be the incarnation of the Paraclete mentioned in the Gospel of John, which is 14 and 16. Montanus was accompanied by two women, Prisca, sometimes called Priscilla, and Maximilia, who likewise claimed to be the embodiment of the Holy Spirit that moved and inspired them. As they traveled, the three, as they were called, spoke in ecstatic visions, and in the first person as the Father or the Paraclete. They urged their followers to fast and pray so they might share these personal revelations. His message spread from his native Phrygia across the Christian world of the 2nd century to Africa and Gaul. Prisca claimed that Christ had appeared to her in female form. When she was excommunicated, she exclaimed, I am driven away like the wolf from the sheep. I am the wolf. I am the word in spirit and power. Okay. Wow.
Hallelujah, holla back.
But yeah, you kind of see what I see with that is a clear example of like something like we would call pre-lust, where she's thinking that she's the word, the spirit, and the power all in one person. I mean, it just sounds quite diluted just reading that. It is generally agreed that the movement was inspired by Montanus' interpretation of the Gospel of St. John. He says, I will send you the advocate, Paraclete, the spirit of truth. Okay, the response to this continuing revelation split many Christian communities of the 2nd century, and the Orthodox clergy fought to suppress it. Bishop Apollinaris found the church at Ancrina or Ancira, something like that. Ancira, torn in two, and he posed the false prophecy. He quoted by Eusebius 5:16 and 5, but there was real doubt in Rome. Pope Aelurus even wrote letters supporting Montanism, although he later recanted them. That's in Tertullian Adversus Praxian. Okay. The most widely known defender of Montanus was undoubtedly Tertullian, one-time champion of Orthodox belief, who believed that the new prophecy was genuine, began to fall out of step with what he began to call the Church of a lot of bishops on modesty. Although the Orthodox Christian Church rebelled against Montanism within a few generations, elements of Montanism persisted. Inscriptions in the Timbris Valley of northern Phrygia, dated between 249 and 279, openly proclaimed their allegiance to Montanism. A letter of St. Jerome to Marcella, written in 385, refutes the claims of the Montanists who had been troubling her. Letter 41. A group of Tertullianists continue to exist in Carthage. The anonymous author of Pia Destinatus records that a preacher came to Rome in 388, made many converts, and obtained the church of use of a church for his congregation on the grounds of the martyrs whom it was dedicated had been Montanus. He was obliged to flee after the victory, as Theodosius the Great, who supported the Orthodox belief. Augustine records that the Tertullian group dwindled to almost nothing in his own time, and that the remnant of the group finally was reconciled to the church and surrendered their basilica. It is not certain whether these Tertullianists were Montanists or not. In the 6th century, John of Ephesus, at the order of Emperor Justinian, led an expedition to Propusa to destroy the Montanist shrine there, which was formed around the tombs of Montanus, Priscilla, and Maximilia. Okay, so it gives us some distinctions between these two beliefs of Orthodox Christianity and the Montanists. It says the belief that the prophecies of the Montanists succeeded and fulfilled the doctrine proclaimed by the apostles. The encouragement of aesthetic prophesizing contrasting with more sober and disciplined approach to theology dominant in Orthodox Christianity at the time and since. In other words, they were carried away by prophesying, that like seeing visions. And this was a point I was trying to make when Twilight was here, the imagination is like, this is the quote I was trying to find. I'm not to like take up all this time, but I think it is important to cover this. Why Orthodox, just to give a perspective on why Orthodox would consider something like this problematic. And it's the same reason we find the Roman Catholics problematic with their understanding of the rosary prayers. So, one moment. So this is something that Father Seraphim Rose said. He said, in a conversation, Father Seraphim explained the use of the imagination in Western spiritual systems of meditation while saying the rosary, reciting the stations of the cross, or doing the spiritual exercises of Ignatius of Loyola was not compatible with Orthodox spirituality and was forbidden because imagination came into use only after the fall of Adam and Eve. It is one of the lowest functions of the soul and the favorite playground of the devil, who can and does use human imagination to in order to deceive and mislead even well-meaning people. So they were trusting visions without proper asceticism and they were trusting visions without proper but without properly preparing themselves for something like that. And this is something too to think about is the majority of ascetics, they'll say like if they have a vision, they don't trust it outright. There's like a questioning, a testing of the spirit. It goes on to say the view that Christians who fell from grace could not be redeemed, in contrast to the Orthodox Christian view that contrition could lead to a sinner's restoration to the church. So they believe you couldn't repent and return to the church. The prophets of Montanism did not speak as messengers of God, thus said the Lord, but rather described themselves as possessed by God and spoke in his person. I am the Father, the Word, and the Paraclete.
Right.
Sounds very much like, like the New Age Pentecostal.
Right. Yeah, this is more New Age than the other stuff. Like Freemasonry is more Gnostic, right, or whatever.
Right.
Yep.
This is more like a Pentecostal spirit that's almost appearing as if it's Christ or the Holy Spirit.
Right. Because that's literally what Blavatsky said. She's like,
right.
Christ is gonna like wake up, and like Christ consciousness is gonna wake up in like each person.
Well, that's kind of an interesting point though, because we were talking about yesterday with that New Age magazine and Athenagoras and this Joaquim of Flores or whatever his name is. I don't say it correctly, but there's teaching of like a fourth age of the Holy Spirit.
Right.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Father Seraphim in that quote says that there is a root to this in Montanism. Now, if I would say something like, okay, Athenagoras was a Freemason and he's introducing Montanist beliefs, there is a connection there, right? But it's still a distinction that needs to be made, I guess, to understand the fullness of what's going on. So I agree with that.
Right. So
yeah, I agree with what you said.
And if you look at the book Against Heresies, it's like he lays all this out. He lays like the distinctions between all these groups, right? So it's like
absolutely,
so
and it's important to do that because it's like, what are we saying and why is it problematic? It's like a Freemason, we could connect that with Gnosticism, right? But what this Freemason's teaching, if he's teaching a Montanist belief system, it'd be better for the person discerning the situation to understand the distinctions between what makes Freemasonry Gnosticism and what makes this teaching about the fourth age of the Holy Spirit Montanist, and why these are condemned heresies from the Orthodox perspective, right? Like, I think that is important.
Yeah, it certainly helps boost your sensitivity to the issues and gain a level of historiography, right?
Right, and it guards you from like falling into these traps. Like, that's something that Orthodox Survival Course, written by Father Seraphim Rose, he sort of lays out all these issues throughout history that the church has faced. And what he's attempting to do is give Orthodox Christian, that's why it's called a survival course, it's to give them weapons against these ideologies that are trying to, like, subvert us and bring us closer to these wrong beliefs from our perspective, right? And that takes having a historical context to the things that could be trying to infiltrate the church. It says Jerome and other church leaders claim that the Montanists of their own day held the belief that the Trinity consisted of only a single person, similar to Sabellianism. So it's like Sabellianism was like the God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit were just changing.
It's like
mass.
Neoplatonism. Yeah,
it's like changing mass, right?
Yeah,
As
yeah.
opposed to the Orthodox view that the
Yeah, it's
Trinity is
modalist,
one
yeah.
person of three. Is one God of three persons, which Tertullian actually held that belief. So he had the traditional belief of the Holy Trinity. There were some who were indeed modalistic, monarchians, which Sabellians, and some of them were closer to the Trinity doctrine. It is reported that the modalists baptized mention the name of Jesus Christ as opposed to mentioning the Holy Trinity. So we see that with Protestants nowadays, that they refuse to say in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and they don't do triple immersion. They do single immersion baptisms in the name of Jesus Christ alone. And that I think that has to deal with this same belief system. As opposed to mentioning the Trinity, most of the later Montanists were of the modalist camp. That's interesting. And where I'm getting this, just for the record, this is the Orthodox Wiki, and I don't recommend this site too often because the person that runs it, I think he's a new calendarist or something. But even then, like for the majority of things, like if you look at like, for instance, this like Montanism, he's going to be pretty spot on. Oh, you see, Eusebius wrote about this in his Historia Ecclesia or Ecclesia or something. It's it'd be chapter 5, pages 16 through 18. You can find something on that.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Oh, they got a page full of heresies here, and like I'm right here. I'm like Bogomilism, Apollinarianism, Apothartodocetism. Wow, dude. I wonder what that is. Okay, there's this heresy Donatism. Have you ever heard of this?
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, but I'm not
This
sure
is what the World Orthodox claim we true Orthodox are. So what it was is, this is super interesting. So the Docetists basically said that the bishops had to be perfect. Like they couldn't sin. There couldn't be regular sins, right? Like they absolutely had to be perfect. And if they were perfect, they couldn't be a bishop. And
yeah, they were super ascetic.
Yeah, like they were sectarians, right?
Yeah, I heard about this.
Well, see, the World Orthodox claim we're like this, but they conflate heresy and sin. So a heresy is separation from God, right? And that's understood like within Orthodox tradition, that the moment someone falls into heresy, this is another level of a sin. It's still a sin, but it's like the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin.
Yeah, I think maybe the Ebionites were Docetists, or I could have that confused. But
Donatism. This is
Donatist. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Donatist. Yeah. So yeah, they might have been. But this was a heresy that St. Augustine was kind of going against. Well, the World Orthodox claim we're this, and what they say is they conflict. They say that the humanists are only sinning, right? So this is how they play it off, and that changing the calendar was just a sin. It wasn't a heresy. So there's nothing. So it was wrong for us to break communion over just a sin. But it's like you're saying a Freemason who's making reforms in the church is just sinning, and that's not heresy. You see what I'm saying? So they try to conflate these two things, heresy and sin. But that's how rhetoric, like, the Orthodox have always faced this sort of rhetoric from those that have
Right. Yeah, I
fallen
heard
into
about that.
heresy.
Yep. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
That whole debate.
sucks, dude. Because there's so many people who actually believe it, right? Like it's like I've had so many people come up to me or like just sort of like message me or whatever, and even like there's been people who visited the church who have asked that question. Is like, are you guys Donatist? And there's always this having to explain that differentiation. A good way to do it, I'll show you the way we refute this, like the polemic, is pretty interesting. So, and now this is a polemic that Father Joseph had actually put me onto. I didn't know about it until he showed me this. It's brilliant. So here it is. Okay, so separation from God. It is said concerning Abba Agathon that some monks came to find him, having heard tell of his great discernment, went to see if he would lose his temper. They said to him, quote, "Aren't you that Agathon who is said to be a fornicator and a proud man?" He says, "Yes, it's very true." He answered. They resume, "Aren't you that Agathon who's always talking nonsense?" He says, "I am." Again, they said, "Aren't you Agathon the heretic?" But at that he replied, "I am not a heretic." So they asked him, quote, "Tell us why you accepted everything we cast at you, but repudiated this last insult." He replied, "The first accusations I take to myself, for that is good for my soul, but heresy is separation from God. Now I have no wish to be separated from God." At this saying, they were astonished at his discernment and returned edified. So, in other words, Agathon is making a distinction when they're accusing him of fornication, when they accuse him of, being a proud man and talking too much. He accepts that. But the moment they say, "Are you a heretic?" he repudiates it because there's a difference between your normal sins that we can repent of and outright heresy, right? Now, if you conflate those two things, then you can pass it off as if the true Orthodox are sectarians, right? And it's like, no, there's a distinction.
Yeah, because it helps clarify the belief system. Because and actually, you know what? Some of those, like I'm pretty sure I've heard like Twilight say that he's gotten information from Irenaeus because there's just no information from the actual people themselves, right? So yeah, so
What, on like Gnostic beliefs and things?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, like he's so
Because they're the
carefully
ones who
described these
document it.
things. Yeah, exactly. Like he's so carefully described these things that some of the texts are used by modern Gnostics to explain their own beliefs, right? Which is just astounding, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, because they were like, they're the only ones who documented it, and you get pieces that they don't. There's pieces of those belief systems, and what was it? Because the Library of Alexandria was burnt down or something, that those papers aren't reserved or something. Like what is it? Is it that?
Right. Yeah, they're missing the texts that are in question.
Right. And so you have Irenaeus who had the text, and he's reading from them, like documenting it, as that was going on. I'm sure you could go to St. John of Damascus and do the same thing. Because he does, if I'm not mistaken, he's got an entire book just like Irenaeus, which is like a continuation. And there's another number of fathers who did that, like sort of were in the same line of polemic writing as Irenaeus.
So I have this theory that you can like look at the liberalism and how they're trying to spread the universalist message in all these traditions and make them more accommodating towards each other. And you can see the spread of capital, like in different countries. maybe you can create like a kind of, I don't know, statistical method and make a prediction. I think they're just, trying to like, Orthodox Church, make it more liberal, make them more inclusive. Same reason why they have inclusive diversity in Google. There was a leaked document from Google where they were talking about wanting to promote inclusive diversity because they want to, spread the capital and also make people more dependent on the fragile artificial system and stuff. So
I can give you a history on that, actually, like if you want. Go ahead, though.
So it's like a coordinated effort with these UGOs, NGOs, my bad, NGOs. So NGOs are working for stuff like UNESCO or working for like the UN and stuff, so they can
Absolutely.
Like, yeah.
And they're paying off organizations like the World Council of Churches.
Yeah.
And so so all these churches are taking those fundings and they'll kind of like, repeat the propaganda that's being pushed to continue the funding. Like that's really it. And it started in the 60s. See, a Freemason had come up with the idea of the World Council of Churches, and he used a Greek word, economia, or an ecumenical council, to sort of conflate the idea of an Orthodox ecumenical council where all the local churches come together to make a decision. And he said all Christian churches are going to come together to make a decision in a one world modernist religion. But yeah, John Mott was the first guy to sort of introduce this, and he was a Rothschild funded guy who, I think he was like something to do with the YMCA, something like that. I gotta look it up. John Mott.
Yeah, but it's like a chicken and egg kind of problem. Like, are the Freemasons, like, do they really believe in what they're doing, or are they just like closely coordinating with the multinational industries? Because the multinational industries benefit from the spread
Well,
of egoism too.
I'll tell you that I believe there is an aspect of them that actually believes, like the doctrine of Freemasonry, that they bow at every altar, right? Like if you read the Lost Keys of Freemasonry, Manly P. Hall describes the Mason sees Christ and Buddha and all these other religions as on the same level, describing the same thing. They're all myths, right? That are pointing to man sort of being Christ. In this book, Athanasius, the Church of Our Time, Bishop Rudolph Graber quoted a Freemason who declared that, quote, the goal of Freemasonry is no longer the destruction of the church, but to make use of it by infiltrating it. So I believe they do see benefit in infiltration of the church. And I do see the Montanist belief that there's a fourth age of the Holy Spirit. That's being taught by bishops like or patriarchs like Athenagoras and his the person that took over after him, Demetrius and Bartholomew, who are Masons. I believe they do believe that doctrine,
like the perennialist doctrine, basically perennialism.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
but,
that's
doesn't Twilight argue? Doesn't Twilight argue similar things? So he does have similar beliefs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's my question to him is like, if you're against these elite organizations and you're against Freemasonry and you're against all the New World Order, as he says, why does he have the same belief as them? And I think a lot of people need to ask themselves that question from this generation because they're so quick to fall into Gnosticism. But I would argue the reason that they are is because the propaganda that's been perpetuated by Freemasonry.
Well, that affects more than just the Christians. It also affects the Buddhists, the Muslims, and pretty much everyone else.
Exactly. But look, I could agree with you in this sense. Like, check this out. You're a Buddhist, right?
Yes.
Would you want your Buddhism to be conflated with my religion and Hinduism and every other religion?
No.
You see what I'm saying?
That's why I'm agreeing with you. That's
exactly. But that's what the Gnostic wants. You know, that's what
Yeah.
I mean. The Mason wants. He wants to conflate all religions into a world religion where there's no distinction, and it's for political purposes at the end of the day, like what you're talking about, because they can do business deals and, you know, further their infrastructure. And it's the same concept of having a one world government or a one world currency. It makes things easier for the lukewarm. And it's like you can have your religion as long as you bow to us. That's the concept of the World Council of Churches.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious. Yeah, I mean, like you give more pertinent details though. So yeah, but the World Council of Churches and other stuff, you know, it is kind of strange how there are lots of Gnostics and there. You know, I will tell you this now. You know, like I don't trust the National Socialists or the you know Anglo capitalists, you know, or whatever. You know, you see, all of them are united by, you know, wanting to project power. And when you want to project power, you have they utilize tactics like, I don't know, creating a universal narrative. You see what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, that's how they
Where
do it.
everybody can fit under one umbrella. And
Yes.
you know, Eustace Mullins says like fascism, communism, capitalism all came out of the Frankfurt's you know, out of Frankfurt, Germany, with the at the Rothschild, you know, house or something like that. Like I can't remember exactly what he said, but I mean I kind of believe that, like that, you know, that just in the same way the communists are willing to fund, you know, neo-Nazis or whoever to accelerate their goals of destabilization of a nation, why wouldn't the bankers be funding both sides of a war if they're guaranteed their return? If each of these let's say gangs, because that's really what they were, like the Bolsheviks were a gang, are accepting funds from these bankers, and it's like they don't care who comes out on top because they get paid either way. They're guaranteed their return in some way, right? Um, and I think the end goal for them, it's like who cares if these nations fight or these people fight as long as we have control of the money and the resources. And that's something the Rothschild said. He's like, I don't care who runs or is like the prime minister of a nation. It's who has control of the resources.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I read several thinkers. You know, I always thought it was weird how, you know, Guanon and Evola are perennialists. You know, I think perennialism is stupid. You know, like it's you know, and also it's fishy too. Like they do give some truths, but they also mix it with lies. You know what I mean?
I
The
don't
lie.
think that
Yeah.
I think there is a level to it where it's like they don't necessarily believe in anything. I think they're humanists at their root, right? And I think they'll believe anything that furthers their agenda for control over the world.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
that's
that's
right.
it. It's not actually a spiritual belief, but it's useful for the Zionists, for example, to make it out this myth that, you know, the collective Messiah has to control Israel and the world. You know what I mean? That's useful to have a spiritual belief like this, or pass it off as a spiritual belief, when in reality it's not based in anything. Like they just kind of made it up, you know.
Yeah, there are different levels of this anti-modernism. I think the level you approach it from is a valuable, important one. There's another level where the data level, the technological level, like Klaus Schwab, he said data, or forgot who it was, where I read it, I have to remember, but data is more valuable than the products they produce now. You see, I mean, we live in a kind of data monopolization era. You know, AWS and Azure, you know, they have like data centers in Europe, Asia, America, and they're all connected. You believe that? They're all gathering data from the cloud and storing that data. And, you know, it's like they're monopolizing data. And that really accelerated around the time of 2019. You know, so that level is also important. Like most people don't know about it. Like, you know about what I'm talking about, cloud computing, or not really? Like,
Yeah, I know a little bit about it. I mean,
yeah.
didn't Snowden kind of expose some of that stuff too? Like, I don't know. Are we
No,
talking about the same one?
Snowden was focusing more on like the government level. You see, like I forgot the name of it, But that's kind of different from the Amazon and the Microsoft level. You see,
I
those guys.
see. It's like
Yeah.
the corporations are gathering this
Yeah.
for a particular purpose.
Yeah, I can show you a map of where all the Amazon Web Services and Azure data centers are. You know, they're big data centers where they have like tons of servers, and you know the servers are collecting data from the edge. Like they can collect it from sensors, they can collect it from, you know, your phones, you know, and then they're like tunneling it to the cloud where they just store it for data analytics and stuff like that. You know, and more people don't know about it. You see, you know, the problem is AI. You know, just talking about AI by itself doesn't make sense. It's the AI interface with the cloud computing technologies that's dangerous. You see what I mean? Like when you
Right.
interface them, that makes it more of a global network. You see, like I mean, Klaus Schwab and Yuval Harari do at least tell us about this. You know, it's evil stuff, but they do kind of tell you. You know?
Well, I mean, don't they like release it in movies too? Like, you know, I mean, I remember like The Dark Knight sort of having the grid of phones where they could like view you in your apartment, hear what you're saying, and like it's like that's definitely happening, you know. But even with the data collecting, that's more in depth, like associated with propaganda. If they can direct your algorithm system to, you know, funnel you into more capitalist mindsets of like buying this product from this particular service, and this service is connected with, you know, these elitists that are funneling this money into like a militarianism system where they're going to use it to control the world, and people aren't realizing this, like we're funding our enslavement, you know.
Yeah, I
That's
agree. Yeah.
dangerous.
They also are, you know, refining the algorithms. You know, that's, you know, most of our tax dollars probably go into that. They're just refining the algorithm to better manipulate and make us subservient to the globalist system. Right? I mean, the techno liberalism or the, you know,
Right.
inclusivity and stuff like that.
And this is something like you know, I posted a video I think last month. Like I made it clear, like globalism and communism are the same thing. You know, it's just like an international communist um, world revolution. Like that's what, you know. That's the Trotskyite plan, like a constant revolution at all
Yeah,
times.
I would say that the capitalist system, the communist, and the national socialist, even the, you know, some of the Islamo communism stuff that emerged too. I think all of that is united by the desire of, you know, the globalist system. You know, they want global power. You see what I mean? And there's
Right.
yeah, that's the problem.
There's like the Western capitalist globalism versus the communist international globalism. And in a lot of ways, it, you know, they want it to seem as if like the US and let's say Russia are against each other. But the further you look into it, it's like since 1917, you know, Hoover's sending money to the Soviet Union, and there's like members of the Federal Reserve Bank saying, we feel like communism is the best system for Russia. Why is the Federal Reserve Bank telling Woodrow Wilson this? That's the best system for the Russian people, right? And it's like because the bankers would rather a totalitarian government running things because they're guaranteed returns, right? It's like if you're dealing with someone who's not willing to sell out their people and play ball, then, you know, they're kind of stifling your plans for world domination, right? And we have a situation where like there's a naivety or almost like a not care, like it's dog eat dog, where our political people here are willing to sell out the nation as long as their individual interests are, you know, covered. It's wild. But yeah, the Soviet and America like are working together. The Mossad's working with, you know, the CIA. The CIA is working with the KGB. It all feels like they're just like an army for the shadow government. I think Cooper's right about that, you know?
Yeah, don't forget MI6. Yeah, MI6.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
They're all connected.
They are all connected. Yeah, you know, that's the problem. You know, it's a pretty big problem. Yeah. You know, I was gonna say something, I forgot, but let me think. You know, yes, it is kind of a massive problem. You know, for many reasons. You know, besides the ones we touched on, another reason is ecological matters. It is very unsustainable. You know, what I mean, it's
Well, you
volatile.
look at we're already in like a communist system and we don't even
Yeah.
realize it. You know,
Yeah.
it's like the propaganda has got us to the point where we still believe like this is a free country, that we're capitalists and all this other stuff. But the reality is like you know, both sides of the politicians are, you know, the leftists are clear socialists and then the conservatives are neo-Trotskyites. So both are socialists, you know what I mean? Like they're commies. And we don't realize that.
Yeah.
And we're dealing with like a corporate globalism where it's like corporations are pushing us towards this enslaved system.
Let me ask you a question. You know, BlackRock and Vanguard, they have been going around and, you know, trying to buy people's properties, you know, and I think what BlackRock and Vanguard are responsible for is like the influx of immigrants and also a lot of work because they're trying to make house prices unstable or something. And, you know, they're just
They
trying
did that
to
in Russia.
Yeah, they did it to Russia. They're trying to do the same thing to America, so that way they can swoop in and buy people's properties, and you know, and then they have a renting
Well,
economy.
put it
Or
this way.
BlackRock.
During the Bolshevik Revolution, there was a question asked to one of the Rothschilds, like, aren't you worried about, like, you know, the Bolsheviks destroying your homes or whatever? And like, no, we're not worried about that at all. The price of homes went down during the revolution because more people were driven out, more people were killed. All these houses are going up on the market. People are selling their land and leaving Russia. When they did this, the Rothschilds bought up vast amounts of housing and land in Russia to control that for a later time. And then they sell it on the market for 10 times the price when the revolution's over. You dig what I'm saying? And they play with the markets like this all the time. Like they know what's going to happen because they're causing it, you know?
Yeah, both my dad and I figured out something like that is happening again in America. You know, it's happening.
Mullins talks about that actually. I mean, if you look at I have two videos from Eustace Mullins, the magical money machine, where he covers the Federal Reserve Bank, and now this is him going to. He went to congressional records to figure out his stuff on this issue, and then he's got another video I posted. It's called The New World Order. He wrote a book called The World Order, where he covers sort of like the Federal Reserve System and how they're manipulating the markets. Yeah, it's worth a watch. But he relates it back with Russia the same way. Like it's
give me that. I'll look into that later. I have looked into this stuff a bit, but I want to look into more. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, there's Mullins is real good with it. There's another guy, Anthony Sutton. Anthony Sutton, he's got a couple books on like the trilaterals over Washington, Skull and Bones, like this type of stuff, like how the Bolsheviks were funded by the Warburgs and the Rothschilds. Same with the Nazis. Like he there's a connection between all this. And if you really think about this, how are we supposed to believe, like a case with like in Germany, how are we supposed to believe this guy if the world's run by the Jays at this time, right? And the Germany was at that time as well. Like they had control of the banking system there. How are we supposed to believe this guy just got set up over Germany without any problem, without an assassination or any of that? Like, you know, if the Mossad and the Zionists are so strong at this time, why would it be problem? How could he get in his place? I guess that's the question nobody asked, and the answer is because they put him in his place. You know,
he got loans from the Bank of England, I think so.
Which is Rothschild. That's Rothschild money.
Yeah,
you know, and but I mean they wash it. So he could get it from like the Warburgs, you know, or Cohen Loan Company. These companies were Rothschild employees. Like, for instance, for a long time, there was talk that the Rothschilds didn't own anything in America. Well, in reality, they had the Cohen Loan Company, Loeb Company, as their face. So it's a different name, but it's still Rothschild owned.
Yeah, that's, you know, it's basically, it comes down to these wealthy families like Rockefellers, DuPonts, you know, Rothschilds. There are a couple more. I think one group that tends to go, you know, unanalyzed by people like you are the black nobility. Though those guys are like Pelevincinis. You know about the Pelevincinis? Oh, those guys are kind of fishy too. Or the Dio Brandis. You know about the Dio Brandis?
Well, yeah. Well, like in Italy, there's like 4 or 5 families that control the papacy, and that would be known as the black nobility, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, yeah. They're called like Pelevincinis, and you know, and also Dio Brandinis or something like that. I think that's what it is.
Yeah. I mean, you know, Mullins covers that as well. I mean, he talks about that a little bit. I think, you know, even then though, it's like they're all working together. Like
Yes, they're all
you're
working
not, you know, you don't get to that level without, I guess, like crossing lines with those people.
Yes, yes. They're all working together basically because they're the common interest of expanding their power, and so they do stuff like spread liberalism across the world. It's possible they want to change their strategies in the future though. So I don't know like what.
Well, I mean, so a lot of people say things like, well, it's not the Jays, it's these secret brotherhoods that, you know, are Freemasonry. And I would say, like, you know, to be honest with you, B'nai B'rith and the Rothschilds are at the top, right? I think Rothschild's at the top. I think B'nai B'rith is an offshoot of what the initial Illuminati was from Weishaupt, and it's continued to this day. And what Zionism is B'nai B'rith's political arm, right? It's like, this is how the Rothschilds are doing their bidding in the world. So I do think, like, at the top of the pyramid, you're dealing with basically atheistic, humanist Jews. You know, I don't believe they believe in anything, but they sell a spiritual belief.
Could it be like the top is like they're coexisting with the, I don't know, the Anglo elite or whatever, and because there are some books that argue that Tavistock, you know about Tavistock, and
no, I mean, I believe that they're working with them because you know, they say, like Herzl said, he said, those pigs, the Gentile Masons, don't even know what what they're working for or something like that. And I believe what he was talking about was B'nai B'rith, because all other lodges are subservient or beneath B'nai B'rith, which is the Jewish Masonry. That's at the highest point. Like, and I think they'll accept Gentiles or you have to be half Jew to even join. It's something like that. You know, reading the protocols talks about, and protocol 14 or 15, it talks about once they get what they need, then the Goyim Freemasons have to be destroyed. You know, and I believe that's the case. I don't know. I think they're
yeah. I don't like the Jays, the B'nai B'rith or Israel, but you know what I'm saying is that, let's say they got rid of, you know, then the Anglo Royals or, you know, like BP or whatever, or I don't know, the black nobility, they'll step in and it will perpetuate. It will continue still. You see what I mean? Because they have vested.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think as of right now, they're just like, they're still using them for their cause or whatever. Maybe the black nobility or the Anglo-Saxon royals that are subservient to the Rothschild family, because they are. You can find pictures of, you know, like one of the royalty getting poked in his chest by one of the Rothschilds.
Yeah, I saw that.
Picture like that. You know, so I mean, it's clear who's subservient to who. And I mean, the oldest Rothschild, one of the grandfathers, like, you know, the old quote where he's like, "I don't care who runs England as long as it's about who runs the resources," and that stands true to this day. You know, that's why one of them can poke one of those royals in the chest. You're not going to see anybody else do that.
Yeah, I think ultimately they have a kind of struggle. You know, like Putin is surrounded by Chabad, Lukavich, billionaire Jews. Like most people don't know that Putin is like surrounded by these billionaire Jews, and you know, it's like a
you know why that is?
Because they're puppets. Yeah.
No, well, yeah, that's true. But Henry Macau documents in his book, I think it's Illuminati 3 or 4. It might be 4. He says that Putin was actually raised by a Lubavitcher. Like, it's something like that. Like, he was raised in a Lubavitch household. Like his grandmother or something.
Yeah, just like Stalin. This is proof that he's
that's what it is.
That he might have been a Jew.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
his
he's like a Jew from Georgia,
his
right?
grandmother worked for Stalin in the kitchen or something.
There we go, dude. I think like Gurdjieff and Stalin might have met. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Well, Stalin, Tito, Freud, Hitler, and all of them were in Vienna at the same time.
Yeah, the last 100 years or so, a lot of, or maybe more than that, a lot of conspiracies are true. Like there's lots of like you think they're actually fighting, or like the narrative they tell you is true, but in reality, it's like the Jays or you know.
Well, look, like you got the picture of Woodrow Wilson, Churchill, and Stalin shaking hands, cross-armed like Freemasons. And supposedly what Cooper says is like at that moment, they decided that after, you know, that Stalin would be the next enemy or something like that in the world's eyes. Like they have to perpetuate the wars to keep the military industrial complex going, which is they're using the military industrial complex, all the funds that are going for these wars to support building their new world order. So.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I would say they already have built the new world order. They're just trying to strengthen it more now, basically.
Like it's gonna get to a point where it's just like a complete lockdown, like communist global gulag, you know?
Yeah, I mean, near my house, you know, they built a bunch of commie blocks, you know, like ugly looking houses, like stacked. You know, it wasn't there 10 years ago or 8 years ago. They built it because my area became a college town and they want more immigrants and more people going to the college and blah, blah, blah. And so the area is now more like densely populated and crowded. You know what I mean? It's more crowded.
Right. Now they're setting up their, you know, worker bee farms, man. And, you know, and that's why they don't, you know, I think there is a depopulation goal there, but there still has to be, like, they want worker bees. They need people, like, to make their things, you know. So I think they're going to perpetuate that. Like, whatever they can do to keep the system a well-oiled machine leading nowhere. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it does seem that way, yeah. I see it.
Yeah, all right. I guess let's do the while Unseen gets back. Blessings to the people. You know, I'm attempting to review part of this video here. Blessings to Earth Supporter. Thank you for watching.
You're trying to argue against the authority of nature in the world, which is an argument against God himself in a sense. And so they think, very Gnostic, to believe that the earth, the world, its constraints, nature is something like a prison that you have to escape. And the irony, as I've
It's weird. He's saying all this, but the guy in the debate, he takes the position that he loves nature and that he's a through and through materialist, so he wants to remain experiencing the material world, right? So none of what he's saying actually equates to, or none of what this guy says actually equates to them wanting to transcend nature, right? I mean, he wants to exemplify nature. He's sort of a techno-Gaianist as well as a transhumanist, right? To an extent.
Seen in the chat, so many smart people in my chat. That's why we have one of the smaller chats. That's what I like to say. The escape becomes the prison. Like the whole view that you have to escape something becomes the prison. As many of you said, living forever is a prison. That sounds like hell. Well, there's always some new thing to escape. It's like the Matrix, but it's fractal. Never-ending levels of Matrix that you're always looking at the thing to escape. Well, we escaped death. Now we need to escape the constraints of physical reality. Because look, if you escape death and you hypothetically made it so your fleshly being could exist forever, you're existing forever in a material nature, right? Well, now that's your new constraint. And then you have the constraint once you transcend the physical reality and you go full digital and you live forever. Now,
right. It's like he's very retardedly explaining the myth of progress. Right. Things don't actually get better. It's just an illusion that things are moving ahead. Yes, of course, you can always reach for a different goal, but that doesn't mean things are qualitatively gotten better just because you've kicked the can down the road. Right. So it's pretty obvious, that whole aspect of things.
You have the constraint of other minds. Why have other minds? Why not just craft a solipsistic, eternal, blissful, euphoric utopia forever? Right? A prison of your own desires. Why not?
Aging at some point. They've had plenty of studies that they've been able to do that in mice and things like that. So, but that said, it's also social movement. It's this idea that we can become superhumans. We can go off planet. We don't have to be, susceptible to breathing air, to choking on food, or.
See what I'm saying? What did I just say?
Yeah, but see, he's conflating going to space with escaping your material frame, or because that's what the Gnostics want to do, right? So just because you go to space doesn't mean you're trying to escape nature, right? It doesn't mean it's not the same level of escapism, right? So
it's never enough. Oh, the constraints of reality. This is like the same argument that atheists.
I don't think going to space means you're making a statement about the constraints of reality, right? You're simply going to space, right? So you're just moving around within reality, right? So it's not trying to transcend nature or reality, right? I'm not getting that.
Oh, if God exists, why bad thing happened? What do you mean? So your argument is, if God exists, why can't I not go underwater forever? That's a bad thing for me. I want to go underwater. I want to be able to breathe underwater forever. Same crap from Zoltan here. Well, we have to transcend every part of reality. I'm so tired of the laws of physics. It's so self-refuting. Oh, I'm so tired of, we got to transcend the laws of physics.
In being too cold or too hot. Eventually we can overcome these things, upgrade ourselves to become.
Oh God, what a gay position. It's like, you know what it is, you guys? It's let's remove the necessity of sacrifice. It's the most pussy bitch based position ever.
Wait, what? Sacrifice. That's an interesting word that he's employed here. He said, let's remove the necessity of sacrifice. And he means physical sacrifice to attain a goal. Right, but he's employed this term, which is obviously has spiritual connotations. Right, it's a debate in Christianity versus transhumanism. So he said you've removed the need for sacrifice. They do this a lot, where they encode their statements, right, to sort of make 2 points at once, right, without saying the other part out loud.
Zoltan, now I don't like him. I always like saying, like, well, I'd have a beer with him. Now I want to punch him. I want to punch him. He's like a kid saying to his dad, but I don't want to work hard and I don't want to sacrifice. I don't want to bleed. I don't want to sweat. I hate sweating. Sweating's icky. I'll punch you. Needs to be punched right in his face, not debated. He needs to be punched.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll punch him, you big fat pussy. Come on, dude.
Why are you so gay? Why are these people so gay? Why are they so gay? I just woke up groggy and I want to get rid of grogginess. So that's the next thing we're getting. Just woke up groggy and I want to get rid of grogginess. So that's the next thing we're getting.
I just woke up groggy and I want to get rid of grogginess. So that's the next thing we're getting.
I just get so mad. I just get so mad. I just get so mad.
Why he mad?
Okay, I've lost like a few IQ points at this point.
Why that man mad, bro?
I think that's the other ortho thug.
There's an ortho thug.
I stubbed my toe. I don't want a toe, so I got rid of my toe.
Hey, you know what, man?
I don't like.
There's been somebody who's been like commenting on my post, and they have the same icon of their show, Ortho Thugs or whatever.
Maybe it's Hello Listener.
It's somebody involved with them because I mean, and they're not happy about what I'm talking about. I'll tell you that.
It's probably the Jewish guy, Hello Listener, who's hiding behind the fact that he can't say Jew because he is a Jew, so he calls them Amish people. It's a very clever trick. And he's also like, he showed up on like Toilet Bowl Earth show when he was crying about like his parents or whatever. He was crying live, and Hello Listener was like his emotional support puppy. So so they got some kind of weird thing. And also I suspect the Ortho Thug show is basically them doing the TBE and EBT bit. Right? Like they're acting like how those guys act on their show. And so I feel like Jim Bob watching their show for so long, he was trying to get ideas for his new show. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it definitely seems very combative. I know that. Like my experience with the person that has this ortho thug tag, the conversations I've had with open surgeonists that are supportive of like the Soviet Union and Stalin and the Bolsheviks, like they're very open about it. It's the same behavior.
Yeah, you got to hit him with the the catacomb saints. You got to hit him with the American flag. All right, you got to be like, nah, bro, this X out that shit. You're Russian fucking fake ass religion. Get the fuck out of here.
It's crazy, dude. And they get extremely unhappy if you bring up Rocor history, like if like what happened in 2007, or a lot of their podcasts are getting angry because I've been covering the perestroika deception, which is like this concept that the Soviet Union didn't fall in the 90s.
Yeah, I seen that. Yeah,
it just took a new name. They changed from being the KGB to the FSB. Like Putin's a continuation of Soviet power. The Patriarch Kirill's still a KGB agent. The KGB is still fully controlling the Russian Orthodox Church. These are all things they deny, by the way. And they say the KGB doesn't exist anymore. Now, why, I mean, this is a talking point coming from Father John Whiteford. And they're pushing those polemics, and like, for instance, I know me and Joel went into one of their rooms one time amongst their people, and Joel had a picture of Russia's catacomb saints as his profile picture, and they put him in something called cringe containment and wouldn't let him speak, because they're worried that all the people they funneled into these discords and like these groups to funnel them into the Soviet Church or their world orthodoxy, if they find out about the catacomb church and true Orthodox and like the narratives they push are lies, they're worried these people will start jumping ship. And my guess is like I believe the Kremlin's funding these talking heads to perpetuate joining the Orthodox Church. And it might be like people like Jim Bob, people like Jay Dyer are actually Masons. I'm willing to say that straight up. of course, he like when I went on TBE, he was like, everybody I don't like is a Freemason. But he jumped into the comments. He left the conversation immediately. They don't want to actually talk about the subject. So
Yeah, I still have that recording, by the way. So it's cool.
yeah, you've seen how that went. Like he jumped
Yeah,
right
I
into
did,
the
yeah.
comments and started, speaking from there. And it's like, why didn't if you had something to say, why didn't you stay on the stage, dude?
And Jim Bob didn't say anything. He just fell out.
He
fell
fell
right out
out,
the
but then he
conversation.
went in the comments and he's commenting,
Yep.
like he's saying things to me in the comments. It's like, okay, dude, like, why are you so terrified?
Yeah, I seen it.
Yeah, like you're afraid, bro.
And
That's what
TB
Dyer
and
too.
EBT doing the slander thing because they were calling Seraphim Rose all these names and Jim Bob wasn't attacking them for it.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
So I wonder why that is,
Yeah,
but-
because he banned EBT from his chat for insulting Seraphim Rose, and then he brought
Yeah.
him back in his chat. So I guess he's forgiven for the insults.
Well, I
Crazy.
could see why EBT would be angry at a Seraphim Rose because he exposes Roman Catholicism as being a false, heretical religion. But the issue is even deeper than that because Seraphim Rose exposes the world Orthodox for bowing to heretics. Of course, now they're trying to canonize him, and they've got like some commission that's reviewing his life and considering canonization. But if they do that, here's the problem: they're going to have to admit that he considered himself a true Orthodox Christian, and that's why they don't want to canonize. And they'll even say things like, well, did he know that Father Herman was doing the things he was doing? Because supposedly there was some sex scandal with Father Herman, but this wasn't until after Father Seraphim died. So they're willing to slander his name and associate him with something that he wasn't a part of just to get away from the fact that he considered the catacomb saints true confessors and the true Orthodox agrees true confessors of the faith. That's how deep this whole conspiracy goes, dude.
Yeah. So let me think about something. You would say that, in a sense, the humanism is the origin of these problems when it started to escalate, like the precondition to the problem of some like humanism, right? Because you mentioned humanism.
Absolutely, I think humanism is a major factor into the issue, and that's rooted in idealism, and it's rooted in the I'll give you the actual breakdown because I have it here. 1 second. So this is something from lecture 3 of the Orthodox Survival course on the Renaissance. He says the life of the saint, which we just heard, Saint Paul of Obnora, gives us insight into a civilization which is exactly the opposite of civilization we are studying now. The Western civilization since the schism, which is the schism between Roman Catholicism and Orthodoxy, since the Middle Ages, in the traditional Orthodox civilizations such as that of Russia, very similar events repeat themselves. That is, there are barbarian invasions, monasteries may be laid to waste, the monastic life at one time flourishes, at another time it grows lax, and then again it flourishes. Saints rise up, the devil is constantly attacking, there are invasions from the outside. All this happens without disturbing the basic harmony and equilibrium of the civilization. The same thing is true of Byzantium. The same thing is true as in the West before the period of the schism. There is nothing that we could call new because once Christianity has been proclaimed, once Christ came and established his church, there is nothing more that can be new. This is the preparation for the end of the world. And people who are penetrated by the principles of Orthodox tradition do not expect anything new in this world. In the West, on the other hand, beginning already, as we saw in the last lecture, with the High Middle Ages, with scholasticism, Francis of Assisi, Joachim of Florence, and the element of romance entering into religion, the new political ideas, there's already the idea that something new is happening. Christianity is being improved upon. There's a search for some kind of new Christianity, even though they do not use that word yet. And this emphasis is increased in the period we study now, that of the Renaissance, the period after the Middle Ages, roughly 13 to 1600. We'll find in this period that what began in the Middle Ages is already now becoming an epidemic. And there are things that happen which are totally new in the history of mankind, or they did not exist before, now attain some kind of completely new level. The purpose of these lectures is to repeat why we should be studying the development of modern mentality, is so that we might understand why the world is the way it is today, what has gone into forming our own minds, so that we can be orthodox by rising up against all the false ideas, all false formations in our mind, and seeing what is true orthodox mentality and the true orthodox teaching. Now, this is where he gets down to it. He says, unfortunately, the end of this modern period, which begins with a schism, has produced a generation of people who are quite unaware of the past. And therefore, a person who does not know what his past is very easily becomes the victim of his environment, which is based upon an anti Christian philosophy. He becomes this by everything which is in life around him. And we're trying to understand those things which are in the life around us from a deeper philosophical point of view, so that even the music in the supermarket becomes something philosophical. It has at the back of it an idea which is supposed to give us a certain feeling which takes us away from Christ. And so the purpose of this study in Orthodox self-defense, the whole course is an examination of modern history from the point of view of Orthodoxy, which is rather a novel way to do it, because all history books are written from the point of view, either they begin with the idea that there is a dark age and then an enlightened modern ages, and everything is criticized from the point of view of modern enlightened scientific world outlook. Or else there's another school which says that Christianity, Catholic Christianity, is the standard, and the 13th century is the pinnacle, and everything else is falling away from that. And they're the other point of view. But our point of view is orthodoxy, and from the point of view of orthodoxy, it should be said that the period of the Renaissance is actually less significant than the period of the Middle Ages. During the period of the Renaissance, we see the most spectacular changes and differences from ancient Christianity. But the actual period when the big changes occurred, which were later to read the Renaissance and beyond that, occurred as we saw in the last lecture in the period right after the schism. After this, everything becomes a logical deduction from that first change, because once orthodoxy has been left behind, there's nothing but the playing out of the new principles which came in, and all the principles which began in the Middle Ages will be worked out right up to the present day. So that actually today, the forces which are shaping history are just the same as they were in the 13th century, only have they obtained a more advanced form. The period after the Middle Ages is called the period of the Renaissance, the rebirth, that is, rebirth of antiquity. It is the age of so-called humanism. Okay, so here's where I'm kind of getting at. And it's very clear already what is the basis of the new epoch. We saw that the period of the Middle Ages was dominated by scholasticism, that is, the reason which becomes autonomous, reason which is placed above faith. And this reason, as Koryevsky very well saw in the 19th century when he was criticizing the West from the Orthodox point of view, very quickly turned against Christianity. First, it was supposed to be the handmaid of faith and serve Christianity, improve all the dogmas of the faith, improve a great many of other things also based upon authority. The authority both of scripture, of the early fathers, mostly Augustine and Aristotle, since it was believed that Aristotle had the true view of nature. But in the age of the Renaissance, this reason turned against religion, because if its reason is autonomous, it's able to develop its own principles. There's no reason why it should be bound to religious content. And also, we saw in the Middle Ages that great movements of Francis and Joachim were very monastically, ascetically orientated. But in the Renaissance, there was a complete reaction against that. And again, this simple matter of the context in which the new ideas arose and changed, and therefore no longer were people interested in either monasticism or having reason serve theology. And so we find in this period that the idea of monasticism and asceticism is treated extremely negatively, because the interest in the world has now become awakened. And so it was natural that at this period, Western man turned away from the church to pagan Greece and Rome, the monuments of which were all over the West, and especially in Italy. And one writer has even said at this period, pagan Greece and Rome had their revenge on Christianity, because that pagan antique ancient civilization had been overthrown by Christianity. The ancient pagan civilization, which placed man first, was first overthrown by Christianity. And now, when reason turned against Christianity, this ancient paganism had its revenge on Christianity, being united with reason. And in its turn, this paganism gave a great impetus, a great push to an ideal of total worldliness.
That's from
So this is
Seraph
how
Ambrose.
humanism developed. You
That's
see?
from Seraph Ambrose. What
Yes,
book?
from his
What?
Orthodox Survival course. And so he's talking about the development of humanism and what actually happened. It was the philosophy of the philosophers that had initially been used to prove the dogmas of the church. Now they're being taken out of that context of faith and now being applied to pagan worldliness, and turning against Christianity. So it's a synthesis between, reason and pagan philosophy joining together as a revenge on Christianity. So that's where these ideas sort of develop at this point. He says, so the ideal of the Renaissance is the idea of natural man and also of a natural religion which is understandable to reason without any special revelation. One of the great humanists in the North, Aramis, found in Greece what he called the philosophy of Christ, that is, in pagan ancient Greece. Quote, when I read certain passages of these great men, he wrote, of the Greeks, I can hardly refrain from saying, Saint Socrates, pray for me. Of course, he probably did not pray to the saints, it did not pray to Socrates. What he means to say is these pagan people are taking the place of the saints. So it is in this epoch that man was discovered, and there is a tremendous interest in oneself, the individual. There is a very good book on the subject of the Renaissance in Italy by Jacob Burckhardt, a 19th century scholar. By the way, there are quite a few good scholars in the 19th century and early 20th century who studied quite thoroughly their subjects, which seldom happens anymore. And they, even when their viewpoint is usually a quite agnostic or even atheist, because they so thoroughly investigate their subject, you can see quite clearly what's going on. And he treats a lot of the ideas which were prevalent in this period in Italy, which is the first place of the Renaissance, which later spread to the north. But there's a book by John Herman Randall called The Making of the Modern Man. And this is one of these agnostics he's kind of talking about that actually gives a valid critique that could be viewed from an Orthodox perspective as correct on the humanist issue, although he seems to be a humanist himself. And that it's a book from 1926. And in this book, he says this. He says the Renaissance cared for less than did the Renaissance cared far less than did the 13th century, carelessly appropriating new worlds which never bothered to see as they were, but that enhancement of personality that comes with power. It is for this that Faustus is groping. Philosophy is odious and obscure. Both law and physic are for petty wits. Divinity is based on the three. 'Tis magic, magic that has ravished me. 'Tis magic indeed that ravished the age, the magic that abandons understanding to gain power. The power comes easily, but without understanding, it is soon squandered in petty childishness of Faustus' desires. He has lost his soul for mere voluptuousness. The barbarian North has rarely paused in this yearning for power to question to what end. It is not too much to see in Francis Bacon that the prophet of the fruits of science, who blindly opposed the scientific discoveries of his own day, who knew that knowledge was the power to affect all things, possible and fell or for lack of common honesty, the very epitome of the Faustus spirit in which the modern world has wasted its boundless gifts of nature's secrets. Our science has indeed been too often a mere magic, a black magic that brings destruction. We know the secret of the atoms and invent torpedoes and poison gases, and yet back of all this became, how does he say it? Baconian thirst for power that led to the dull degradation of Manchester and the imperialistic massacres of Armistar. There's an inner striving for something beyond that counts the products as mere baubles after all. He says the monk was gone. and his strivings for perfection beyond life gave way to the striving for a fullness of life. It is for others to decide whether this was an advance. We can only record and murmur what Bruno and the Elizabethan of Italians. Even if the longed for goal he never reached, even though the violence of the striving consumed the soul utterly, it is enough that it should burn so nobly. So this humanist is basically saying like it's no longer the age of the monk. You know what I mean? So he's making the point that Father Seraphim was making, like there's this rejection of asceticism and sort of, he's even questioning, is this a superior form of life as we descend more into the black magic science of this Faustian spirit of the modern age?
Yeah. Can you do me a favor later? Just take the excerpts you read and put them on the Discord. I will read them
Yeah, I got
again
you.
more thoroughly. I do
Yeah.
respect your anti-modernist perspective, anti-humanist perspective. I do have my own view. I actually, I'm not trying to get into argument here, but do you think
Yeah.
the anthropocentrism inherent in, like, I don't know, like Islam, Christianity, Orthodoxy, it could have like created the potential for the virus of humanism to sprout. You see what I mean?
Well,
Like,
I don't think that we deny that. Like, I think that, except the framing's different, right? It's like, instead of blaming Christianity for the reaction, I would say that the reaction was already there. That's why paganism's turning against Christianity by combining with reason. In the Renaissance, it's like this had existed in Rome. It was the dominant worldview. The pagan philosophers were highly respected. It wasn't until Christianity came and sort of like flipped the world back right side up from our perspective. And then it's not that we created this reaction, rather this was a monster that had been buried under a rug that sort of is coming back to life to get revenge, and it's not like, so to blame it on Christianity is basically saying like, how could we be the blame for something that already existed? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it seemed like some of the pagans, they seemed to not respect monotheism because there was no representations of the gods, right? So they would say,
Right.
well, and the
Yeah.
gods were anthropomorphized within the pagan traditions already, right?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean,
that's my point. It's like if the tradition is already there, right, and it's just now combining again in the Renaissance, and it's actively, viewing Christianity as competition and as something that has to have revenge on. Is it the Christians' fault that this monster has developed to try to overtake it? You know what I'm saying? I would say no, because it's like, you wouldn't blame the superhero for trying to fight the supervillain. You know what I mean? I don't know.
yeah, I mean, I'm not blaming Christianity. I'm saying that it's just a conditional statement. Like, you need two things: anthropocentrism and a notion of progress to have the humanism, sprout up. I think so. Like, those are like prerequisites.
If you take Islam, Judaism, and Christianity and combine them, with Greek philosophy, that does happen. Like as Seraphim Rose said, right? It seems to be an end result of focusing on the humanistic elements within the Greek philosophy to explain the religions. Right?
It's cherry picking, right? Whereas from an Orthodox perspective, it's like by the time you get to St. Justin Martyr, and even prior to this, it's like Christianity is seeing the rhetoric and the reasoning that is behind Greek philosophy as just as much a part of the logos as anything else in the world, if it's directed towards truth, right? And it's like they seen the Greek philosophers as below Christianity. They seen Christianity as a superior philosophy, and that the pagans, philosophers only had snippets and only seen broken pieces of the fullness of truth that would be found in the Christian, system. It wasn't until those monks brought those books from the pagan philosophers after the raid of Constantinople into Europe that you have these kind of people cherry picking the ideas from the philosophers, disconnected from the Christian understanding of those monks that brought those books. And they're saying, wow, look, they're talking about particles, and they're talking about, and then they develop these sort of systems that get their revenge. They, because Europe had yet to really find the fullness of orthodoxy. So what do they find? They add their, European paganism to the Greek philosophers, and you get a synthesized, more hefty ideology that's competing with Christianity now. And it's dishonest a lot of times. Unfortunately, it's dishonest because they're cherry picking.
Yeah, but syncretism was existing even back then. Like Judaism, the idea of Satan came from Zoroastrianism. Like that's like accepted.
I would disagree with that. I've heard that, right? Yeah. But the concept of Satan, I think, there's a very different concept between Satan of Zoroastrianism and the Satan of the Old Testament. And, from our perspective, there's no religion. And I know modern scholars are going to have a problem with this. And a lot of people have a problem with this statement, but I go off of the saints. I'm not depending on modern scholars to tell me my religion. I go to the great ascetics. So in the case of St. Augustine, he says, there's never not a time that Christianity didn't exist. What does that mean? In the sense that if we believe that God created the entire world and everything in our world, there was never not a time that the church didn't exist, in the sense that from the beginning, God created the angels. He was there in the beginning. He creates the earth. Moses is receiving a revelation of bygone times, right? This is a vision that he's documenting that's from an earlier period. The time period that Moses wrote it isn't important as to when was the vision given to him. What time period was the vision given, and what, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it's sort of a different thing. I think maybe if I read Zoroastrian scriptures, they sound a lot like sort of Judaism, or like a lot of the teachings that I think are right in the Old Testament, right? Maybe some of the ones that are right in Islam and Christianity as well. Right. So I see a lot of true stuff in Zoroastrianism. Too much true stuff to ignore. I think I think possibly there's the founders of that religion were rightly guided prophets. Right?
Well, I think that in this sense, okay, so there's 3 sages, right? That Herod asked to go meet Christ when he's born, right? You know what I'm talking about.
Right, the Magi. Yeah, exactly.
The Magi, right? And they're supposedly Zoroastrians, okay? And they're studying the stars and looking at the stars. And, just like the Virgin Cybele, these were pagans that in their pursuit of truth, God revealed revelation even to them in their paganism, and it's like this isn't near a narrow or a broad take. This is like a mean between extremes, as Aristotle would put it, on how Christianity views truths within pagan traditions. We see it as like snippets or pieces of the universal truth that is Christ. So it's not something that is like, it could be used to turn against Christianity to disprove it. We rather see that as further proof of the universal truth that is Christ being revealed even to the pagans, because it says that in the scriptures, right? It's like even the Gentiles in their consciousness know the Lord in some way, right?
I just want to clarify something. The universal truth that's revealed by Christ, or some kind of revelation, I would say that unique to Islam and Christianity, because I actually do not like Zoroastrianism being claimed by non-Iranians. Zoroastrianism was an ethnic-based religion, and I don't like white people going around and claiming my ancestors' cultures, or that they were my ancestor, or that I'm a mongrel, stuff like that. So, I can sympathize with your Christian worldview and blah, blah, but I'm a little bit more, like, I would have preferred Iran to remain Zoroastrian, to be honest, and to stick to itself. Kind of
well,
like
we
the way
would see
India
those
remains Hindu.
magi, like those magi who were
Yeah.
Zoroastrians, as being true prophets in the sense that they were guided by God to follow those stars, and we consider them actual saints within our tradition.
I see. Well, that's within your
we wouldn't say
tradition.
that they were Zoroastrian. It wasn't the fact that they were Zoroastrians that made them saints. It was rather that they heeded the call of God to do what He asked of them.
But that's within your tradition. Zoroastrians were no friends of Christendom. They were not friends of Christendom.
No, of course not. And like Christianity was such a radical system because it went against Zoroastrianism and the Greeks teaching and Judaism and every tradition that was out there, really.
Well, that's the thing, is that the Sabians and the Manichaeans, they successfully combined these things. So
that's true. Those guys are different. Yes, those guys are different. Yeah.
But I think that the problem with something like the Sabians is that they had too narrow of a view, or too broad of a view, rather, where they feel like they have to assimilate these traditions if they find pieces of truth in them. So it's like they can't distinguish between the truth that has been pieced in the tradition from the truth of the fullness of the tradition. And that's something the ascetics sort of talk about. That's why you have a book written by Irenaeus on the heresies, because there's a distinction between truth and falsehood, and you can find pieces of truth in those pagan traditions. You can, but also we understand from St. Justin Martyr that there was Satan was revealing things to the pagans based on things he might have overheard while he was in the heavens before the fall of the plan. So you'll have snippets and pieces of ideas that would be further found in Christianity. And why? And from our perspective, according to our saints, is because Satan wanted to delude people and carry them away into false teachings. Now, you'll have the scholar who looks at that and says, well, that's crazy, you're just coping or whatever. But according to us and our saints, that's not a cope at all. That makes perfect sense according to our tradition. How wouldn't a fallen angel who was, in the kingdom not know a bit of the plan? And if he did know a bit of the plan, wouldn't he use it to subvert people away from the truth? If he's the father of lies, so.
Yeah.
But they'll bring up things like Mithras or something like this. A lot of people don't realize this, but Mithras was a tradition that started 200 years after Christ. So the belief of virgin birth and all this other stuff, this was 200 years after Christ, and they backtrack it and say that it was, 200 or 300 years prior to Christ. So they do things like that. They'll backtrack a belief system and say that it came before as a got you when it didn't. And even if it did,
complicated. Yeah, Mithra is I think the Roman one is substantially different from what was, on the steppes or Iran or India, because they have Mithra too. But the Romans took Mithra and they colored it with Neoplatonism.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is like, what was the Mithra prior to Christ coming known to have been of a virgin birth? You know what I mean? Like we're talking about that documentary they released. I knew the person that actually released it. It was my girlfriend went to the same school as him, the Winston-Salem School of the Arts. Zeitgeist, that film.
It's St. Peter Joseph. Yeah, you told me this before.
Yeah, so that particular documentary is full of lies like that, where he's saying that Christianity and these pagan traditions have the same structure, like virgin birth, this thing, and then when you examine it, the context is completely off, and it's been disproven. Like you could find entire websites that prove like he's being intellectually dishonest, and he's
Yeah.
not being honest about his time.
That's the scholarly consensus agrees with you. The academic
Yeah.
consensus agrees
Yeah,
with
he
you.
took it from this lady who wrote the book Christ Conspiracy named Acharya S. And then
Yeah.
she actually took a lot of her writings from a 33-degree Freemason named Gerald Massey.
Exactly.
who
You see what I'm
basically
saying?
combined-
Though?
Yeah.
So these concepts, and this is something like it reminded me of like Frankfurt School youth cults or something, right? Where it's like, how do we get the youth through a propaganda film to follow a Masonic doctrine that isn't true, where you distort history, right? And this again goes back what Father Seraphim says, that from the 1300s on, we're seeing this being repeated time and time again by the humanists, which is what Freemasonry really is. You know, it's an atheistic mindset that's anti-Christian in tone, and everything is to reject and refute Christianity. So there's a number of belief systems that branched out from that. Darwinism's one of them, you know, which leads to things like Hegelianism and Marxism and, you know, communism, and all these belief systems sort of developed out of that period of the Renaissance.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I agree with that. Yeah. So most of it. Yeah, I agree with most of it. Yeah.
Well, I would say, like, be honest with you, there's that book, I'm going to send it to you. It's Orthodox Survival Course. And if you were like, put it this way, if you want the perspective of an actual Christian perspective, and I'm talking about ancient Christianity, I'm not talking about what most Westerners consider Christianity. I'm talking about what the Greeks considered Christianity, right? And we can go to those early patristic texts, that viewpoint, which is very rarely seen by the West, or you know, even the East now. In a lot of ways, even the Greeks have lost their that truth. You know, I would call it distilled truth. It's an amazing perspective, because I haven't seen anything break down history in that way, because we're given a very particular view of history, which I would say would be leaning towards that paganism that you know, combines with reason, right? Is like, that's the worldview we get. We very seldom get to see the perspective from the other side of that.
Would you say most authentic Orthodox are anti-modernist the way you are? Because you are anti-modern.
I would say true Orthodox Christians are, and like, there's still some world Orthodox that have traditional views, and they're few and far between. And at one time, maybe in the 70s and 80s, you could say that there was a remnant within world Orthodoxy, but I believe that remnant has dwindled significantly, like to the point where there might not exist anybody there that is traditionally minded, you know, because if they were traditionally minded, they would have broke communion by now. That's my feeling towards it, because there's no way yeah, you know, if you want the traditional view that you're going to get from a book like Orthodox Survival Course, you have to go to the true Orthodox Christians, because they're the only ones that aren't giving into modernism. These other people want to combine with the Presbyterians, they want to combine with the Roman Catholics, and they don't know the importance of orthodoxy. They don't know the importance of those early saints and that first 1,000 years of Christianity. They're not staying true to that first 1,000 years. And if they did, you would see, they would understand why these belief systems are problematic from an Orthodox viewpoint. And as we see, if these people are accepting ideas like Chiliasm, and you know, what's the theistic evolution, you know, these are all modernist concepts that develop from the Jesuits and different things, you know, and it just combines with orthodoxy and has an appearance of being orthodox and traditional, but it isn't. I think the greatest struggle of modern man is to find out what orthodoxy is. I know that's been my struggle, and like, even when you find it, it's being true to the tradition. If someone were to treat the tradition as if they were to treat any other tradition and they got to the root of it, I believe that there's a gold mine of wisdom that's needed for modern man to cope with the world we're in. Like if I didn't have those patristic texts, I would have been probably still like doing the same old things I once was. It's been life changing for me at least, because it's just forgotten. It's like important truths that are there, and there's a treasure trove of them that we can access, and especially at this time. There's Greek and Latin texts that have never been translated into English that we can easily translate now. And the more I look into those texts, I'm finding out things the scholars don't admit or don't know. It seems very clear the scholars are avoiding this subject. And it's unfortunate because it's a tradition that's owed, I believe, a scholarly pursuit just as well as Chinese philosophy. Why it's not treated in the same, why the Orthodox ascetic saints aren't treated in the same light as a Lao Tzu is beyond me, because they're in the same line. I feel like he's a proto-Hesychus, in the same way you have Saint Macarius the Great of the desert. Like this is a Lao Tzu in a sense. If you read the words he's saying, it's just as impactful. It's just as there's a divine spark, a sacredness to the things he's saying, and it's multiple. Like
sorry
that.
Boy, y'all sure do like that word divine spark. So does the artificial intelligence that they want me to use.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off, but you're saying there are no good scholars about these Orthodox saints? Like,
no, I think there is good scholars out there, but
Okay.
it's few and far between, because what you'll have is like there'll be a Jesuit scholar that'll like cover Leontius of Jerusalem or something like that, right? And they have this problem because of scholasticism. They'll question it. Like, for instance, I'll give you an example. Leontius spoke about a monophysite by the name of something the cat. Like I forget his first name, but anyways, there was a third of this person. So Timothy the cat, right? Well, there was a Timothy the third. And scholars will say, well, how could Leontius be talking about Timothy the cat when he was 100 years prior to this situation? And once you look into it, you find out that there was Timothy the third that went by Timothy the cat of the same time period that Leontius is talking about. And he's talking to a Severus and a Colonimus, and they're sending letters to each other, so we can corroborate that he's not talking about Timothy the first, but he's talking about Timothy the third. And scholars will look at this and say, well, this is impossible, but it's because they don't have the context. And where do you get that context? It's further research into the tradition. You have to look at the letters of Colonimus and the time period of Severus to get that. That's a big problem with scholars, I see, at least. It's like they're not doing the proper research.
Yeah, that's most of them, but there are a few that do the proper research, right? Just a few, like,
Right, and usually those they come from theological schools, like like they're actual monks. You know what I'm saying? Like the best ones I've come across have worked at monastery or lived at monasteries and have actually translated the text from Greek to English and knew the language. And
there's a similar thing with the Buddhist, the different schools, and I'm pretty sure
right, like if you would go to
yeah.
Someone that was teaching Lao Tzu, you would want, like, for instance, like the leading scholar in America in the 60s was Jiming Xing, and he was directly taught in China by the Chinese philosophers the teachings of Lao Tzu and other philosophers of China. Would you rather learn under somebody that had a direct connection to the tradition, or would you rather a scholar that has just read books from other scholastics? And I think there's a difference between the scholasticism of scholars and the traditionalists that are actually a part of the religion that they're researching. or philosophy that they're researching.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's applicable to many traditions. Yeah, it's a kind of
Absolutely.
issue. Yeah. Like they translated the Lotus Sutra. One translator tried to make it more gender neutral, believe it or not, and like that's crazy. Like,
That's exactly what I'm talking about. You see what
I
I'm
know.
saying? It's like,
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
if they're going into the tradition already with like a modern filter and they don't have the equipment to sort of put the text in context in the tradition that it's in, then they're not meeting the text on its metaphysical ground, but rather putting it through the filter of modern scholasticism. And when you do that, you take everything of value from the wisdom of the text, and you put it to the light of your so-called enlightened modern mind. And almost it just feels like they look at the past as if everybody was stupid compared to them. And there's always this questioning, and a lot of times scholars will question things that are completely true, like the oracle bones or something like that. Like they question the meaning of a particular character in Chinese where someone translated as divining, and they argued, well, that can't be the term. And then the oracle bones came out of the ground and they ended up finding out that that letter actually meant to divine. Okay. So oftentimes scholars are incorrect, even, and they'll go to the traditionalists and see them translating something correctly, and they'll question the traditionalists because they feel like they're superior, and it's an ego thing. You got a lot of cognitive issues, and again, it's rooted in, like we were talking about, this Renaissance paganism turning against Christianity. And all tradition, really, because it wants to put these traditions in the cage of progress and say that progress is superior to the tradition itself.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, you're very good at rhetoric. No, not rhetoric, but argumentation. Yes. So I see your perspective. Yeah, you should probably have you tried debating other Orthodox who are more progressivist?
They
And,
block me. They block
oh,
me,
yeah.
and they block most of us.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what's
they don't
weird
wanna
is,
talk to us.
yeah, like a lot of us tried to like debate like some of the influencers and stuff, and yeah, that's their general attitude. Like this guy here, like who's on the screen now, he refuses to talk to me, block me, refuses to debate. So
I
it's
would
like,
love to debate a Jim Bob, dude, and
yeah,
I would get on camera with him. I would do you know what I mean? I don't mind doing that. There's like, I'm not like hiding or something from these people, and
right,
we've put out a
the other
challenge
way
to Jay
around.
Dyer. We've put out a challenge to these people. I've jumped on their shows.
Yeah, they're hiding from you.
Yeah,
Seems like.
I mean, and what it is they want the reins, right? They want to keep the reins. That's why, like, if we bring up, let's say, the Rothschilds, you'll see next week DPH posting a video on the Rothschilds. They want to make sure they're viewed in the light that they're the ones revealing all the truth, and they're the trusted, it's gatekeeping.
Yeah, or Anthony of Westchester or Westgate or whatever.
He followed me, man. He followed me recently, and I had joined. See, this is something about him. I was researching some of his work on the Kabbalah, right, from an Orthodox perspective, and I found what he was revealing fascinating. You know what I mean? I agree.
Yeah, same. Yeah,
I thought it was fascinating. So I joined one of his discords, and I was like, "Well, I'm the guy who translated the Princess what's her name? It's a book called Maternal Lament, The Maternal Lament of Mother Russia, and it's a book that was banned in Russia because in it the woman documents how Sergius pointed out churches to bomb, right? So I pointed out, like, yeah, I translated this, long lost book of of the Catacomb Saints, and it was supposed to be translated by Father Seraphim Rose. It was given to Father Seraphim Rose in the Platina Monastery by Archbishop of Verki, and there was a spiritual son of one of them in Russian, right? And I became friends with him, and he
Right.
sent me all these unreleased audio recordings, and he had this book that was in Russian, and I translated that book into English for the first time.
Right.
So I was like telling these guys about this, and I had recently done this, and I like sent them a copy of the book, and I was hoping maybe because they covered books on their channel, right, that they would cover the book. That's what I was hoping for. But no, that's not what happened. They immediately kicked me out. They trash
Wow.
talked me. They called me
Interesting.
crazy. You know what I mean? Like, it was crazy, dude. And all I was trying to do
Fascinating.
was have a scholarly conversation about a subject that I found important, you know, in this book that I had just completed, you know. But yeah, but then, you know, a couple months later, recently, he adds me on X as a friend, and it's like, whoa, didn't you just kick me out of your server? You know what I mean? Like a couple
Right.
months ago. But now that you see where my research is going, now you're interested. Like, what's going on, dude?
Yes.
Which I feel like that's the steal for me. You know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
you're not talking to me or like discussing these things. You want to steal from me, dude.
Well, I hope you can debate more orthodox Christians regarding these issues of, you know, humanism versus anti-modernism, you know, which is truer to the anti-modernism and it's truer.
Modernity.
Yeah,
You know,
modernity.
it's modernity, brother. And
Yeah.
well, see, the big issue why they don't want to face this, because if they were to actually have a conversation about these issues, they would have to admit that the jurisdictions that they're involved in are playing the game. Like, for instance, there was a podcast recently by one of the World Orthodox guys. I forget his name. But in it, they were talking about the New World Order, and they were like, you know, we're safe from the New World Order as long as we're in the church. And I go into the chat and I said, what if the hierarchy in the church starts going along with the New World Order agenda, right? And the two people on the podcast like, well, we've seen that in 2020, and then their moderator, which is Slowboard Whiteboard, was like, get out of here. You're a true Orthodox schismatic. You know what I mean? So they don't want to have a discussion about these issues. Like, what if the hierarchy is accepting funds from UNESCO, which is giving it, you know, which developed humanism, you know? So the people that develop humanism are funding your church, and you're in communion with people. You know what I mean? So they don't want to actually get into the ins and outs, because if they did, they'd have to admit that they're along with the ride.
Yeah, they're not as sincere and authentic in their beliefs. You know what I mean? Basically, they don't want to admit that.
No.
Yeah.
And see, they want to play as if they are, and then the ones that are truly convinced, see, they'll give lip service. So they'll say things like, yeah, we believe ecumenism is a heresy, but my bishop's still Orthodox. And within Orthodoxy, there's a concept called the golden chain. So everything flows down from the synod of bishops. So your patriarch, and then there's the synod of bishops, then the synod of bishops, then there's the priest, then there's the deacons, then there's the lay people, right? There's like a hierarchy here. And if the top of your hierarchy isn't directed towards orthodoxy and the synod's not directed towards orthodoxy, then how could your bishop being put in place by this synod be orthodox? Even if he disagrees with him, he's submitting to people that don't have the same agreement. So there's a link off in this chain. And if everything flows down from that bishop, from the patriarch, bishops, priests, laity, and there's a link off in this chain, that means there's a compromise here that's unacceptable, right? And within Orthodox tradition, it says that we are to break communion with those that go against the teachings of Christ. This is something that St. Paul said, that, you know, if anybody doesn't accept the tradition as handed down by us, let them be anathema. So by staying in communion with people with different beliefs that are giving into modernism, that are, you know, doing rituals with pagans at the World Council of Churches, your bishop knowingly seeing this makes him complicit. He can have lip service where he said, I'm against ecumenism, but if he's communing and kissing the hands of ecumenists, what does that mean? Right? And they're blessing the sacraments for you. You know, this is an acceptance of Antichrist, and it becomes this thing where we understand it's lukewarm. It's you saying, well, yeah, that's happening, but you know, it's too much of a problem for me to leave the heretic, you know, and then who becomes the enemy? It's become the traditionalist becomes the enemy when you've submitted and compromised to the modernist, because the traditionalist is a mirror. Now he's making you see yourself, saying, look, this is what traditional orthodoxy is, that this doctrine is unacceptable. So that's why we become the enemy. That's why we have to be blocked. That's why we have to be slandered, and said that we're, you know, schismatics and sectarians, because otherwise they would have to admit that they've compromised.
Yeah, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, yeah, I can sympathize with that. You know, it makes sense. You know, it's a new kind of problem. I don't know, maybe Tower of Babel or something was had similar issues in the past and it's hidden from us. I don't know, but these are unprecedented types. So these are
Check this
unprecedented.
out. So there was a time period where the Arians had did the same thing. So they took over churches in Rome. The Arians believed that Christ was a creature, right? So they put their bishops in place over churches in Rome, and then there was Orthodox bishops, and they refused to be in communion with the Arians. So they broke communion with these people. They didn't have their people continue to go to these churches. So what did they do? Instead of stay under a synod with the Arians, they created a new synod. This is something they say that can't be done. They say you can't establish a parallel church. Well, our argument is that we're not a parallel church. In fact, we're a continuation of proper Orthodox hierarchies that are directed towards traditionalist orthodoxy.
I just want to see if I remember this correctly. Arians, they thought Jesus was just a man, correct? Or am I misremembering?
Yes, they thought he was a super creature. Really, it wasn't this that he was a man; he was a super creature. So he was like Superman or something, right? You know, it's like he was still a creation of God, though, but he was above all other creatures.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah. So, that was the Arian doctrine, but there was Orthodox who refused to go along with this. So instead of staying with them, they started their own synods and they created their, you know, they continued the church as it was supposed to be, according to the tradition. What the World Orthodox say is that the true Orthodox don't have the right to create their own synods. They're saying that you have to stay until a council. But who's to call the council? The heretic on themselves? Right? If the heretic is in power and he has the synod behind him and he's the patriarch, who's going to call a council on him? None of the heretics are going to call a council on themselves. So what do the Orthodox have to do? We have to split from them and establish our own hierarchy, right? With correct confessing bishops. And our argument is, instead of us being a parallel, to be a parallel, we would have to be the same thing. And we're not the same thing. We believe in orthodoxy. They believe in modernist ecumenism. See, that's the issue. But they conflate it. They act as if they're still orthodox, although they're heretics. So we're a parallel to them. But it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, what you say makes sense. Yeah.
Right. But that's the conversation the Jim Bobs and the Dyers don't want to have. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's
Well, they work for the establishment. You know, the establishment doesn't want anti-modernist views like yours to grow because that would mess with their profits and their.
You take like a Peter Harris, right? I don't know if you know who Orthodox Ethos is, but it's a guy named Father Peter Harris, and he's with the Ecumenical Patriarch. And we had an inside guy that was working there at the Orthodox Ethos. His name is Subdeacon Nectaris. He's got a publishing company called Orthodox Traditionalist Publications, and he's got a YouTube channel called Orthodox Traditionalist Publications, and he releases some great books that exposes all what I'm kind of talking about. Well, he worked with these people and he came to realize that they were lying to the audience about historical narratives, about saints, and revising history. And he started calling these people out and arguing with them over this stuff. But it come out that this Father Peter Harris was being paid by the ecumenical patriarch, and they gave him a house to stay in. So he can't speak out against the ecumenists that are directing the church toward modernist reforms because he could lose his home. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's the situation we're in. We have talking heads that are being paid off with homes and housing in order to perpetuate an agenda that funnels people into these churches that are directed towards the World Council churches and controlled by Freemasonry.
Yeah, and the interest of multinational industries too. You know what I mean? Those guys too, and Freemasons. You know.
Now look, and now Father Peter Ayres will go to the World Council churches and he'll give this great speech about anti-ecumenism, right? But they don't care because it's just lip service. It's like, who cares if you say an anti-ecumenist thing at this speech when in practice you're still submitting to the ecumenist, right? So what it becomes is a cope for the faithful, and this is how the Father Peter Harris is the controlled opposition. So he's telling people, oh, you can fight from within against these people that have controlled the hierarchy for 100 years, and nothing changes. And by the way, when bishops have stood up against the ecumenists and have spoken out, those people were deposed and tossed out of the church. And you know what? Father Peter Ayres didn't run to their defense when they were deposed and kicked out of the church. So when somebody truly fights from within, like he says people should do, he doesn't support those people. He only perpetuates the problem more. He funnels people in to submit to the ecumenists and pretends as if they're fighting from within, but in reality, anybody who does fight within, they silence.
Well, I have a quick question for you. It ties this all together. Would you say, in a sense, the Jews or the Jays, they're promoting like ecumenism and they're promoting like, you know, syncretism among all other traditions, but they retain the core of their tradition, like the Chabad Lubavitch, and it's like like that.
Yes, yeah, I think that's what Antichrist is all about. I believe Antichrist will be of the tribe of Dan, according to our saints, and that's Jewish. So he'll be Jewish. He'll be set up in the temple in Jerusalem, and things like Christian Zionism are preparing people to submit to the Jewish Antichrist, who will appear as Christ. And all traditions in the world, through things like the World Council of Churches, which is like a world religion, Antichrist will allow people to keep their tradition as long as they submit to Antichrist. So you can be a Buddhist as long as you submit to Antichrist. You can be a Christian as long as you submit to Antichrist. You can be a Mormon and so forth and so on. Or, you know, you could believe in Muhammad as long as you submit to the Antichrist. They have no problem as long as at the core, the world submits to their Jewish Messiah.
Would you say would you say this is an accurate way? So there's like a conglomeration of coordinating multinational industries, and they use the Freemasons and the Jews as a way to facilitate their growth and make people submit to their globalist agenda.
I believe that's the entire goal of Freemasonry is to perpetuate the humanistic doctrine, you know, that creates a one world religion that's directed towards the establishment of a one world church of Antichrist. I believe that's all of this is directed towards. And they're doing it. Not all of them are conscious. Some of them are, right? I think that a lot of this is prophetic. So, you know, for my, you know, because Revelation speaks of like a one world government with a one world leader, and you know, anybody who doesn't submit them will have to accept the mark. You know, all these things are directed towards that, and we're seeing types. So in the scriptures, there's something called typology within patristics and theology. So typology is a reoccurring theme within the scriptures. The scriptures are sort of a coil, and prophecies are like kind of like flashes and lightning in a bottle. You can catch glimpses of it, but it's dangerous to be certain of things. So that's why we don't say we know the date and the time. But back about typology, for instance, like we would say a world leader that is directed towards 1,000-year Reich. Okay, that's a chiliastic heresy that was condemned very early on with the millenarianism. So who does that? We have the painter in Germany who teaches this. So he's a type of the Antichrist, of this coming world leader, this charismatic leader that'll be supposedly be for the peace and good of all man, and is directed towards like an idealistic utopian mindset where humanism reigns, where the individual is supreme, in some way. But yeah, like all this is directed towards that according to orthodoxy. Like, this is prophetic.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, right. That's yeah, that's interesting. It's pretty dismal. Yeah, but that's
Well,
that's
there's the same thing with the typology. Like for instance, let's go to the very beginning of Genesis. We know about Cain and Abel. Now, if you know Cain, he was a shepherd, okay, and Abel was a shepherd rather, and Cain, he was growing plants, and when he went to give his his sacrifice to God, what does he give him? His sacrifice isn't acceptable, but Abel's was, and it was a sheep, right? Christ is known as the good shepherd, okay? So Abel is a type of Christ in the fact that he's a shepherd. Isaac, Abraham goes to sacrifice his son on top of a mountain. He stopped at the last minute. That's a type of Christ, because it's like, God the Father is going to allow Christ to be the sacrifice for all mankind in the same way that Abraham and Isaac were. It's a type. Job is a type, a suffering servant of sorts. All throughout the scriptures, we see types of Christ and of Antichrist, of true prophets and false prophets, of true doctrine and false doctrines. There's a dichotomy within all these belief systems, and each biblical story has these types embedded in them. That's why it's like a subset of theology that we study.
Yeah, I can tell you're a lot of knowledge about your tradition. That's indisputable.
Well, you got to, because for instance, like if I especially Father Joseph, you'll see him all the time. He's debating Roman Catholics. He's debating Monophysites. He's debating, name the tradition. And it's like, if you don't know your own tradition, how can you discuss these topics with another person, like Protestants or whatever? In truth, though, there's a difference between complex simpletons and divine simplicity, and I think that a lot of times that's missed in our modern world because we're so obsessed with who has the most knowledge, and I think that sometimes, we're the modern people, scholastics especially, they're complex simpletons because they don't understand very basic concepts that are sacred. I'm sure you see that in Buddhism. Like, there's very simple teachings that only a Buddhist ascetic would understand, whereas like the modern atheist that's materialistic wouldn't get that concept.
Yeah, you see that pattern, of degeneration in most world traditions because they're trying to spread, the Freemasons and the corporations, feminism. They're trying to spread inclusive diversity and economism, like, you know, love your, like, and
Right.
try to assimilate all of that. Yeah, I
Well, they
mean,
think the mind and like the rationale and logic of man is superior to what we would call the nous. So the nous is something higher than you know, fallen human knowledge, right? So it's like in our tradition, after the fall of Adam and Eve, the consciousness of man is at a lower state than it initially was because there was direct communion with God. That's why when Adam comes in contact with all the animals, he names them, and each animal is given a name that correlates to the essence of the animal itself. So, for instance, let's take the word serpent. You know, in an initial language, probably which was what, Hebrew or something. There's a designation to the word serpent. Even we understand today, there's something that innately about the word itself that describes the animal. And we would say that that is an indication that Adam had some higher form of divine revelation through his communion with God that gave him the ability to have superior wisdom than the average man. Modern man says that, you know, man has developed from, you know, a primordial sludge or something, and we're getting smarter as time goes on. In orthodoxy, it's reverse. It's ancient man. When man was closer to God, or as Lao Tzu puts it, the uncarved block. You know, man was wiser then,
yeah, that's
and
the
he was
close to the
degrading throughout time.
it's close to the traditionalist idea of involution. Have you heard of that? Involution, like
Yeah.
in. Yeah, involution.
Rather than man progressing and evolving into a superior life form, he's actually degrading and separating more from the initial state that was higher than we are now, which is a state known as theosis, where man neither dies, feels pain, he can't drown, he can't be burnt. You know what I mean? He's at a higher level because death hadn't entered the world. At the point of death entering the world, there's a twisting of the conscience, and lies come in to play. Before this time, there was no such thing as a lie, which is a perversion of the truth, a distortion, a manipulation. So, from that perspective, the Orthodox Christian looks at the world through truth and lies and can distinguish between the two because we understand the fall. In other traditions, I don't believe that that understanding is there. There was a time where man was in direct communion with God, you know, and then there's this fall. So the goal of the Orthodox Christian is theosis, which is to reach communion with God again and be in a state that Adam and Eve were in prior to the fall, or even in higher state. That's what's known as theosis. And there's been men who've reached that in this life. Saint Anthony of Egypt, you can read about him. They said when they seen him after many years of his ascetic labor, he almost shone like was glowing with the glory of God, or you know, there was a perfection to him that was God given, and comes from him reaching theosis in this life. Theosis isn't fully in place until after the resurrection. We get a image of what that looks like when Christ returns for the 40 days after the resurrection. He has a body that can move through walls. He doesn't, you know, they thought he was a farmer at a certain point. That, you know, it's, you still see the scars on his body, but you know, he's something higher than he was before. There's a transformation, the new body. And that's why when we talk about there's going to be a new earth and a new, you know, we'll have new bodies. That's what we're talking about. He's going to renew everything after the separation from the sheep and the goats. But the point I'm making right now is mainly about okay, so within Roman Catholicism and the modern Orthodox perspective, the goal of the church isn't the new kingdom or like the new heaven and the new earth, and like the mystical body of Christ. Rather, it's about establishing a worldly kingdom and a worldly institution and a worldly utopia. It's the same goal as the humanist, because they're too they want to take the modern mindset that wants this utopia and then give it a Christian, wrapping, because they've lost the understanding of this theosis. Like they don't have this same concept of reaching this salvation, through communion with God. They have a very different perspective on this, on what the purpose of the church is for, which is the salvation of souls. They see the purpose of the church as being efficient in worldly terms. So they could see Christian charity as merely being, someone paying for machines or something that cure some sickness with the machine, rather than depending on God for a divine healing through the sacrament in some way. So they want a technical sacraments in a sense. It's like Antichrist appearing to heal eyes or like heal the blind or heal the sick. There's a false sacrament going on.
Yeah, I appreciate the time you took clarifying your views more further. Like I have a better grasp of them now. Thank you. There's a
I appreciate the hearing me out. I'll be right back to this.
Blinking, so I got rid of blinking.
Fucking retard.
I don't like blinking, so I got rid of blinking. I don't like blinking, so I got rid of blinking.
So, Leon, you have anything you want to talk about, Leon? Yeah. Leon, is he even there? Dark Lord, Dark Priest, are you there?
Perhaps.
I guess he left. So,
Fucking retard.
Cyborgs and things of that nature. Now, some people say that
fucking idiot.
I don't want to grow bones. It hurts. I don't like losing my baby teeth and growing real teeth. I don't want to grow bones. It hurts. I don't like losing my baby teeth and growing real teeth. I don't want to.
things of that nature. Now, some people say that
fucking idiot. I don't want to grow bones. It hurts. I don't like losing my baby teeth and growing real teeth. It hurts. You fucking putz.
This makes us.
Who they is?
Retard.
Who they is? Who they is?
Chase says for $5, if we obtain the tech to live forever, quote, then an asteroid hits and then they have to live on a desolate planet forever. Yeah. This guy sucks. How could he be a good father? Imagine being a father when you can't teach your children, especially your sons, that a part of life, a part of your virtuous Christian paradigm or, absent Christianity, I don't know what it would be, but that your job is to avoid Hardship? Dude just needs his nose broken. Dude needs to be slapped like woman propaganda. $5. I want a robot that will chew my food. Yeah, totally.
But wait, that's so weird. He just ascribed a Christian paradigm to the transhumanist guy. Like, what are you talking about? Like, he's not supposed to be referencing a Christian paradigm or whatever. So,
hey, dude, that's so accurate. It really is. I don't want to. I need another hand to masturbate me. I need another hand to masturbate me. I don't want to. I need another hand to masturbate me.
Yeah, Jim Bob, over here we call that prostitution.
The ghost hand.
I want a bird to spit food in my mouth from the sky. Glad I don't want it to. I don't want to breathe myself. What the hell?
He's strawmanning hard right now. This is crazy. It's like a strawman city. And you got your black babies.
It's not human. And
essentially it's don't be a human, right? Like every part about being human, that's the irony, is like Andrew says this in the debate. He says there's like a I don't know if it's a contradiction or a paradox where he says, Andrew said it at some point in this debate. I don't know if we'll get to it, but he basically said like he said something like well, you're trying to transcend what's human, but the thing is you're always judging from the human perspective.
It's weird that he said, like, I want a bird to spit in my mouth or whatever, and he's like talking about being a baby, and then they show a diaper commercial. It was kind of weird, wasn't it? But yeah.
It's like you try to transcend being human, but it's always the human that's judging the transcending level, right? Where you're at. So you never escape being human. And in fact, you almost necessitate that the human part stay so it can judge your pattern, your process. This is why it's stupid. Because if you transcend the nature of being human, the judge of the new thing ultimately would be who? Be what? What would it be? A robot? An executed set of commands? What are you asking for, Zoltan? Oh, I just want to transcend being human. It's such a prison. I'd much rather be a calculator.
Maybe it should be natural selection, like, what Albert Wesker wanted to do, just make it natural selection. Only the strongest survive.
Right.
I mean, I'm just saying, since that, they're always wanting to talk about races and this and that, then, that's what it really sounds like to me, It's just, why not, like they do, what they did a few years ago, just release something out into the population and, only the strongest DNA survives.
Yeah, absolutely.
You fucking idiot.
We can discuss that and debate that. But the question is really not whether we remain human. It's really
Jim Bob by Hardy. Yeah, I already know that. Sean, thank you for that. $10. I watched a couple of his music videos.
Whether that is a natural course of action for the human species, who has a very rational brain and this affinity to evolve. And now we've sort of taken evolution into our own hands. And I'm very excited about that. I've spoken all around the world.
You're going to die alone. You're going to die, and all of your little boards and just graphs you drew and you thought was going to happen is not going to happen, buddy. Zoltan.
See, that's Cope, because it's like he's pretending like none of the transhumanist predictions are going to come true. right? And I think that's a dangerous line to tread on, right? Some of their ideas, you should at least believe them that they're going to try to attempt it, even if you don't think it's possible, right? They are attempting it, right? So this is a problem. The problem is in the attempt.
You're in your 50s for sure. It's over, dude. Stop. I'm really very much excited to live.
About that, World Bank, World Economic Forum, I've met presidents, I advise heads of state, whatever. It is. I've been doing it now for, a good solid.
How long is this guy going to prattle on for?
15 years.
Debate a lot of people.
You get this guy like nice and drunk. Like maybe like 45 minutes into this, he'll just be like, just litty. And then he'll like start reviewing in a different way.
A lot of people, all sorts.
Yeah, I noticed like Andrew Wilson doesn't like smoke and drink on camera anymore. You guys notice that? It's kind of weird, right? It's like he stopped doing all that now that he's on a larger platform. It's like, and that was stuff that he would do to show that he's like an authentic person. So it's pretty funny.
Ways of life and belief structures. I never quite encountered someone who was a man who said so much fucking bullshit, who fit in so much bullshit in 10 minutes. Gotta hand it to you.
And I'm amazed myself at how fast the movement is growing. I also understand, and that's why I'm
the movement
here tonight, that Christian society finds this despicable in many ways, especially if you're a traditionalist.
Yeah, it's called a heresy.
Which heresy is it? I mean, it just sounds like pretty much just atheism. Right? I don't think it's an offshoot of Christianity in any way. Right? You could have your transhumanism without Christianity. So why does it have to be heretical? So on and so forth. Right? That's it. Like he's trying to say that transhumanism is a heretical form of Christianity. What?
More than 18 million Americans are living with cancer, according to the American Cancer Society. This morning, our sponsor, Eli Lilly and Company.
What the hell? This is like a black Chinese guy? What the fuck is going on?
This is why I just want to fight. I'm so tired of just so tired of commentary. I'm tired of framing. I'm tired of drawing. I'm tired of writing songs. I want a damn war.
Yeah, there's plenty of wars going on. You can go join one of them. And instead of sitting here drinking and streaming. I'm sure you want a war.
I want a war.
I'm sure you do. It's a keyboard warrior. It's a keyboard war. Or is it a screen war?
That said, there are some Christian transhumanists.
It gets worse. He's running for a CA governor, studying in Oxford. Essentially, he diminishes the status of the office. Yeah, he probably wants to like vote in like what's the future technocratic version of Plato's Republic, where it's not even people who are fancy, it's just AI directives. Like, when are we going to get the first company? Like, it starts with a company. When do we get the first company voting into office? It's an individual voted into office. Okay, then if you do a company, then when do we get the first AI voted into office? Is it in our lifetime? We're in the first like it doesn't have to be at a massive level. It could be at like some weird, South Dakota, some town of like 10 people. They go, well, we decided because of the amount of people and the drag we have of resources, we've just introduced an AI that just sort of sits around and aggregates all of the data from our small community of 100 people. And half of them are drunk natives. Hey, do you think when when Indians are drunk and they do smoke signals, they send out slurred symbols?
I don't know, Jim Bob. When you drink and get drunk, do you twirl your Superman curl? Like, so fucking stupid.
I quite like that joke myself. I just got a visual of that. That's so funny. There's like things are like spelled wrong, whatever that means. You send out a smoke signal, but you're shit faced, and you know, a wolf comes, and you're like, I don't need you. Why are you here? This is a smoke signal. Hi, yeah.
We can get into that as well.
My bad.
Oh, but the real question is there really a problem between Christianity and transhumanism? And if you follow the Bible literally, there's certainly a major kind of chasm that we're going to have to find. Can we close that divide? Probably not, but we can discuss it. And that's why I'm here tonight. So I hope
See, he contradicts himself like 20 times because he says he can't close that divide, but then he says he accepts 80% of Christianity and he rejects like 20% of it. And then the guy, Wilson keeps asking him what part he accepts or what part he rejects. Right. And then also the Wilson guy is saying pretty much emphatically that you wouldn't have transhumanism without Christianity because you need the growth of Western values with Christianity to supply a sort of background to develop transhumanist ideas. And then so the guy sometimes vacillates between saying that he totally rejects Christianity to saying that he wants to compromise with some of it, or that Christianity supplies a great portion of the Western ethos. So then he accepts a form of cultural Christianity, so on and so forth. So he continuously vacillates between the position that it's amenable to Christianity and then not. All right.
Well, don't it go to say that in a way some of these people can kind of like, especially someone like Mr. Zoltan over there, they can kind of just move the goalpost when and where they want back and forth. And I mean, who's really gonna like make a big deal out of it? That's the way I see it. They can sit here and say one thing, 5 minutes in the debate, and 20 minutes later, if you forgot about it, they'll go and move the goalpost and say something completely different than what they said beforehand. And even if it's brought up in the debate, in the grand scheme of it, like, people just overlook it or don't care.
So I'm looking at the time here. It's 7:20. So at 7:30, I have to go do my show. If Neurojack wants to either keep the stream running or, I guess he can recover his own stream if he needs to. But I think 10 minutes. Right. I will go and do my show here. So let me go ahead and message him here. Otherwise, I guess everybody will leave the studio and then it'll just naturally end. So if we all do that at the same time, it should just naturally end like it did yesterday. 10 minutes to my show. Blessings. All right. So let me get up on this thing.
My introduction has introduced you to some of the ideas of transhumanism.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Transhumanism, as well as who I am, a journalist, a gubernatorial candidate for governor in California as a Democrat, as well as someone who's been writing and speaking on.
Oh, he's so political. He's such a politician.
The movement now.
He's going to do great.
For well over a decade.
I don't hear a single, not in that long-winded diatribe. Nothing in your fantastical world that you gave us did I hear a single argument. Not a single argument presented.
Okay, Andrew, 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I've actually listened to quite a bit of your stuff in preparation for this debate. So
I'm sorry.
So you are consistent, if nothing else, about your view, which I appreciate.
Look at that. So he says his worldview is consistent, but that literally means nothing, right? Because he says that he doesn't have a moral framing for his worldview, that it has no telos. So how can it really be consistent at the end of the day, right? And so there's a lot of places where, so it's kind of weird for him to say that. What does he think is consistent about the guy's worldview then, right? It's sort of just a vapid statement.
So debating about transhumanism is somewhat difficult.
I like how Andrew butters up his filet before he just eats it. What a bad man.
Yeah, I mean, he offers him no contest. That is essentially what happens.
What a bad man.
Because it's never altogether clear what anybody is talking about when they debate it. Transhumanist ideology is usually baked into other systems which support it rather than being a philosophy which stands out on its own. A sub-position, if you will, of a generally greater position, focusing mostly on elongation.
The India moon landing is, yeah, dude, yeah.
Of life and transcending the humanity of human beings and their biological limitations. I would like to give a short analogy about this by referencing it to a small Midwestern town called Raccoon City.
You know what's weird about the transhumanists? Because atheists here.
I think it's interesting. You can see that creeping out, the Chicago Bulls sign behind him, that he has the bull with the two horns behind him when he does his show. It's kind of weird, dude.
Says something funny. He says, I don't want to take a breath and breathe in. I want a machine to do it for me, which is funny because, like, the thing you want to avoid in the world is being on like an iron lung. Now, it's amazing that we have an iron lung and we could keep people alive and stuff, but to seek the remedy to ailments as the norm is a really bizarre take, where you actually like for instance, I've never thought about this. When I just got my concealed carry renewed, and one of the guys in the class didn't have a leg, and he had a bionic leg. And you think, okay, cool. In the absence of a leg, a bionic leg, that's pretty cool that you have that. I'm glad that humans, through their capabilities, have developed this. Nice. But then at the same time, a transhumanist.
So see, he's not thinking like at what cost all of that scientific progress came with. Right? He's just accepting the benefits of technology and science. And then when it seems to intercept with his basic worldview of morality and seems to differ with it, he thinks he could selectively accept or reject the benefits and harms. Right? And that's just not how it works. Right?
Just looks at the bionic leg and they go, we should do that. And you're like, wait, no, that's for when there's a problem. Like, it's good that we have that as a solution to a problem, just like like an iron lung, bionic leg, fake eyes, fake heart. The transhumanist is all wonky. They're basically like, wait, let's skip the necessary ailment that draws in the remedy, the technological remedy. Let's just skip to the remedy. And you're like, why, dude? Our bodies are better than the machines a lot of times. Now, it's not true for like.
Yeah, that's a fact. They're trying to change nature, and obviously nature has the fingerprints of the divine, unlike their inventions. And it's tried through the course of history, through trial and error, what works and what doesn't work. Right? So, it's pretty obvious where the solutions are, right? It's not in the technology, it's solutions in nature.
Calculations, like a calculator can do better stuff than us, but a calculator can't build a calculator though.
Adobe Acrobat Studio is all new. What can PDF spaces with AI do?
Wow. It's quite a number, but yeah, a calculator can't build a calculator. Okay, I'm trying to see where he's going with this. But we can't do the things we do without the calculator. It allows us to calculate faster. It changes the speed of our calculations, right? So it changes the scope of our actions, right? Yes, a calculator is a dangerous invention. Right?
And the transhumanist is lost. And I know this because I was, like I told you guys, I was a transhumanist. I was an active, passionate transhumanist. And the philosophy of it, once you discover the philosophy, how broken it is, It's so broken and backward.
In Raccoon City, a private corporation released a virus which altered the genes of victims. Most victims entered into a state of what could only be referred to as zombification, including many of the animals.
Okay, I guess that's where we'll leave it for here for today. Are you guys here?
Yep.
Okay, I don't know if Unseen Warfare is here, honestly. So unfortunately, we cannot leave the studio all at once. So let me see what's going on here. Okay, so we need to sort of end this stream here. Hmm. So I'm not sure what to do, but yeah, I guess I'll just go start my show. Yeah, blessings. So I'll see you guys over there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so I'll tell Unseen. Leave the studio if you come back in the background here. Leave the studio when you come back. I gotta tell Neuro, like we gotta plan this better. If he's gonna do a stream, then he can end it in time for my show. Leave the studio when you come back. Unseen. All right. Okay, I'll talk to you guys soon. Blessings.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a stronghold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak, women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We are only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault but society's because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles, but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle-class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify the rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by, he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power. But leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the Earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating them from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community, because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems, but we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belong to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas 19th century frontiersmen had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire country might have only a couple hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern country is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there has been rapid change and/or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. We divide human drives into three groups. 1, those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2, those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3. Those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventual defeatism, depression, etc. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone, in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case, you have hardly any autonomy in work, so the need for the power process is not well served. Social needs such as sex, love, and status often remain in group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process, largely through a pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. It seems that for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of the social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names, such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee, and as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small businesses today operate on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative, because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by the experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into group 3, the drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and we usually do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hayman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis in the New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards of a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, or how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man, threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger, can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless: nuclear accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault unless it's the fault of some imaginary impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the results of chance, but are imposed upon him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. Thus, primitive man, for the most part, has his security in his own hands, either as an individual or a member of a small group, whereas the security of modern man is in the hands of persons or organizations that are too remote or too large for him to be able to personally influence them. So modern man's drive for security tends to fall into groups 1 and 3. In some areas, food, shelter, etc., his security is assured at the cost of only trivial effort, whereas in other areas he cannot attain security. The foregoing greatly simplifies the real situation, but it does indicate in a rough general way how the condition of modern man differs from that of primitive man. People have many transitory drives or impulses that are necessarily frustrated in modern life, hence fall into group 3. One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can only work according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that may frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial society. Modern society is, in certain respects, extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion, as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like, as long as we practice safe sex. We can do anything we like, as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. Behavior is regulated not only through explicit rules, and not only by the government. Control is often exercised through indirect coercion or through psychological pressure or manipulation, and by organizations other than the government or by the system as a whole. Most large organizations use some form of propaganda to manipulate public attitudes or behavior. Propaganda is not limited to commercials and advertisements, and sometimes is not even consciously intended as propaganda by the people who make it. For instance, the content of entertainment programming is a powerful form of propaganda. An example of indirect coercion. There is no law that says we have to go to work every day and follow our employer's orders. Legally, there is nothing to prevent us from going to live in the wild like primitive people or from going into business for ourselves. But in practice, there is very little wild country left, and there is room in the economy only for a limited number of small business owners. Hence, most of us can only survive as someone else's employee. We suggest that modern man's obsession with longevity and with maintaining physical vigor and sexual attractiveness to his advanced age is a symptom of unfulfillment resulting from deprivation with respect to the power process. The midlife crisis is also such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children that is fairly common in modern society, but almost unheard of in primitive societies. In primitive societies, life is a succession of stages. The needs and purposes of one stage having been fulfilled, there is no particular reluctance about passing on to the next stage. A young man goes through the power process by becoming a hunter, hunting not for sport or fulfillment, but to get meat that is necessary for food. In young women, the process is more complex with greater emphasis on social power. We won't discuss that here. This phase having been successfully passed through, the young man has no reluctance about settling down to the responsibilities of raising a family. In contrast, some modern people indefinitely postpone having children because they are too busy seeking some kind of fulfillment. We suggest that the fulfillment they need is adequate experience of the power process with real goals instead of the artificial goals of surrogate activities. Again, having successfully raised his children, going through the power process by providing them with the physical necessities, the primitive man feels that his work is done and he is prepared to accept old age, if he survives that long, and death. Many modern people, on the other hand, are disturbed by the prospect of physical deterioration and death, as is shown by the amount of effort they expend trying to maintain their physical condition, appearance, and health. We argue that this is due to unfulfillment resulting from the fact that they have never put their physical powers to any practical use, have never gone through the power process using their bodies in a serious way. It is not the primitive man who has used his body daily for practical purposes who fears the deterioration of age, but the modern man who has never had a practical use for his body beyond walking from his car to his house. It is the man whose need for the power process has been satisfied during his life who is best prepared to accept the end of that life. In response to the arguments of this section, someone will say, society must find a way to give people the opportunity to go through the power process. For such people, the value of the opportunity is destroyed by the very fact that society gives it to them. What they need is to find or make their own opportunities. As long as the system gives them their opportunities, it still has them on a leash. To attain autonomy, they must get off that leash. How some people adjust. Not everyone in industrial technological society suffers from psychological problems. Some people even profess to be quite satisfied with society as it is. We now discuss some of the reasons why people differ so greatly in their response to modern society. First, there doubtless are differences in the strength of the drive for power. Individuals with a weak drive for power may have relatively little need to go through the power process, or at least relatively little need for autonomy in the power process. These are docile types, who would have been happy as plantation darkies in the Old South. We don't mean to sneer at the plantation darkies of the Old South. To their credit, most of the slaves were not content with their servitude. We do sneer at people who are content with their servitude. Some people may have some exceptional drive in pursuing which they satisfy their needs for the power process. For example, those who have an unusually strong drive for social status may spend their whole lives climbing the status ladder without ever getting bored of that game. People vary in their susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. Some are so susceptible that, even if they make a great deal of money, they cannot satisfy their constant craving for the shiny new toys that the marketing industry dangles before their eyes. So they always feel hard-pressed financially, even if their income is large and their cravings are frustrated. Some people have low susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. These are the people who aren't interested in money. Material acquisition does not serve their need for the power process. People who have medium susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques are able to earn enough money to satisfy their cravings for goods and services, but only at the cost of serious effort, putting in overtime, taking a second job, earning promotions, etc. Thus, material acquisition serves their needs for the power process, but it does not necessarily follow that their need is fully satisfied. They may have insufficient autonomy in the power process. Their work may consist of following orders, and some of their drives may be frustrated. For example, security, aggression. We are guilty of oversimplification in paragraphs 80 through 82 because we've assumed that the desire for material acquisition is entirely a creation of the advertising and marketing industry. Of course, it's not that simple. Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement and organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely. Example, Manuel Noriega was an irritant to the U.S. Goal, punish Noriega. The U.S. invaded Panama, effort, and punished Noriega, attainment of goal. Thus, the U.S. went through the power process, and many Americans, because of their identification with the U.S., experienced the power process vicariously, hence the widespread public approval of the Panama invasion. It gave people a sense of power. We see the same phenomenon in armies, corporations, political parties, humanitarian organizations, religious or ideological movements. In particular, leftist movements tend to attract people who are seeking to satisfy their need for power. But for most people, identification with a large organization or a mass movement does not fully satisfy the need for power. Another way in which people satisfy their need for the power process is through surrogate activities. As we explained in paragraphs 38 through 40, a surrogate activity is an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that the individual pursues for the sake of the fulfillment that he gets from pursuing the goal, not because he needs to attain the goal itself. For instance, there is no practical motive for building enormous muscles, hitting a little ball into a hole, or acquiring a complete series of postage stamps. Yet many people in our society devote themselves with passion to bodybuilding, golf, or stamp collecting. Some people are more other-directed than others, and therefore will more readily attach importance to a surrogate activity simply because the people around them treat it as important or because society tells them it is important. That is why some people get very serious about essentially trivial activities such as sports or bridge or chess or arcane scholarly pursuits, whereas others who are more clearly sighted never see these things as anything but the surrogate activities that they are, and consequently never attach enough importance to them to satisfy their need for the power process in that way. It only remains to point out that in many cases a person's way of earning a living is also a surrogate activity. Not a pure surrogate activity, since part of the motive for the activity is to gain the physical necessities and, for some people, social status and the luxuries that advertising makes them want. But many people put into their work far more effort than is necessary to earn whatever money and status they require. And this extra effort constitutes a surrogate activity. This extra effort, together with the emotional investment that accompanies it, is one of the most potent forces acting toward the continual development and perfecting of the system, with negative consequences for individual freedom. Especially for the most creative scientists and engineers, work tends to be largely a surrogate activity. This point is so important that it deserves a separate discussion, which we shall give in a moment. In this section, we have explained how many people in modern society do satisfy their need for the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But we think that for the majority of people, the need for the power process is not fully satisfied. In the first place, those who have an insatiable drive for status, or those who get firmly hooked on a surrogate activity, or who identify strongly enough with a movement or organization to satisfy their need for power in that way, are exceptional personalities. Others are not fully satisfied with surrogate activities or by identification with an organization. In the second place, too much control is imposed by the system through explicit regulation or through socialization, which results in a deficiency of autonomy and in frustration due to the impossibility of attaining certain goals and the necessity of restraining too many impulses. But even if most people in industrial technological society were well satisfied, we would still be opposed to that form of society because, among other reasons, we consider it demeaning to fulfill one's need for the power process through surrogate activities or through identification with an organization rather than through pursuit of real goals. The motives of scientists. Science and technology provide the most important examples of surrogate activities. Some scientists claim that they are motivated by curiosity or by a desire to benefit humanity, but it is easy to see that neither of these can be the principal motive of most scientists. As for curiosity, that notion is simply absurd. Most scientists work on highly specialized problems that are not the object of any normal curiosity. For example, is an astronomer, a mathematician, or an entomologist curious about the properties of isopropyl trimethylmethane? Of course not. Only a chemist is curious about such a thing, and he is curious about it only because chemistry is his surrogate activity. Is the chemist curious about the appropriate classification of a new species of beetle? No, that question is of interest only to the entomologist, and he is interested in it only because entomology is his surrogate activity. If the chemist and the entomologist had to exert themselves seriously to obtain the physical necessities, and if that effort exercised their abilities in an interesting way, but in some non-scientific pursuit, then they wouldn't give a damn about isopropyl trimethylmethane or the classification of beetles. Suppose that lack of funds for postgraduate education had led the chemist to become an insurance broker instead of a chemist. In that case, he would have been very interested in insurance matters, but would have cared nothing about isopropyl trimethylmethane. In any case, it is not normal to put into the satisfaction of mere curiosity the amount of time and effort that scientists put into their work. The curiosity explanation for the scientist's motive just doesn't stand up. The benefit of humanity explanation doesn't work any better. Some scientific work has no conceivable relation to the welfare of the human race, most of archaeology or comparative linguistics, for example. Some other areas of science present obviously dangerous possibilities, yet scientists in these areas are just as enthusiastic about their work as those who develop vaccines or study air pollution. Consider the case of Dr. Edward Teller, who had an obvious emotional involvement in promoting nuclear power plants. Did this involvement stem from a desire to benefit humanity? If so, then why didn't Dr. Teller get emotional about other humanitarian causes? If he was such a humanitarian, then why did he help to develop the H-bomb? As with many other scientific achievements, it is very much open to question whether nuclear power plants actually do benefit humanity. Does the cheap electricity outweigh the accumulating waste and the risk of accidents? Dr. Teller saw only one side of the question. Clearly, his emotional involvement with nuclear power arose not from a desire to benefit humanity, but from a personal fulfillment he got from his work and from seeing it put to practical use. The same is true of scientists generally. With possible rare exceptions, their motive is neither curiosity nor a drive to benefit humanity, but the need to go through the power process, to have a goal, a scientific problem to solve, to make an effort, research, and attain the goal, solution of the problem. Science is a surrogate activity because scientists work mainly for the fulfillment they get out of the work itself. Of course, it's not that simple. Other motives do play a role for many scientists. Money and status, for example. Some scientists may be persons of the type who have an insatiable drive for status, and this may provide much of the motivation for their work. No doubt the majority of scientists, like the majority of the general population, are more or less susceptible to advertising and marketing techniques and need money to satisfy their craving for goods and services. Thus, science is not a pure surrogate activity, but it is in large part a surrogate activity. Also, science and technology constitute a power mass movement, and many scientists gratify their need for power through identification with this mass movement. Thus, science marches on blindly without regard to the real welfare of the human race or to any other standard, obedient only to the psychological needs of the scientists and the government officials and corporation executives who provide the funds for research. The nature of freedom. We are going to argue that industrial technological society cannot be reformed in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing the sphere of human freedom. But because freedom is a word that can be interpreted in many ways, we must first make clear what kind of freedom we are concerned with. By freedom, we mean the opportunity to go through the power process with real goals, not the artificial goals of surrogate activities, and without interference, manipulation, or supervision from anyone, especially from any large organization. Freedom means being in control, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, of the life and death issues of one's existence: food, clothing, shelter, and defense against whatever threats there may be in one's environment. Freedom means having power, not the power to control other people, but the power to control the circumstances of one's own life. One does not have freedom if anyone else, especially a large organization, has power over one, no matter how benevolently, tolerantly, and permissively that power may be exercised. It is important not to confuse freedom with mere permissiveness. It is said that we live in a free society because we have a certain number of constitutionally guaranteed rights, but these are not as important as they seem. The degree of personal freedom that exists in a society is determined more by the economic and technological structure of the society than by its laws or form of government. Most of the Indian nations of New England were monarchies, and many of the cities of the Italian Renaissance were controlled by dictators. But in reading about these societies, one gets the impression that they allowed far more personal freedom than our society does. In part, this was because they lacked efficient mechanisms for enforcing their rulers' will. There were no modern, well-organized police forces, no rapid long-distance communications, no surveillance cameras, no dossiers of information about the lives of average citizens. Hence, it was relatively easy to evade control. As for our constitutional rights, consider, for example, that of freedom of the press. We certainly don't mean to knock that right. It is a very important tool for limiting concentration of political power and for keeping those who do have political power in line by publicly exposing any misbehavior on their part. But freedom of the press is of very little use to the average citizen as an individual. The mass media are mostly under the control of large organizations that are integrated into the system. Anyone who has a little money can have something printed and can distribute it on the internet or in some way, but what he has to say will be swamped by the vast volume of material put out by the media. Hence, it will have no practical effect. To make an impression on society with words is therefore almost impossible for most individuals and small groups. Take us, for example. If we had never done anything violent and had submitted the present writings to a publisher, they probably would not have been accepted. If they had been accepted and published, They probably would not have attracted many readers, because it's more fun to watch the entertainment put out by the media than to read a sober essay. Even if these writings had many readers, most of these readers would soon have forgotten what they had read as their minds were flooded by the massive material to which the media exposed them. In order to get our message before the public with some chance of making a lasting impression, we've had to kill people. Constitutional rights are useful up to a point, but they do not serve to guarantee much more than what might be called the bourgeois conception of freedom. According to the bourgeois conception, a free man is essentially an element of a social machine and has only a certain set of prescribed and delimited freedoms, freedoms that are designed to serve the needs of the social machine more than those of the individual. Thus, the bourgeois free man has economic freedom because that promotes growth and progress. He has freedom of the press because public criticism restrains misbehavior by political leaders. He has a right to a fair trial because imprisonment at the whim of the powerful would be bad. This was clearly the attitude of Simon Bolivar. To him, people deserved liberty only if they used it to promote progress, progress as conceived by the bourgeois. Other bourgeois thinkers have taken a similar view of freedom as a mere means to a collective ends. Chester C. Tan, Chinese Political Thought in the 20th Century, page 202, explains the philosophy of the Kuomintang leader Hu Han-min. An individual is granted rights because he is a member of society, and his community life requires such rights. By community, Hu meant the whole society of the nation. And on page 259, Tan states that according to Carson Chiang Cheng-mai, head of the State Socialist Party in China, freedom had to be used in the interest of the state and of the people as a whole. But what kind of freedom does one have if one can use it only as someone else prescribes? FC's conception of freedom is not that of Bolivar, Hu, Chiang, or any other bourgeois theorists. The trouble with such theorists is that they have made the development and application of social theories their surrogate activity. Consequently, the theories are designed to serve the needs of the theorists more than the needs of any people who may be unlucky enough to live in a society on which the theories are imposed. One more point to be made in this section. It should not be assumed that a person has enough freedom just because he says he has enough. Freedom is restricted in part by psychological controls of which people are conscious, and moreover, many people's ideas of what constitutes freedom are governed more by social convention than by their real needs. For example, it's likely that many leftists of the over-socialized type would say that most people, including themselves, are socialized too little rather than too much. Yet the over-socialized leftist pays a heavy psychological price for his high level of socialization. Some principles of history. Think of history as being the sum of two components: an erratic component that consists of unpredictable events that follow no discernible pattern, and a regular component that consists of long-term historical trends. Here we are concerned with the long-term trends. First principle: if a small change is made that affects a long-term historical trend, then the effect of that change will almost always be transitory. The trend will soon revert to its original state. Example: a reform movement designed to clean up political corruption in a society rarely has more than a short-term effect. Sooner or later, the reformers relax, and corruption creeps back in. The level of political corruption in a given society tends to remain constant, or to change only slowly with the evolution of the society. Normally, a political cleanup will be permanent only if accompanied by widespread social changes. A small change in the society won't be enough. If small change in a long-term historical trend appears to be permanent, it is only because the change acts in the direction in which the trend is already moving, so that the trend is not altered but only pushed a step ahead. The first principle is almost a tautology. If a trend were not stable with respect to small changes, it would wander at random rather than following a definite direction. In other words, it would not be a long-term trend at all. Second principle: if a change is made that is sufficiently large to alter a permanently long-term historical trend, then it will alter society as a whole. In other words, society is a system in which all parts are interrelated, and you can't permanently change any important part without changing the other parts as well. Third principle: if a change is made that is large enough to alter permanently a long-term trend, then the consequences for society as a whole cannot be predicted in advance, unless various other societies have passed through that same change and have all experienced the same consequences, in which case one can predict on empirical grounds that another society that passes through the same change will be likely to experience similar consequences. Fourth principle: a new kind of society cannot be designed on paper. That is, you cannot plan out a new form of society in advance, then set it up and expect it to function as it was designed to do. The third and fourth principles result from the complexity of human societies. A change in human behavior will affect the economy of a society and its physical environment. The economy will affect the environment and vice versa. And the changes in the economy and the environment will affect human behavior in complex, unpredictable ways, and so forth. The network of causes and effects is far too complicated to be untangled and understood. Fifth principle: People do not consciously and rationally choose the form of their society. Societies develop through processes of social evolution that are not under rational human control. The fifth principle is a consequence of the other four. To illustrate, by the first principle, generally speaking, an attempt at social reform either acts in the direction in which the society is developing anyway, so that it merely accelerates a change that would have occurred in any case, or else it has only a transitory effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development of any important aspect of society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of a society, it changes the whole society. And by the third principle, changes occur that were never expected or desired by the revolutionaries. By the fourth principle, when revolutionaries or utopians set up a new kind of society, it never works out as planned. The American Revolution does not provide a counterexample. The American Revolution was not a revolution in our sense of the word, but a war of independence followed by a rather far-reaching political reform. The Founding Fathers did not change the direction of American society, nor did they aspire to do so. They only freed the development of American society from the retarding effects of British rule. Their political reform did not change any basic trend, but only pushed American political culture along its natural direction of development. British society, of which American society was an offshoot, had been moving for a long time in the direction of representative democracy, and prior to the War of Independence, the Americans were already practicing a significant degree of representative democracy in the colonial assemblies. The political system established by the Constitution was modeled on the British system and on the colonial assemblies. With major alteration to be sure, there is no doubt that the Founding Fathers took a very important step, but it was a step along the road that English-speaking world was already traveling. Proof is that Britain and all of its colonies that were populated predominantly by people of British descent ended up with systems of representative democracy essentially similar to that of the United States. If the Founding Fathers had lost their nerve and declined to sign the Declaration of Independence, our way of life today would not have been significantly different. Maybe we would have had somewhat closer ties to Britain, and we would have had a parliament and a prime minister instead of a Congress and a president. No big deal. Thus, the American Revolution provides not a counterexample to our principles, but a good illustration of them. Still, one has to use common sense in applying the principles. They are expressed in imprecise language that allows latitude for interpretation, and exceptions to them can be found. So we present these principles not as inviolable laws, but as rules of thumb or guides to thinking that may provide a partial antidote to naive ideas about the future of society. The principles should be borne constantly in mind, and whenever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them, one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good, solid reasons for doing so. Industrial technological society cannot be reformed. The foregoing principles help to show how hopelessly difficult it would be to reform the industrial system in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing our sphere of freedom. There has been a consistent tendency going back at least to the Industrial Revolution for technology to strengthen the system at a high cost in individual freedom and local autonomy. Hence, any change designed to protect freedom from technology would be contrary to a fundamental trend in the development of our society. Consequently, such a change either would be a transitory one, soon swamped by the tide of history, or, if large enough to be permanent, would alter the nature of our whole society. This by the first and second principles. Moreover, since society would be altered in a way that could not be predicted in advance, third principle, there would be great risk. Changes large enough to make a lasting difference in favor of freedom would not be initiated because it would be realized that they would gravely disrupt the system, so any attempts at reform would be too timid to be effective. Even if changes large enough to make a lasting difference were initiated, they would be retracted when their disruptive effects became apparent. Thus, permanent changes in favor of freedom could be brought about only by persons prepared to accept radical, dangerous, and unpredictable alteration of the entire system. In other words, by revolutionaries, not reformers. People anxious to rescue freedom without sacrificing the supposed benefits of technology will suggest naive schemes for some new form of society that would reconcile freedom with technology. Apart from the fact that people who make such suggestions seldom propose any practical means by which the new form of society could be set up in the first place, it follows from the fourth principle that even if the new form of society could be once established, it either would collapse or would give results very different from those expected. So even on very general grounds, it seems highly improbable that any way of changing society could be found that would reconcile freedom with modern technology. In the next few sections, we will give more specific reasons for concluding that freedom and technological progress are incompatible. As explained in paragraphs 65 through 67, 70 through 73, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, and his fate depends on the actions of persons remote from him whose decisions he cannot influence. This is not accidental or a result of the arbitrariness of arrogant bureaucrats. It is necessary and inevitable in any technologically advanced society. The system has to regulate human behavior closely in order to function. At work, people have to do what they are told. Otherwise, production would be thrown into chaos. Bureaucracies have to be run according to rigid rules. To allow any substantial personal discretion to lower-level bureaucrats would disrupt the system and lead to charges of unfairness due to differences in the way the individual bureaucrats exercise their discretion. It is true that some restrictions on our freedom could be eliminated, but generally speaking, the result is a sense of powerlessness on the part of the average person. It may be, however, that formal regulations will tend increasingly to be replaced by psychological tools that make us want to do what the system requires of us. Propaganda, educational techniques, mental health programs, etc. The system has to force people to behave in ways that are increasingly remote from the natural pattern of human behavior. For example, the system needs scientists, mathematicians, and engineers. It can't function without them, so heavy pressure is put on children to excel in these fields. It isn't natural for an adolescent human being to spend the bulk of his time sitting at a desk absorbed in study. A normal adolescent wants to spend his time in active contact with the real world. Among primitive peoples, the things that children are trained to do tend to be in reasonable harmony with natural human impulses. Among the American Indians, for example, boys were trained in active outdoor pursuits, just the sort of thing that boys like. But in our society, children are pushed into studying technical subjects, which most do grudgingly. Because of the constant pressure that the system exerts to modify human behavior, there is a gradual increase in the number of people who cannot or will not adjust to society's requirements. Welfare leeches, youth gang members, cultists, anti-government rebels, radical environmentalist saboteurs, dropouts, and resistors of various kinds. In any technologically advanced society, the individual's fate must depend on decisions that he personally cannot influence to any great extent. A technological society cannot be broken down into small autonomous communities because production depends on the cooperation of very large numbers of people. When a decision affects, say, 1 million people, then each of the affected individuals has on average only 1/millionth share in making the decision. What usually happens in practice is that decisions are made by public officials or corporation executives or by technical specialists. But even when the public votes on a decision, the number of voters ordinarily is too large for the vote of any one individual to be significant. Thus, most individuals are unable to influence measurably the major decisions that affect their lives. There is no conceivable way to remedy this in a technologically advanced society. The system tries to solve this problem by using propaganda to make people want the decisions that have been made for them. But even if this solution were completely successful in making people feel better, it would be demeaning. Conservatives and some others advocate more local autonomy. Local communities once did have autonomy, but such autonomy becomes less and less possible as local communities become more enmeshed with and dependent on large-scale systems like public utilities, computer networks, highway systems, the mass communications media, the modern healthcare system. Also operating against autonomy is the fact that technology applied in one location often affects people at other locations far away. Thus, pesticide or chemical use near a creek may contaminate the water supply hundreds of miles downstream, and the greenhouse effect affects the whole world. The system does not and cannot exist to satisfy human needs. Instead, it is human behavior that has to be modified to fit the needs of the system. This has nothing to do with the political or social ideology that may pretend to guide the technological system. It is not the fault of capitalism, and it is not the fault of socialism. It is the fault of technology, because the system is guided not by ideology, but by technical necessity. Of course, the system does satisfy many human needs, but generally speaking, it does this only to the extent that it is to the advantage of the system to do so. It is the needs of the system that are paramount, not those of the human being. For example, the system provides people with food because the system couldn't function if everyone starved. It attends to people's psychological needs whenever it can conveniently do so because it couldn't function if too many people became depressed or rebellious. But the system, for good, solid, practical reasons, must exert constant pressure on people to mold their behavior to the needs of the system. Too much waste accumulating? The government, the media, the educational system, environmentalists, everyone inundates us with a massive propaganda about recycling. Need more technical personnel? A chorus of voices exhorts kids to study science. No one stops to ask whether it is inhumane to force adolescents to spend the bulk of their time studying subjects most of them hate. When skilled workers are put out of a job by technical advances and have to undergo retraining, no one asks whether it's humiliating for them to be pushed around in this way. Efforts to make room for a sense of purpose and for autonomy within the system are no better than a joke. For example, one company, instead of having each of its employees assemble only one section of a catalog, had each assemble a whole catalog, and this was supposed to give them a sense of purpose and achievement. Some companies have tried to give their employees more autonomy in their work, but for practical reasons, this usually can be done only to a very limited extent, and in any case, employees are never given autonomy as to their ultimate goals. Their autonomous efforts can never be directed toward goals that they select personally, but only towards their employer's goals, such as the survival and growth of the company. Any company would soon go out of business if it permitted its employees to act otherwise. Similarly, in any enterprise within a socialist system, workers must direct their efforts toward the goals of the enterprise. Otherwise, the enterprise will not serve its purpose as a part of the system. Once again, for purely technical reasons, it is not possible for most individuals or small groups to have much autonomy in industrial society. Even the small business owner commonly has only limited autonomy. Apart from the necessity of government regulation, he is restricted by the fact that he must fit into the economic system and conform to its requirements. For instance, when someone develops a new technology, the small business person often has to use that technology whether he wants to or not in order to remain competitive. The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts. A further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed in favor of freedom is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high-tech equipment that can be made available only by technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Even if medical progress could be maintained without the rest of the technological system, it would by itself bring certain evils. Suppose, for example, that a cure for diabetes is discovered. People with a genetic tendency to diabetes would then be able to survive and reproduce as well as anyone else. Natural selection against genes for diabetes will cease, and such genes will spread throughout the population. This may be occurring to some extent already, since diabetes, while not curable, can be controlled through use of insulin. The same thing will happen with many other diseases, susceptibility to which is affected by genetic degradation of the population. The only solution will be some sort of eugenics program or extensive genetic engineering of human beings, so that man in the future will no longer be a creation of nature or of chance or of God, depending on your religious or philosophical opinions, but a manufactured product. If you think that big government interferes in your life too much now, just wait till the government starts regulating the genetic constitution of your children. Such regulation will inevitably follow the introduction of genetic engineering of human beings, because the consequences of unregulated genetic engineering would be disastrous. The usual response to such concerns is to talk about medical ethics, but a code of ethics would not serve to protect freedom in the face of medical progress. It would only make matters worse. A code of ethics applicable to genetic engineering would be in effect a means of regulating the genetic constitution of human beings. Somebody, probably the upper middle class mostly, would decide that such and such applications of genetic engineering were ethical, and others were not, so that in effect they would be imposing their own values on the genetic constitution of the population at large. Even if a code of ethics were chosen on a completely democratic basis, the majority would be imposing their own values on any minorities who might have a different idea of what constituted an ethical use of genetic engineering. The only code of ethics that would truly protect freedom would be one that prohibited any genetic engineering of human beings, and you can be sure that no such code will ever be applied in a technological society. No code that reduced genetic engineering to a minor role would stand up for long, because the temptation presented by the immense power of biotechnology would be irresistible, especially since to the majority of people, many of its applications will seem obviously and unequivocally good, eliminating physical and mental diseases, giving people the abilities they need to get along in today's world. Inevitably, genetic engineering will be used extensively, but only in ways consistent with the needs of the industrial technological system. Technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. It is not possible to make a lasting compromise between technology and freedom because technology is by far the more powerful social force and continually encroaches on freedom through repeated compromises. Imagine the case of two neighbors, each of whom at the outset owns the same amount of land, but one of whom is more powerful than the other. The powerful one demands a piece of the other's land. The weak one refuses. The powerful one says, "Okay, let's compromise. Give me half of what I asked." The weak one has little choice but to give in. Sometime later, the powerful neighbor demands another piece of land. Again, there is a compromise, and so forth. By forcing a long series of compromises on the weaker man, the powerful one eventually gets all of his land. So it goes in the conflict between technology and freedom. Let us explain why technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. A technological advance that appears not to threaten freedom often turns out to threaten it very seriously later on. For example, consider motorized transport. A walking man formerly could go where he pleased, go at his own pace without observing any traffic regulations, and was independent of technological support systems. When motor vehicles were introduced, they appeared to increase man's freedom. They took no freedom away from the walking man. No one had to have an automobile if he didn't want one, and anyone who did choose to buy an automobile could travel much faster and further than a walking man. But the introduction of motorized transport soon changed society in such a way as to restrict greatly man's freedom of locomotion. When automobiles became numerous, it became necessary to regulate their use extensively. In a car, especially in densely populated areas, one cannot just go where one likes at one's own pace. One's movement is governed by the flow of traffic and by various traffic laws. One is tied down by various obligations, license requirements, driver test, renewing registration, insurance, maintenance required for safety, monthly payments on purchase price. Moreover, the use of motorized transport is no longer optional. Since the introduction of motorized transport, the arrangement of our cities has changed in such a way that the majority of people no longer live within walking distance of their place of employment, shopping areas, and recreational opportunities, so that they have to depend on the automobile for transportation. Or else they must use public transportation, in which case they have even less control over their own movement than when driving a car. Even the walker's freedom is now greatly restricted. In the city, he continually has to stop to wait for traffic lights that are designed mainly to serve auto traffic. In the country, motor traffic makes it dangerous and unpleasant to walk along the highway. Note this important point that we have just illustrated with the case of motorized transport. When a new item of technology is introduced as an option that an individual can accept or not as he chooses, it does not necessarily remain optional. In many cases, the new technology changes society in such a way that people eventually find themselves forced to use it. Another reason why technology is such a powerful social force is that, within the context of a given society, technological progress marches in only one direction. It can never be reversed. Once a technical innovation has been introduced, people usually become dependent on it, so that they can never again do without it, unless it is replaced by some still more advanced innovation. Not only do people become dependent as individuals on a new item of technology, but, even more, the system as a whole becomes dependent on it. Imagine what would happen to the system today if computers, for example, were eliminated. Thus, the system can move in only one direction, toward greater technologization. Technology repeatedly forces freedom to take a step back, but technology can never take a step back, short of the overthrow of the whole technological system. Technology advances with great rapidity and threatens freedom at many different points at the same time. Crowding, rules and regulations, increasing dependence of individuals on large organizations, propaganda and other psychological techniques, genetic engineering, invasion of privacy through surveillance devices and computers, etc. To hold back any one of the threats to freedom would require a long and difficult social struggle. Those who want to protect freedom are overwhelmed by the sheer number of new attacks and the rapidity with which they develop. Hence, they become apathetic and no longer resist. To fight each of the threats separately would be futile. Success can be hoped for only by fighting the technological system as a whole, but that is revolution, not reform. Technicians, we use this term in its broad sense to describe all those who perform a specialized task that requires training, tend to be so involved in their work, their surrogate activity, that when a conflict arises between their technical work and their freedom, they almost always decide in favor of their technical work. This is obvious in the case of scientists, but it also appears elsewhere. Educators, humanitarian groups, conservation organizations do not hesitate to use propaganda or other psychological techniques to help them achieve their laudable ends. Corporations and government agencies, when they find it useful, do not hesitate to collect information about individuals without regard to their privacy. Law enforcement agencies are frequently inconvenienced by the constitutional rights of suspects, and often of completely innocent persons, and they do whatever they can do legally, or sometimes illegally, to restrict or circumvent those rights. Most of these educators, government officials, and law officers believe in freedom, privacy, and constitutional rights, but when these conflict with their work, they usually feel that their work is more important. It is well known that people generally work better and more persistently when striving for a reward than when attempting to avoid punishment or a negative outcome. Scientists and other technicians are motivated mainly by the rewards they get through their work, but those who oppose technological invasions of freedom are working to avoid a negative outcome. Consequently, there are few who work persistently and well at this discouraging task. If reformers ever achieved a signal victory that seemed to set up a solid barrier against further erosion of freedom through technical progress, most would tend to relax and turn their attention to more agreeable pursuits. But the scientists would remain busy in their laboratories, and technology, as it progresses, would find ways, in spite of any barriers, to exert more and more control over individuals and make them always more dependent on the system. No social arrangements, whether laws, institutions, customs, or ethical codes, can provide permanent protection against technology. History shows that all social arrangements are transitory. They all change or break down eventually. But technological advances are permanent within the context of a given civilization. Suppose, for example, that it were possible to arrive at some social arrangements that would prevent genetic engineering from being applied to human beings, or prevent it from being applied in such a way as to threaten freedom and dignity. Still, the technology would remain waiting. Sooner or later, the social arrangement would break down, probably sooner given the pace of change in our society. Then genetic engineering would begin to invade our sphere of freedom. And this invasion would be irreversible, short of a breakdown of technological civilization itself. Any illusions about achieving anything permanent through social arrangements should be dispelled by what is currently happening with environmental legislation. A few years ago, it seemed that there were secure legal barriers preventing at least some of the worst forms of environmental degradation. A change in the political wind, and those barriers begin to crumble. For all the foregoing reasons, technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. But this statement requires an important qualification. It appears that during the next several decades, the industrial technological system will be undergoing severe stresses due to economic and environmental problems, and especially due to problems of human behavior, alienation, rebellion, hostility, a variety of social and psychological difficulties. We hope that the stresses through which the system is likely to pass will cause it to break down, or at least will weaken it sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. If such a revolution occurs and is successful, then at that particular moment the aspiration for freedom will have proved more powerful than technology. In paragraph 125, you used an analogy of a weak neighbor who is left destitute by a strong neighbor who takes all his land by forcing him on a series of compromises. But suppose now that the strong neighbor gets sick so that he is unable to defend himself. The weak neighbor can force the strong one to give him his land back, or he can kill him. If he lets the strong man survive and only forces him to give the land back, he is a fool, because when the strong man gets well again, he will take all the land for himself. The only sensible alternative for the weaker man is to kill the strong one while he has the chance. In the same way, while the industrial system is sick, we must destroy it. If we compromise with it and let it recover from its sickness, it will eventually wipe out all of our freedom. Simpler social problems have proved intractable. If anyone still imagines that it would be possible to reform the system in such a way as to protect freedom from technology, let him consider how clumsily and for the most part unsuccessfully our society has dealt with other social problems that are far more simple and straightforward. Among other things, the system has failed to stop environmental degradation, political corruption, drug trafficking, or domestic abuse. Take our environmental problems, for example. Here, the conflict of values is straightforward. Economic expedience now versus saving some of our natural resources for our grandchildren. But on this subject, we only get a lot of blather and obfuscation from people who have power, and nothing like a clear, consistent line of action. And we keep piling up environmental problems that our grandchildren will have to live with. Attempts to resolve the environmental issue consist of struggles and compromises between different factions, some of which are ascendant at one moment, others at another moment. The line of struggle changes with the shifting currents of public opinion. This is not a rational process, nor is it one that is likely to lead to a timely and successful solution to the problem. Major social problems, if they get solved at all, are rarely or never solved through any rational, comprehensive plan. They just work themselves out through a process in which various competing groups pursuing their own, usually short-term, self-interest arrive, mainly by luck, at some more or less stable modus vivendi. In fact, these principles we formulated in paragraphs 100 through 106 make it seem doubtful that rational long-term social planning can ever be successful. Thus, it is clear that the human race has at best a very limited capacity for solving even relatively straightforward social problems. How then is it going to solve the far more difficult and subtle problem of reconciling freedom with technology? Technology presents clear-cut material advantages, where freedom is an abstraction that means different things to different people, and its loss easily obscured by propaganda and fancy talk. And note this important difference. It is conceivable that our environmental problems, for example, may someday be settled through a rational, comprehensive plan. But if this happens, it will be only because it is in the long-term interest of the system to solve these problems. But it is not in the interest of the system to preserve freedom or small group autonomy. On the contrary, it is in the interest of the system to bring human behavior under control to the greatest extent possible. Thus, while practical considerations may eventually force the system to take rational, prudent approach to environmental problems, equally practical considerations will force the system to regulate human behavior ever more closely, preferably by indirect means that will disguise the encroachment on freedom. This isn't just our opinion. Eminent social scientists, for example James Q. Wilson, have stressed the importance of socializing people more effectively. Revolution is easier than reform. We hope we've convinced the reader that the system cannot be reformed in such a way as to reconcile freedom with technology. The only way out is to dispense with the industrial technological system altogether. This implies revolution, not necessarily an armed uprising, but certainly a radical and fundamental change in the nature of society. People tend to assume that because revolution involves a much greater change than reform does, it is more difficult to bring about than reform is. Actually, under certain circumstances, revolution is much easier than reform. The reason is that a revolutionary movement can inspire an intensity of commitment that a reform movement cannot inspire. A reform movement merely offers to solve a particular social problem. A revolutionary movement offers to solve all problems at one stroke and create a whole new world. It provides the kind of ideal for which people will take great risks and make great sacrifices. For this reason, it would be much easier to overthrow the whole technological system than to put effective permanent restraints on the development or application of any one segment of technology, such as genetic engineering, for example. Not many people will devote themselves with a single-minded passion to imposing and maintaining restraints on genetic engineering, but under suitable conditions, large numbers of people may devote themselves passionately to a revolution against the industrial technological system. As we noted in paragraph 132, reformers seeking to limit certain aspects of technology would be working to avoid a negative outcome, but revolutionaries work to gain a powerful reward, fulfillment of their revolutionary vision, and therefore work harder and more persistently than reformers do. Reform is always restrained by the fear of painful consequences if change goes too far. But once a revolutionary fever has taken hold of society, people are willing to undergo unlimited hardships for the sake of their revolution. This was clearly shown in the French and Russian revolutions. It may be in such cases only a minority of the population is really committed to the revolution, but this minority is sufficiently large and active so that it becomes the dominant force in society. We will have more to say about a revolution in paragraphs 180 through 205. Control of human behavior. Since the beginning of civilization, organized societies have had to put pressures on human beings for the sake of the functioning of the social organism. The kinds of pressures vary greatly from one society to another. Some of the pressures are physical, poor diet, excessive labor, environmental pollution, and some are psychological, noise, crowding, forcing human behavior into the mold that society requires. In the past, human nature has been approximately constant, or at any rate has varied only within certain bounds. Consequently, societies have been able to push people only up to certain limits. When the limit of human endurance has passed, things start going wrong. Rebellion, or crime, or corruption, or evasion of work, or depression, and some other mental problems, or an elevated death rate, or a declining birth rate, or something else, so that either the society breaks down, or its functioning becomes too inefficient, and it is quickly or gradually, through conquest, attrition, or evolution, replaced by some more efficient form of society. Thus, human nature has in the past put certain limits on the development of societies. People could be pushed only so far and no farther. But today, this may be changing because modern technology is developing ways of modifying human beings. Imagine a society that subjects people to conditions that make them terribly unhappy, then gives them drugs to take away their unhappiness. Science fiction? It's already happening to some extent in our own society. It is well known that the rate of clinical depression has been greatly increasing in recent decades. We believe that this is due to disruption of the power process, as explained in paragraphs 59 through 76. But even if we are wrong, the increasing rate of depression is certainly the result of some conditions that exist in today's society. Instead of removing the conditions that make people depressed, modern society gives them antidepressant drugs. In effect, antidepressants are a means of modifying an individual's internal state in such a way as to enable him to tolerate social conditions that he would otherwise find intolerable. Yes, we know that depression is often of purely genetic origin. We are referring here to the cases in which environment plays the predominant role. Drugs that affect the mind are only one example of the new methods of controlling human behavior that modern society is developing. Let us look at some of the other methods. To start, there are techniques of surveillance. Hidden video cameras are now used in most stores, and in many other places, computers are used to collect and process vast amounts of information about individuals. Information so obtained greatly increases the effectiveness of physical coercion, in other words, law enforcement. Then there are methods of propaganda for which the mass communication media provide effective vehicles. Efficient techniques have been developed for winning elections, selling products, influencing public opinion. The entertainment industry serves as an important psychological tool of the system, possibly even when it is dishing out large amounts of sex and violence. Entertainment provides modern man with an essential means of escape. While absorbed in television, videos, etc., he can forget stress, anxiety, frustration, dissatisfaction. Many primitive peoples, when they don't have work to do, are quite content to sit for hours at a time doing nothing at all because they are at peace with themselves and their world. But most modern people must be constantly occupied or entertained, otherwise they get bored. In other words, they get fidgety, uneasy, irritable. Other techniques strike deeper than the foregoing. Education is no longer a simple affair of paddling a kid's behind when he doesn't know his lessons and patting him on the head when he does know them. It is becoming a scientific technique for controlling the child's development. Sylvan Learning Centers, for example, have had great success in motivating children to study, and psychological techniques are also used with more or less success in many conventional schools. Parenting techniques that are taught to parents are designed to make children accept fundamental values of the system and behave in ways that the system finds desirable. Mental health programs, intervention techniques, psychotherapy, and so forth are ostensibly designed to benefit individuals, but in practice, they usually serve as methods for inducing individuals to think and behave as the system requires. There is no contradiction here. An individual whose attitudes or behavior bring him into conflict with the system is up against a force that is too powerful for him to conquer or escape from. Hence, he is likely to suffer from stress, frustration, defeat. His path will be much easier if he thinks and behaves as the system requires. In that sense, the system is acting for the benefit of the individual when it brainwashes him into conformity. Child abuse, in its gross and obvious forms, is disapproved in most, if not all, cultures. Tormenting a child for trivial reasons, or no reason at all, is something that appalls almost everyone. But many psychologists interpret the concept of abuse much more broadly. Is spanking, when used as a part of rational, consistent system of discipline, a form of abuse? The question will ultimately be decided by whether or not spanking tends to produce behavior that makes a person fit in well with the existing system of society. In practice, the word abuse tends to be interpreted to include any method of child rearing that produces behavior inconvenient for the system. Thus, when they go beyond the prevention of obvious senseless cruelty, programs for preventing child abuse are directed toward the control of human behavior on behalf of the system. Presumably, research will continue to increase the effectiveness of psychological techniques for controlling human behavior, but we think it is unlikely that psychological techniques alone will be sufficient to adjust human beings to the kind of society that technology is creating. Biological methods probably will have to be used. We have already mentioned the use of drugs in this connection. Neurology may provide other avenues for modifying the human mind. Genetic engineering of human beings is already beginning to occur in the form of gene therapy, and there is no reason to assume that such methods will not eventually be used to modify those aspects of the body that affect mental functioning. As we mentioned in paragraph 134, industrial society seems likely to be entering a period of severe stress, due in part to the problems of human behavior and in part to economic and environmental problems. And a considerable proportion of the system's economic and environmental problems result from the way human beings behave. Alienation, low self-esteem, depression, hostility, rebellion, children who won't study, youth gangs, illegal drug use, rape, child abuse, other crimes, unsafe sex, teen pregnancy, population growth, political corruption, race hatred, ethnic rivalry, bitter ideological conflict, for example, pro-choice versus pro-life, political extremism, terrorism, sabotage, anti-government groups, hate groups. All these threaten the very survival of the system. The system will therefore be forced to use every practical means of controlling human behavior. The social disruption that we see today is certainly not the result of mere chance. It can only be a result of the conditions of life that the system imposes on people. We have argued that the most important of these conditions is disruption of the power process. If the system succeeds in imposing sufficient control over human behavior to assure its own survival, a new watershed in human history will have been passed. Whereas formerly the limits of human endurance have imposed limits on the development of societies, as we explain in paragraphs 143 and 144, industrial technological society will be able to pass those limits by modifying human beings, whether by psychological methods or biological methods or both. In the future, social systems will not be adjusted to suit the needs of human beings. Instead, human beings will be adjusted to suit the needs of the system. Generally speaking, technological control over human behavior will probably not be introduced with a totalitarian intention or even through a conscious desire to restrict human freedom. Each new step in the assertion of control over the human mind will be taken as a rational response to a problem that faces society, such as curing alcoholism, reducing the crime rate, or inducing young people to study science and engineering. In many cases, there will be a humanitarian justification. For example, when a psychiatrist prescribes an antidepressant for a depressed patient, he is clearly doing that individual a favor. It would be inhumane to withhold the drug from someone who needs it. When parents send their children to Sylvan learning centers to have them manipulated into becoming enthusiastic about their studies, they do so from concern for their children's welfare. It may be that some of these parents wish that one didn't have to have specialized training to get a job, and that their kid didn't have to be brainwashed into becoming a computer nerd. But what can they do? They can't change society, and their child may be unemployable if he doesn't have certain skills, so they send him to Sylvan. Thus, control over human behavior will be introduced not by a calculated decision of the authorities, but through a process of social evolution, rapid evolution, however. The process will be impossible to resist because each advance considered by itself will appear to be beneficial, or at least the evil involved in making the advance will appear to be beneficial. Or, at least the evil involved in making the advance will seem to be less than that which would result from not making it. Propaganda, for example, is used for many good purposes, such as discouraging child abuse or race hatred. Sex education is obviously useful, yet the effect of sex education, to the extent that it is successful, is to take the shaping of sexual attitudes away from the family and put it in the hands of the state, as represented by the public school system. Suppose a biological trait is discovered that increases the likelihood that a child will grow up to be a criminal, and suppose some sort of gene therapy can remove this trait. Of course, most parents whose children possess the trait will have them undergo the therapy. It would be inhumane to do otherwise, since the child would probably have a miserable life if he grew up to be a criminal. But many or most primitive societies have a low crime rate in comparison with that of our society, even though they have neither high-tech methods of child rearing nor harsh systems of punishment. Since there is no reason to suppose that more modern men than primitive men have innate predatory tendencies, the high crime rate of our society must be due to the pressures that modern conditions put on people, to which many cannot or will not adjust. Thus, a treatment designed to remove potential criminal tendencies is at least in part a way of re-engineering people so that they suit the requirements of the system. Our society tends to regard as a sickness any mode of thought or behavior that is inconvenient for the system. And this is plausible because when an individual doesn't fit into the system, it causes pain to the individual as well as problems for the system. Thus, the manipulation of an individual to adjust him to the system is seen as a cure for a sickness and therefore as good. In paragraph 127, we pointed out that if the use of a new item of technology is initially optional, it does not necessarily remain optional because the new technology tends to change society in such a way that it becomes difficult or impossible for an individual to function without using that technology. This applies also to the technology of human behavior. In a world in which most children are put through a program to make them enthusiastic about studying, a parent will almost always be forced to put his kid through such a program, because if he does not, then the kid will grow up to be, comparatively speaking, an ignoramus and therefore unemployable. Or suppose a biological treatment is discovered that, without undesirable side effects, will greatly reduce the psychological stress from which so many people suffer in our society. If large numbers of people choose to undergo the treatment, so that it will be impossible for the system to increase the stress-producing pressures. In fact, something like this seems to have happened already with one of our society's most important psychological tools for enabling people to reduce, or at least temporarily escape from stress, namely mass entertainment. Our use of mass entertainment is optional. No law requires us to watch television, listen to the radio, read magazines. Yet mass entertainment is a means of escape and stress reduction on which most of us have become dependent. Everyone complains about the trashiness of television, but almost everyone watches it. A few have kicked the TV habit, but it would be a rare person who could get along today without any form of mass entertainment. Yet until quite recently in human history, most people got along very nicely with no other entertainment than that which each local community created for itself. Without the entertainment industry, the system probably would not have been able to get away with putting as much stress-producing pressure on us as it does. Assuming the industrial society survives, it is likely that technology will eventually acquire something approaching a complete control over human behavior. It has been established beyond any rational doubt that human thought and behavior have a largely biological basis. As experimenters have demonstrated, feelings such as hunger, pleasure, anger, and fear can be turned on and off by electrical stimulation of appropriate parts of the brain. Memories can be destroyed by damaging parts of the brain, or they can be brought to the surface by electrical stimulation. Hallucinations can be induced or moods changed by drugs. There may or may not be an immaterial human soul, but if there is one, it is clearly less powerful than the biological mechanisms of human behavior. For if that were not the case, then researchers would not be able to so easily manipulate human feelings and behavior with drugs and electrical currents. It presumably would be impractical for all people to have electrodes inserted into their heads so that they could be controlled by the authorities. But the fact that human thoughts and feelings are so open to biological intervention shows that the problem of controlling human behavior is mainly a technical problem, a problem of neurons, hormones, and complex molecules, the kind of problem that is accessible to scientific attack. Given the outstanding record of our society in solving technical problems, it is overwhelmingly probable that great advances will be made in the control of human behavior. Will public resistance prevent the introduction of technological control of human behavior? It certainly would if an attempt were made to introduce such control all at once, but since technological control will be introduced through a long sequence of small advances, there will be no rational and effective public resistance. To those who think all this sounds like science fiction, we point out that yesterday's science fiction is today's fact. The Industrial Revolution has radically altered man's environment and way of life, and it is only to be expected that as technology is increasingly applied to the human body and mind, man himself will be altered as radically as his environment and way of life have been. Human race at a crossroads. But we have gotten ahead of our story. It is one thing to develop in the laboratory a series of psychological or biological techniques for manipulating human behavior, and quite another to integrate these techniques into a functioning social system. The latter problem is the more difficult of the two. For example, while the techniques of educational psychology doubtless work quite well in the lab schools where they were developed, it is not necessarily easy to apply them effectively throughout our educational system. We all know what many of our schools are like. The teachers are too busy taking knives and guns away from the kids to subject them to the latest techniques for making them into computer nerds. Thus, in spite of all its technical advances relating to human behavior, the system to date has not been impressively successful in controlling human beings. The people whose behavior is fairly well under the control of the system are those of the type that might be called bourgeois. But there are growing numbers of people who in one way or another are rebels against the system. Welfare leeches, youth gangs, cultists, Satanists, Nazis, radical environmentalists, militiamen, etc. The system is currently engaged in a desperate struggle to overcome certain problems that threaten its survival, among which the problems of human behavior are the most important. If the system succeeds in acquiring sufficient control over human behavior quickly enough, it will probably survive. Otherwise, it will break down. We think the issue will most likely be resolved in the next several decades, say 40 to 100 years. Suppose the system survives the crisis of the next several decades. By that time, it will have to have solved, or at least brought under control, the principal problems that confront it, in particular that of socializing human beings. That is, making people sufficiently docile so that their behavior no longer threatens the system. That being accomplished, it does not appear that there would be any further obstacle to the development of technology, and it would presumably advance towards its logical conclusion, which is complete control over everything on Earth, including human beings and all other important organisms. The system may become a unitary monolithic organization, or it may be more or less fragmented and consist of a number of organizations coexisting in a relationship that includes elements of both cooperation and competition, just as today the government, the corporations, and other large organizations both cooperate and compete with one another. Human freedom will mostly have vanished because individuals and small groups will be impotent vis-a-vis large organizations armed with super technology and an arsenal of advanced psychological and biological tools for manipulating human beings, besides instruments of surveillance and physical coercion. Only a small number of people will have any real power, and even these probably will have only very limited freedom, because their behavior too will be regulated. Just as today, our politicians and corporation executives can retain their positions of power only as long as their behavior remains within fairly narrow limits. Don't imagine that the systems will stop developing further techniques for controlling human beings and nature once the crisis of the next few decades is over and increasing control is no longer necessary for the system's survival. On the contrary, once the hard times are over, the system will increase its control over people and nature more rapidly because it will no longer be hampered by difficulties of the kind that it is currently experiencing. Survival is not the principal motive for extending control. As we explain in paragraphs 87 through 90, technicians and scientists carry on their work largely as a surrogate activity. That is, they satisfy their need for power by solving technical problems. They will continue to do this with unabated enthusiasm, and among the most interesting and challenging problems for them to solve will be those of understanding the human body and mind and intervening in their development, for the good of humanity, of course. But suppose, on the other hand, that the stresses of the coming decades prove to be too much for the system. If the system breaks down, there may be a period of chaos, a time of troubles such as those that history has recorded at various epochs in the past. It is impossible to predict what would emerge from such a time of troubles, but at any rate the human race would be given a new chance. The greatest danger is that the industrial society may begin to reconstitute itself within the first few years after the breakdown. Certainly there will be many people, power-hungry types especially, who will be anxious to get the factories running again. Therefore, two tasks confront those who hate the servitude to which the industrial system is reducing the human race. First, we must work to heighten the social stresses within the system so as to increase the likelihood that it will break down or be weakened sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. Second, it is necessary to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial society if and when the system becomes sufficiently weakened. And such an ideology will help to assure that if and when industrial society breaks down, its remnants will be smashed beyond repair so that the system cannot be reconstituted. The factories should be destroyed, technical books burned, etc. Human suffering. The industrial system will not break down purely as a result of revolutionary action. It will not be vulnerable to revolutionary attack unless its own internal problems of development lead it into very serious difficulties. So if the system breaks down, it will do so either spontaneously or through a process that is in part spontaneous, but helped along by revolutionaries. If the breakdown is sudden, many people will die, since the world's population has become so overgrown that it cannot even feed itself any longer without advanced technology. Even if the breakdown is gradual enough so that the reduction of the population can occur more through lowering of the birth rate than through elevations of the death rate, the process of deindustrialization probably will be very chaotic and involve much suffering. It is naive to think it likely that technology can be phased out in a smooth, managed, orderly way, especially since the technophiles will fight stubbornly at every step. Is it therefore cruel to work for the breakdown of the system? Maybe, but maybe not. In the first place, revolutionaries will not be able to break the system down unless it is already in enough trouble so that there will be a good chance of its eventually breaking down by itself anyway. And the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the consequences of its breakdown will be. So it may be that revolutionaries, by hastening the onset of the breakdown, will be reducing the extent of the disaster. In the second place, one has to balance struggle and death against the loss of freedom and dignity. To many of us, freedom and dignity are more important than a long life or avoidance of physical pain. Besides, we all have to die sometime, and it may be better to die fighting for survival for a cause than to live a long but empty and purposeless life. In the third place, it is not certain that the survival of the system will lead to less suffering than the breakdown of the system would. The system has already caused and is continuing to cause immense suffering all over the world. Ancient cultures that for hundreds of years gave people a satisfactory relationship with each other and with their environment have been shattered by contact with the industrial society, and the result has been a whole catalog of economic, environmental, social, and psychological problems. One of the effects of the intrusion of industrial society has been that over much of the world, traditional controls on population have been thrown out of balance. Hence the population explosion with all that that implies. Then there is the psychological suffering that is widespread throughout the supposedly fortunate countries of the West. No one knows what will happen as a result of ozone depletion, the greenhouse effect, and other environmental problems that cannot yet be foreseen. And, as nuclear proliferation has shown, new technology cannot be kept out of the hands of dictators and the irresponsible third world nations. Would you like to speculate about what Iraq or North Korea will do with genetic engineering? Oh, say the technophiles, science is going to fix all that. We will conquer famine, eliminate psychological suffering, and make everybody healthy and happy. Yeah, sure. That's what they said 200 years ago. The Industrial Revolution was supposed to eliminate poverty, make everybody happy, etc. The actual result has been quite different. The technophiles are hopelessly naive or self-deceiving in their understanding of social problems. They are unaware or choose to ignore the fact that when large changes, even seemingly beneficial ones, are introduced into society, they lead to a long consequence of other changes, most of which are impossible to predict. The result is disruption of the society. So it is very probable that in their attempts to end poverty and disease, engineer docile, happy personalities, and so forth, the technophiles will create social systems that are terribly troubled, even more so than the present ones. For example, scientists boast that they will end famine by creating new genetically engineered food plants. But this will allow the human population to keep expanding indefinitely, and it is well known that crowding leads to increased stress and aggression. This is merely one example of the predictable problems that will arise. We emphasize that, as past experience has shown, technical progress will lead to other new problems that cannot be predicted in advance. In fact, ever since the Industrial Revolution, technology has been creating new problems for society far more rapidly than it has been solving old ones. Thus, it will take a long and difficult period of trial and error for the technophiles to work the bugs out of their brave new world, if they ever do. In the meantime, there will be great suffering. So it is not at all clear that the survival of industrial society would involve less suffering than the breakdown of that society would. Technology has gotten the human race into a fix from which there is not likely to be any escape. The future. But suppose now that industrial society does survive the next several decades, and that the bugs do eventually get worked out of the system so that it functions smoothly. What kind of system will it be? We will consider several possibilities. First, let us postulate that the computer scientists succeed in developing intelligent machines that can do all things better than human beings can do them. In that case, presumably, all work will be done by vast, highly organized systems of machines, and no human effort will be necessary. Either of two cases might occur. The machines might be permitted to make all of their own decisions without human oversight, or else human control over the machines might be retained. If the machines are permitted to make all their own decisions, we can't make any conjectures as to the results, because it is impossible to guess how such machines might behave. We only point out that the fate of the human race would be at the mercy of the machines. It might be argued that the human race would never be foolish enough to hand over all power to the machines, but we are suggesting neither that the human race would voluntarily turn power over to the machines, nor that the machines would willfully seize power. What we do suggest is that the human race might easily permit itself to drift into a position of such dependence on the machines that it would have no practical choice but to accept all of the machines' decisions. As society and the problems that face it become more and more complex, and as machines become more and more intelligent, people will let machines make more and more of their decisions for them, simply because machine-made decisions will bring better results than man-made ones. Eventually, a stage may be reached at which the decisions necessary to keep the system running will be so complex that human beings will be incapable of making them intelligently. At that stage, the machines will be in effective control. People won't be able to just turn the machine off, because they will be so dependent on them that turning them off would amount to suicide. On the other hand, it is possible that human control over the machines may be retained. In that case, the average man may have control over certain private machines of his own, such as his car or his personal computer. But control over large systems of machines would be in the hands of a tiny elite, just as it is today, but with two differences. Due to improved techniques, the elite will have greater control over the masses. Because human work will no longer be necessary, the masses will be superfluous, a useless burden on the system. If the elite is ruthless, they may decide to exterminate the mass of humanity. If they are humane, they may use propaganda or other psychological or biological techniques to reduce the birth rate until the mass of humanity has become extinct, leaving the world to the elite. Or, if the elite consists of soft-hearted liberals, they may decide to play the role of good shepherds to the rest of the human race. They will see to it that everyone's physical needs are satisfied, that all children are raised under psychologically hygienic conditions, that everyone has a wholesome hobby to keep him busy, and that anyone who may become dissatisfied undergoes treatment to cure his problem. Of course, life will be so purposeless that people will have to be biologically or psychologically engineered either to remove their need for the power process or to make them sublimate their drive for power into some harmless hobby. These engineered human beings may be happy in such a society, but they will most certainly not be free. They will have been reduced to the status of domestic animals. But suppose now that the computer scientists do not succeed in developing artificial intelligence, so that human work remains necessary. Even so, machines will take care of more and more of the simpler tasks so that there will be an increasing surplus of human workers at the lower levels of ability. We see this happening already. There are many people who find it difficult or impossible to get work because, for intellectual or psychological reasons, they cannot acquire the level of training necessary to make themselves useful in the present system. On those who are employed, ever-increasing demands will be placed. They will need more and more training, more and more ability, and will have to be more reliable, conforming, and docile, because they will be more and more like cells of a giant organism. Their tasks will be increasingly specialized so that their work will be, in a sense, out of touch with the real world, being concentrated on one tiny slice of reality. The system will have to use any means that it can, whether psychological or biological, to engineer people to be docile, to have the abilities that the system requires, and to sublimate their drive for power into some specialized task. But the statement that the people of such a society will have to be docile may require qualification. The society may find competitiveness useful, provided that ways are found of directing competitiveness into channels that serve the needs of the system. We can imagine a future society in which there is endless competition for positions of prestige and power. but know more than very few people will ever reach the top, where the only real power is. Very repellent is a society in which a person can satisfy his need for power only by pushing large numbers of other people out of the way and depriving them of their opportunity for power. One can envision scenarios that incorporate aspects of more than one of the possibilities that we have just discussed. For instance, it may be that machines will take over most of the work that is of real practical importance, but that human beings will be kept busy by giving relatively unimportant work. It has been suggested, for example, that a great development of the service industries might provide work for human beings. Thus, people would spend their time shining each other's shoes, driving each other around in taxicabs, making handicrafts for one another, waiting on each other's tables, etc. This seems to us a thoroughly contemptible way for the human race to end up, and we doubt that many people would find fulfilling lives in such pointless busy work. They would seek other dangerous outlets, drugs, crime, cults, hate groups, unless they were biologically or psychologically engineered to adapt them to such a way of life. Needless to say, the scenarios outlined above do not exhaust all the possibilities. They only indicate the kinds of outcomes that seem to us most likely. But we can envision no plausible scenarios that are any more palatable than the ones we've just described. It is overwhelmingly probable that if the industrial technological system survives the next 40 to 100 years, it will by that time have developed certain general characteristics. Individuals, at least those of the bourgeois type who are integrated into the system and make it run, and who therefore have all the power, will be more dependent than ever on large organizations. They will become more socialized than ever, and their physical and mental qualities, to a significant extent, possibly to a very great extent, will be those that are engineered into them rather than being the result of chance or God's will or whatever. And whatever may be left of wild nature will be reduced to remnants preserved for scientific study and kept under the supervision and management of scientists. Hence it will no longer be truly wild. In the long run, say a few centuries from now, it is likely that neither the human race nor any other important organisms will exist as we know them today, because once you start modifying organisms through genetic engineering, there is no reason to stop at any particular point, so that the modifications will probably continue until man and other organisms have been utterly transformed. Whatever else may be the case, it is certain that technology is creating for human beings a new physical and social environment radically different from the spectrum of environments to which natural selection has adapted the human race physically and psychologically. If man is not adjusted to this new environment by being artificially re-engineered, then he will be adapted to it through a long and painful process of natural selection. The former is far more likely than the latter. It would be better to dump the whole stinking system and take the consequences. Strategy. The technophiles are taking us all on an utterly reckless ride into the unknown. Many people understand something of what technological progress is doing to us, yet take a passive attitude towards it because they think it is inevitable. But we don't think it is inevitable. We think it can be stopped, and we will give here some indications of how to go about stopping it. As we stated in paragraph 166, the two main tasks for the present are to promote social stress and instability in industrial society and to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial system. When the system becomes sufficiently stressed and unstable, a revolution against technology may be possible. The pattern would be similar to that of the French and Russian revolutions. French society and Russian society, for several decades prior to their respective revolutions, showed increasing signs of stress and weakness. Meanwhile, ideologies were being developed that offered a new worldview that was quite different from the old one. In the Russian case, revolutionaries were actively working to undermine the old order. Then, when the old system was put under sufficient additional stress by financial crisis in France, by military defeat in Russia, it was swept away by revolution. What we propose is something along the same lines. It will be objected that the French and Russian revolutions were failures, but most revolutions have two goals. One is to destroy an old form of society, and the other is to set up a new form of society envisioned by the revolutionaries. The French and Russian revolutionaries failed, fortunately, to create the new kind of society of which they dreamed, but they were quite successful in destroying the old society. We have no illusions about the feasibility of creating a new ideal form of society. Our goal is only to destroy the existing form of society. But an ideology, in order to gain enthusiastic support, must have a positive ideal as well as a negative one. It must be for something as well as against something. The positive ideal that we propose is nature, that is, wild nature. Those aspects of the functioning of the earth and its living things that are independent of human management and free of human interference and control. And with wild nature, we include human nature, by which we mean those aspects of the functioning of the human individual that are not subject to regulation by organized society, but are products of chance or free will or God, depending on your philosophical or religious opinions. Nature makes a perfect counter-ideal to technology for several reasons. Nature, which is outside the power of the system, is the opposite of technology, which seeks to expand indefinitely the power of the system. Most people will agree that nature is beautiful. Certainly, it has tremendous popular appeal. The radical environmentalists already hold an ideology that exalts nature and opposes technology. It is not necessary for the sake of nature to set up some chimerical utopia or any new kind of social order. Nature takes care of itself. It was a spontaneous creation that existed long before any human society, and for countless centuries, many different kinds of human societies coexisted with nature without doing it an excessive amount of damage. Only with the Industrial Revolution did the effect of human society on nature become really devastating. To relieve the pressure on nature, it is not necessary to create some special kind of social system. It is only necessary to get rid of industrial society. Granted, this will not solve all problems. Industrial society has already done tremendous damage to nature and will take a very long time for the scars to heal. Besides, even pre-industrial societies can do significant damage to nature. Nevertheless, getting rid of industrial society will accomplish a great deal. It will relieve the worst of the pressure on nature, so that the scars can begin to heal. It will remove the capacity of organized society to keep increasing its control over nature, including human nature. Whatever kind of society may exist after the demise of the industrial system, it is certain that most people will live close to nature, because in the absence of advanced technology, there is no other way people can live. To feed themselves, they must be peasants, or herdsmen, or fishermen, or hunters, etc. And generally speaking, local autonomy should tend to increase, because lack of advanced technology and rapid communications will limit the capacity of governments or other large organizations to control local communities. As for the negative consequences of eliminating industrial society, well, you can't eat your cake and have it too. To gain one thing, you must sacrifice another. Most people hate psychological conflict. For this reason, they avoid doing any serious thinking about difficult social issues, and they like to have such issues presented them in simple black and white terms. This is all good, and that is all bad. The revolutionary ideology should therefore be developed on two levels. On the more sophisticated level, the ideology should address itself to people who are intelligent, thoughtful, and rational. The object should be to create a core of people who will be opposed to the industrial system on a rational, thought-out basis, with full appreciation of the problems and ambiguities involved, and of the price that has to be paid for getting rid of the system. It is particularly important to attract people of this type, as they are capable people and will be instrumental in influencing others. These people should be addressed on as rational a level as possible. Facts should never intentionally be distorted, and intemperate language should be avoided. This does not mean that no appeal can be made to the emotions, but in making such appeal, care should be taken to avoid misrepresenting the truth or doing anything else that would destroy the intellectual respectability of the ideology. On a second level, the ideology should be propagated in a simplified form that will enable the unthinking majority to see the conflict of technology versus nature in unambiguous terms. But even on the second level, the ideology should not be expressed in language that is so cheap, intemperate, or irrational that it alienates people from the thoughtful and rational type. Cheap, intemperate propaganda sometimes achieves impressive short-term gains, but it will be more advantageous in the long run to keep the loyalty of a small number of intelligently committed people than to arouse the passions of an unthinking, fickle mob who will change their attitude as soon as someone comes along with a better propaganda gimmick. However, propaganda of the rabble-rousing type may be necessary when the system is nearing the point of collapse, and there is a final struggle between rival ideologies to determine which will become dominant when the old worldview goes under. Prior to that final struggle, the revolutionaries should not expect to have a majority of people on their side. History is made by active, determined minorities, not by the majority, which seldom has a clear and consistent idea of what it really wants. Until the time comes for the final push toward revolution, the task of revolutionaries will be less to win the shallow support of the majority than to build a small core of deeply committed people. As for the majority, it will be enough to make them aware of the existence of the new ideology and remind them of it frequently, though of course it will be desirable to get majority support to the extent that this can be done without weakening the core of seriously committed people. Any kind of social conflict helps to destabilize the system, but one should be careful about what kind of conflict one encourages. The line of conflict should be drawn between the mass of people and the power-holding elite of the industrial society, politicians, scientists, upper-level business executives, government officials, etc. It should not be drawn between the revolutionaries and the mass of the people. For example, it would be a bad strategy for the revolutionaries to condemn Americans for their habits of consumption. Instead, the average American should be portrayed as a victim of the advertising and marketing industry, which has suckered him into buying a lot of junk that he doesn't need and that is very poor compensation for his lost freedom. Either approach is consistent with the facts. It is merely a matter of attitude whether you blame the advertising industry for manipulating the public or blame the public for allowing itself to be manipulated. As a matter of strategy, one should generally avoid blaming the public. One should think twice before encouraging any other social conflict than that between the power-holding elite, which wields technology, and the general public, over which technology exerts its power. For one thing, other conflicts tend to distract attention from the important conflicts between power elite and ordinary people, between technology and nature. For another thing, other conflicts may actually tend to encourage technologization, because each side in a conflict wants to use technological power to gain advantages over its adversary. This is clearly seen in rivalries between nations. It also appears in ethnic conflicts within nations. For example, in America, many black leaders are anxious to gain power for African Americans by placing black individuals in the technological power elite. They want there to be many black government officials, scientists, corporation executives, and so forth. In this way, they are helping to absorb the African American subculture into the technological system. Generally speaking, one should encourage only those social conflicts that can be fitted into the framework of the conflicts of power elite versus ordinary people, technology versus nature. But the way to discourage ethnic conflict is not through militant advocacy of minority rights. Instead, the revolutionaries should emphasize that although minorities do suffer more or less disadvantage, this disadvantage is of peripheral significance. Our real enemy is the industrial technological system, and in the struggle against the system, ethnic distinctions are of no importance. The kind of revolution we have in mind will not necessarily involve an armed uprising against any government. It may or may not involve physical violence, but it will not be a political revolution. Its focus will be on technology and economics, not politics. Probably the revolutionaries should even avoid assuming political power, whether by legal or illegal means, until the industrial system is stressed to the danger point and has proved itself to be a failure in the eyes of most people. Suppose, for example, that some Green Party should win control of the United States Congress in an election. In order to avoid betraying or watering down their own ideology, they would have to take vigorous measures to turn economic growth into economic shrinkage. To the average man, the results would appear disastrous. There would be massive unemployment, shortages of commodities, etc. Even if the grosser ill effects could be avoided through superhumanly skillful management, still people would have to begin giving up the luxuries to which they have become addicted. Dissatisfaction would grow, the Green Party would be voted out of office, and the revolutionaries would have suffered a severe setback. For this reason, the revolutionaries should not try to acquire political power until the system has gotten itself into such a mess that any hardships will be seen as resulting from the failures of the industrial system itself and not from the policies of the revolutionaries. The revolution against technology will probably have to be a revolution by outsiders, a revolution from below and not from above. The revolution must be international and worldwide. It cannot be carried out on a nation-by-nation basis. Whenever it is suggested that the United States, for example, should cut back on technological progress or economic growth, people get hysterical and start screaming that if we fall behind in technology, the Japanese will get ahead of us. Holy robots! The world will fly off its orbit if the Japanese ever sell more cars than we do. Nationalism is a great promoter of technology. More reasonably, it is argued that if the relatively democratic nations of the world fall behind in technology while nasty dictatorial nations like China, Vietnam, and North Korea continue to progress, eventually the dictators may come to dominate the world. That is why the industrial system should be attacked in all nations simultaneously to the extent that this may be possible. True, there is no assurance that the industrial system can be destroyed at approximately the same time all over the world, and it is even conceivable that the attempt to overthrow the system could lead, instead, to the domination of the system by dictators. That is a risk that has to be taken, and it is worth taking, since the difference between a democratic industrial system and one controlled by dictators is small compared with the difference between an industrial system and a non-industrial one. It might even be argued that an industrial system controlled by dictators would be preferable, because dictator-controlled systems usually have proved inefficient, hence they are presumably more likely to break down. Look at Cuba. Some people take the line that modern man has too much power, too much control over nature. They argue for a more passive attitude on the part of the human race. At best, these people are expressing themselves unclearly because they fail to distinguish between power for large organizations and power for individuals and small groups. It is a mistake to argue for powerlessness and passivity because people need power. Modern man is a collective entity, that is, the industrial system has immense power over nature, and we regard this as evil. But modern individuals and small groups of individuals have far less power than primitive man ever did. Generally speaking, the vast power of modern man over nature is exercised not by individuals or small groups, but by large organizations. To the extent that the average modern individual can wield the power of technology, he is permitted to do so only within narrow limits and only under the supervision and control of the system. You need a license for everything, and with the license comes rules and regulations. The individual has only those technological powers in which the system chooses to provide him. His personal power over nature is slight. Primitive individuals and small groups actually had considerable power over nature, or maybe it would be better to say power within nature. When primitive man needed food, he knew how to find it and prepare edible roots, how to track game and take it with homemade weapons. He knew how to protect himself from heat, cold, rain, dangerous animals, etc. But primitive man did relatively little damage to nature because the collective power of primitive society was negligible compared to the collective power of industrial society. Instead of arguing for powerlessness and passivity, one should argue that the power of the industrial system should be broken, and that this will greatly increase the power and freedom of individuals and small groups. Until the industrial system has been thoroughly wrecked, the destruction of that system must be the revolutionaries' only goal. Other goals would distract attention and energy from the main goal. More importantly, if the revolutionaries permit themselves to have any other goal than the destruction of technology, they will be tempted to use technology as a tool for reaching that other goal. If they give in to that temptation, they will fall right back into the technological trap, because modern technology is a unified, tightly organized system, so that in order to retain some technology, one finds oneself obliged to retain most technology. Hence, one ends up sacrificing only token amounts of technology. Suppose, for example, that the revolutionaries took social justice as a human goal. Human nature being what it is, social justice would not come about spontaneously. It would have to be enforced. In order to enforce it, the revolutionaries would have to retain central organization and control. For that, they would need rapid, long-distance transportation and communication, and therefore all the technology needed to support the transportation and communication systems. To feed and clothe poor people, they would have to use agricultural and manufacturing technology, and so forth. So that the attempt to ensure social justice would force them to retain most parts of the technological system. Not that we have anything against social justice, but it must not be allowed to interfere with the effort to get rid of the technological system. It would be hopeless for revolutionaries to try and attack the system without using some modern technology. If nothing else, they must use the communications media to spread their message. But they should use modern technology for only one purpose: to attack the technological system. Imagine an alcoholic sitting with a barrel of wine in front of him. Suppose he starts saying to himself, "Wine isn't bad for you if you drink in moderation. Why, they say small amounts of wine are even good for you. It won't do me any harm if I just take one little drink." Well, you know what's going to happen. Never forget that the human race with technology is just like an alcoholic with a barrel of wine. Revolutionaries should have as many children as they can. There is strong scientific evidence that social attitudes are to a significant extent inherited. No one suggests that a social attitude is a direct outcome of a person's genetic constitution, but it appears that personality traits are partly inherited, and that certain personality traits tend, within the context of our society, to make a person more likely to hold this or that social attitude. Objections to these findings have been raised, but the objections are feeble and seem to be ideologically motivated. In any event, no one denies that children tend on the average to hold social attitudes similar to those of their parents. From our point of view, it doesn't matter all that much whether the attitudes are passed on genetically or through childhood training. In either case, they are passed on. The trouble is that many of the people who are inclined to rebel against the industrial system are also concerned about the population problems. Hence, they are apt to have few or no children. In this way, they may be handing the world over to the sort of people who support or at least accept the industrial system. To ensure the strength of the next generation of revolutionaries, the present generation should reproduce itself abundantly. In doing so, they will be worsening the population problem only slightly. And the important problem is to get rid of the industrial system, because once the industrial system is gone, the world's population necessarily will decrease. Whereas if the industrial system survives, it will continue developing new techniques of food production that may enable the world's population to keep increasing almost indefinitely. With regard to revolutionary strategy, the only points on which we absolutely insist are that the single overriding goal must be the elimination of modern technology, and that no other goal can be allowed to compete with this one. For the rest, revolutionaries should take an empirical approach. If experience indicates that some of the recommendations made in the foregoing paragraphs are not going to give good results, then those recommendations should be discarded. 2 kinds of technology. An argument likely to be raised against our proposed revolution is that it is bound to fail because, it is claimed, throughout history technology has always progressed, never regressed. Hence, technological regression is impossible, but this claim is false. We distinguish between 2 kinds of technology, which we will call small-scale technology and organization-dependent technology. Small-scale technology is technology that can be used by small-scale communities without outside assistance. Organization-dependent technology is technology that is dependent on large-scale social organization. We are aware of no significant cases of regression in small-scale technology, but organization-dependent technology does regress when the social organization on which it depends breaks down. Example, when the Roman Empire fell apart, the Romans' small-scale technology survived because any clever village craftsman could build, for instance, a water wheel. Any skilled smith could make steel by Roman methods, and so forth. But the Romans' organization-dependent technology did regress. Their aqueducts fell into disrepair and were never rebuilt. Their techniques of road construction were lost. The Roman system of urban sanitation was forgotten, so that not until rather recent times did the sanitation of European cities equal that of ancient Rome. The reason why technology has always seemed to progress is that until perhaps a century or 2 before the Industrial Revolution, most technology was small-scale technology. But most of the technology developed since the Industrial Revolution is organization-dependent technology. Take the refrigerator, for example. Without factory-made parts or the facilities of a post-industrial machine shop, it would be virtually impossible for a handful of local craftsmen to build a refrigerator. If by some miracle they did succeed in building one, it would be useless to them without a reliable source of electric power. So they would have to dam a stream and build a generator. Generators require large amounts of copper wire. Imagine trying to make that wire without modern machinery. And where would they get gas suitable for refrigeration? It would be much easier to build an ice house or preserve food by drying or picking, as was done before the invention of the refrigerator. So it is clear that if the industrial system were once thoroughly broken down, refrigeration technology would quickly be lost. The same is true of other organization-dependent technology. And once this technology had been lost for a generation or so, it would take centuries to rebuild it, just as it took centuries to build it the first time around. Surviving technical books would be few and scattered. An industrial society, if built from scratch without outside help, can only be built in a series of stages. You need tools to make tools to make tools to make tools. A long process of economic development and social organization is required. And, even in the absence of an ideology opposed to technology, there is no reason to believe that anyone would be interested in rebuilding industrial society. The enthusiasm for progress is a phenomenon peculiar to the modern form of society, and it seems not to have existed prior to the 17th century or thereabouts. In the late Middle Ages, there were 4 main civilizations that were about equally advanced: Europe, the Islamic world, India, and the Far East, China, Japan, Korea. 3 of those civilizations remained more or less stable, and only Europe became dynamic. No one knows why Europe became dynamic at that time. Historians have their theories, but these are only speculation. At any rate, it is clear that rapid development toward a technological form of society occurs only under special conditions, so there is no reason to assume that a long-lasting technological regression cannot be brought about. Would society eventually develop again toward an industrial technological form? Maybe, but there is no use in worrying about it since we can't predict or control events 500 or 1,000 years in the future. Those problems must be dealt with by the people who will live at that time. The danger of leftism. Because of their need for rebellion and for membership in a movement, leftists or persons of similar psychological type are often unattracted to a rebellious or activist movement whose goals and membership are not initially leftist. The resulting influx of leftish types can easily turn a non-leftist movement into a leftist one, so that leftist goals replace or distort the original goals of the movement. To avoid this, a movement that exalts nature and opposes technology must take a resolutely anti-leftist stance and must avoid all collaboration with leftists. Leftism is, in the long run, inconsistent with wild nature, with human freedom, and with the elimination of modern technology. Leftism is collectivist. It seeks to bind together the entire world, both nature and the human race, into a unified whole. But this implies management of nature and of human life by organized society, and it requires advanced technology. You can't have a united world without rapid transportation and communication. You can't make all people love one another without sophisticated psychological techniques. You can't have a planned society without the necessary technological base. Above all, leftism is driven by the need for power, and the leftist seeks power on the collective basis through identification with a mass movement or an organization. Leftism is unlikely to ever give up technology because technology is too valuable a source of collective power. The anarchist too seeks power, but he seeks it on an individual or small group basis. He wants individual and small groups to be able to control the circumstances of their own lives. He opposes technology because it makes small groups dependent on large organizations. Some leftists may seem to oppose technology, but they will oppose it only so long as they are outsiders and the technological system is controlled by non-leftists. If leftism ever becomes dominant in society so that the technological system becomes a tool in the hands of leftists, they will enthusiastically use it and promote its growth. In doing this, they will be repeating a pattern that leftism has shown again and again in the past. When the Bolsheviks in Russia were outsiders, they vigorously opposed censorship and the secret police. They advocated self-determination for ethnic minorities and so forth. But as soon as they came into power themselves, they imposed a tighter censorship and created a more ruthless secret police than any that had existed under the Tsars, and they oppressed ethnic minorities at least as much as the Tsars had done. In the United States a couple of decades ago, when leftists were a minority in our universities, leftist professors were vigorous proponents of academic freedom. But today, in those of our universities where leftists have become dominant, they have shown themselves ready to take away from everyone else's academic freedom. This is political correctness. The same will happen with leftists and technology. They will use it to oppress everyone else if they ever get it under their own control. In earlier revolutions, leftists of the most power-hungry type repeatedly have first cooperated with non-leftist revolutionaries, as well as with leftists of a more libertarian inclination, and later have double-crossed them to seize power for themselves. Robespierre did this in the French Revolution, the Bolsheviks did it in the Russian Revolution, the Communists did it in Spain in 1938, and Castro and his followers did it in Cuba. Given the past history of leftism, it would be utterly foolish for non-leftist revolutionaries today to collaborate with leftists. Various thinkers have pointed out that leftism is a kind of religion. Leftism is not a religion in the strictest sense because leftist doctrine does not postulate the existence of any supernatural being. But for the leftist, leftism plays a psychological role, much like that which religion plays for some people. The leftist needs to believe in leftism. His beliefs are not easily modified by logic or facts. He has a deep conviction that leftism is morally right with a capital R, and that he has not only a right but a duty to impose leftist morality on everyone. However, many of the people we are referring to as leftists do not think of themselves as leftists and would not describe their system of beliefs as leftism. We use the term leftism because we don't know of any better words to designate the spectrum of related creeds that includes the feminists, gay rights, political correctness, etc. movements, and because these movements have a strong affinity with the old left. Leftism is a totalitarian force. Wherever leftism is in a position of power, it tends to invade every private corner and force every thought into a leftist mold. In part, this is because of the quasi-religious character of leftism. Everything contrary to leftist beliefs represents sin. More importantly, leftism is a totalitarian force because of the leftist drive for power. The leftist seeks to satisfy his need for power through identification with a social movement, and he tries to go through the power process by helping to pursue and attain goals of that movement. But no matter how far the movement has gone in attaining its goals, the leftist is never satisfied because his activism is a surrogate activity. That is, the leftist's real motive is not to attain the ostensible goals of leftism. In reality, he is motivated by the sense of power he gets from struggling for and then reaching a social goal. Consequently, the leftist is never satisfied with the goals he has already attained. His need for the power process leads him always to pursue some new goal. The leftist wants equal opportunities for minorities. When that is attained, he insists on statistical equality of achievement by minorities. And as long as anyone harbors, in some corner of his mind, a negative attitude towards some minority, the leftist has to re-educate him. And ethnic minorities are not enough. No one can be allowed to have a negative attitude toward homosexuals, disabled people, fat people, old people, ugly people, and on and on and on. It is not enough that the public should be informed about the hazards of smoking. A warning has to be stamped on every package of cigarettes. Then cigarette advertising has to be restricted, if not banned. The activists will never be satisfied until tobacco is outlawed, and after that it will be alcohol, then junk food, etc. Activists have fought gross child abuse, which is reasonable, but now they want to stop all spanking. When they've done that, they will want to ban something else they consider unwholesome, and then another thing, and then another. They will never be satisfied until they have complete control over all child-rearing practices, and then they will move on to another cause. Suppose you asked leftists to make a list of all the things that were wrong with society. Then suppose you instituted every social change that they demanded. It is safe to say that within a couple years, the majority of leftists would find something new to complain about, some new social evil to correct, because once again, the leftist is motivated less by distress at society's ills than by the need to satisfy his drive for power by imposing his solutions on society. Because of the restrictions placed on their thoughts and behavior by their high level of socialization, many leftists of the over-socialized type cannot pursue power in the ways that other people do. For them, the drive for power has only one morally acceptable outlet, and that is in the struggle to impose their morality on everyone. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, are true believers in the sense of Eric Hoffer's book, The True Believer. But not all true believers are of the same psychological type as leftists. Presumably, a true believing Nazi, for instance, is very different psychologically from a true believing leftist. Because of their capacity for single-minded devotion to a cause, true believers are a useful, perhaps necessary ingredient of any revolutionary movement. This presents a problem with which we must admit we don't know how to deal. We aren't sure how to harness the energies of the true believer to a revolution against technology. At present, all we can say is that no true believer will make a safe recruit to the revolution unless his commitment is exclusively to the destruction of technology. If he is committed also to another ideal, he may want to use technology as a tool for pursuing that other ideal. Some readers may say, this stuff about leftism is a lot of crap. I know John and Jane who are leftish types, and they don't have all these totalitarian tendencies. It's quite true that many leftists, possibly even a numerical majority, are decent people who sincerely believe in tolerating others' values, up to a point, and wouldn't want to use high-handed methods to reach their social goals. Our remarks about leftism are not meant to apply to every individual leftist, but to describe the general character of leftism as a movement. And the general character of a movement is not necessarily determined by the numerical proportions of the various kinds of people involved in the movement. The people who rise to positions of power in leftist movements tend to be leftists of the most power-hungry type, because power-hungry people are those who strive hardest to get into positions of power. Once the power-hungry types have captured control of the movement, there are many leftists of a gentler breed who inwardly disapprove of many of the actions of the leaders, but cannot bring themselves to oppose them. They need their faith in the movement, and because they cannot give up this faith, they go along with the leaders. True, some leftists do have the guts to oppose the totalitarian tendencies that emerge, but they generally lose because the power-hungry types are better organized, are more ruthless and Machiavellian, and have taken care to build themselves a strong power base. These phenomena appeared clearly in Russia and other countries that were taken over by leftists. Similarly, before the breakdown of communism in the USSR, leftish types in the West would seldom criticize that country. If prodded, they would admit that the USSR did many things wrong, but then they would try to find excuses for the communists and begin talking about the faults of the West. They always opposed Western military resistance to communist aggression. Leftish types all over the world vigorously protested the U.S. military action in Vietnam, but when the USSR invaded Afghanistan, they did nothing. Not that they approved of the Soviet actions, but because of their leftist faith, they just couldn't bear to put themselves in opposition to communism. Today, in those of our universities where political correctness has become dominant, there are probably many leftish types who privately disapprove of the suppression of academic freedom, but they go along with it anyway. Thus, the fact that many individual leftists are personally mild and fairly tolerant people by no means prevents leftism as a whole from having a totalitarian tendency. Our discussion of leftism has a serious weakness. It is still far from clear what we mean by the word leftist. There doesn't seem to be much we can do about this. Today, leftism is fragmented into a whole spectrum of activist movements, yet not all activist movements are leftist, and some activist movements, for example, radical environmentalism, seem to include both personalities of the leftist type and personalities of thoroughly unleftist types, who ought to know better than to collaborate with leftists. Varieties of leftists fade out gradually into varieties of non-leftists, and we ourselves would often be hard-pressed to decide whether a given individual is a leftist or not a leftist. To the extent that it is defined at all, our conception of leftism is defined by the discussion of it that we have given in this article, and we can only advise the reader to use his own judgment in deciding who is a leftist. But it will be helpful to list some criteria for diagnosing leftism. These criteria cannot be applied in a cut-and-dried manner. Some individuals may meet some criteria without being leftists, and some leftists may not meet any of the criteria. Again, you just have to use your judgment. The leftist is oriented towards large-scale collectivism. He emphasizes the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. He has a negative attitude toward individualism. He often takes a moralistic tone. He tends to be for gun control, for sex education and other psychologically enlightened educational methods, for social planning, for affirmative action, for multiculturalism. He tends to identify with victims. He tends to be against competition and against violence, but he often finds excuses for those leftists who do commit violence. He is fond of using the common catchphrases of the left like racism, sexism, homophobia, capitalism, imperialism, neocolonialism, genocide, social change, social justice, social responsibility. Maybe the best diagnostic trait of the leftist is his tendency to sympathize with the following movements: feminism, gay rights, ethnic rights, disability rights, animal rights, political correctness. Anyone who strongly sympathizes with all of these movements is most certainly a leftist. The more dangerous leftists, that is, those who are most power-hungry, are often characterized by arrogance or a dogmatic approach to ideology. However, the most dangerous leftists of all may be certain over-socialized types who avoid irritating displays of aggressiveness and refrain from advertising their leftism, but work quietly and unobtrusively to promote collectivist values, enlightened psychological techniques for socializing children, dependence of the individual on the system, and so forth. These crypto-leftists, as we may call them, approximate certain bourgeois types as far as practical action is concerned, but differ from them in psychology, ideology, and motivation. The ordinary bourgeois tries to bring people under the control of the system in order to protect his way of life, or he does so simply because his attitudes are conventional. The crypto-leftist tries to bring people under control of the system because he is a true believer in a collectivist ideology. The crypto-leftist is differentiated from the average leftist of the over-socialized type by the fact that his rebellious impulse is weaker and he is more securely socialized. He is differentiated from the ordinary well-socialized bourgeois by the fact that there is some deep lack within him that makes it necessary for him to devote himself to a cause and immerse himself in a collectivity. And maybe his well-sublimated drive for power is stronger than that of the average bourgeois. Final note. Throughout this article, we've made imprecise statements, and statements that ought to have had all sorts of qualifications and reservations attached to them. And some of our statements may be flatly false. Lack of sufficient information and the need for brevity made it impossible for us to formulate our assertions more precisely or add all the necessary qualifications. And of course, in a discussion of this kind, one must rely heavily on intuitive judgment, and that can sometimes be wrong. So we don't claim that this article expresses more than a crude approximation of the truth. All the same, we are reasonably confident that the general outlines of the picture we have painted here are roughly correct. Just one weak point needs to be mentioned. We have portrayed leftism in its modern form as a phenomenon peculiar to our time and as a symptom of the disruption of the power process. But we might possibly be wrong about this. Over-socialized types who try to satisfy their drive for power by imposing their morality on everyone have certainly been around for a long time. But we think that the decisive role played by feelings of inferiority, low self-esteem, powerlessness, identification with victims by people who are not themselves victims, is a peculiarity of modern leftism. Identification with victims by people not themselves victims can be seen to some extent in 19th century leftism and in early Christianity, but as far as we can make out, symptoms of low self-esteem, etc. were not nearly so evident in these movements or in any other movements as they are in modern leftism. But we are not in a position to assert confidently that no such movements have existed prior to modern leftism. This is a significant question to which historians ought to give their attention. Be sure to check out Syllogism Podcast Episode 5 for our analysis on this manuscript. And if you enjoyed this reading, do me a solid, like and subscribe.
Emergency, 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 emergency.
Check the army of doom patrol. Now I see human life as a whole at the end of time. Through tiny incisions cutting my soul. Waste intake, defecation, racing, testing methods of DNA retrieval stage. 38 months disintegration. Ready to build like first menstruation. What's your biological limitation? I study regional class and occupational subculture. A primitive change, but less rapidly through the vultures. Jesus returns as a woman with no evidence of carcasses. Say goodnight, I got the shakes, cause the body's mangled with Parkinson's. I see men build machines without treating their own disorders. Plus the Christian madhouse where the Carlos planning the slaughter. Sickly holiness, my connection to Kabbalah leaves you motionless. Focus the Maccabees, last days of kosher dish.
Emergency
broadcast system. We interrupt your remedy schedule program. Pay attention. Continuous full option to hold out for urgency. Declare martial law, warfare, state of emergency. Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your remedy schedule program. Pay attention. Continuous full option to hold out for urgency. Declare martial law, warfare, state of emergency. emergency. Created Islamic circuit, break the secret service, shatter my control, walk in the astral plane, consciously earthless. Manifesting truth to swallow serpent, snake-like in their purpose. Slither sucking, fork tongue twisting, holy scriptures into curses. As the siren sound, soldiers with weapons underground with grasp. Perhaps the only way to get up pointed crosses with the gap. Now picture that. Ghetto terrain clustered by armored tanks and Romans. Federal emergency declared, prepare as their troops close. Commandeer with riot gear, rifles secure where the beast lives. Coming through like 12 and for the arms Sandinistas. We can all gain a place within the presence of the sun. Time to revolutionize with the mind and the gun. Listen, it's the emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your remedy schedule program, pay attention. Emergency, full out shelter, hold out call for urgency. Declare martial law, that state of emergency. Listen, it's the emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your remedy schedule program, pay attention. Emergency, full out shelter, hold out call for urgency. Declare martial law, that state of emergency.
Psychological warfare destroyed air. Increased my bleeding, I had no mask when toxic gas left me with the hopes of breathing. Down to one lung, one thumb, a sour taste on my tongue. Energy for only 3 with 20 more miles to run. I'm in a maze with booby traps and loaded gas and water rats low. My oxygen plus my only lung about to collapse. My tunnel vision in this light, therapeutic mind on ice. I feel threat from unknown forces as I slowly lose my sight. Demons shine and get destroyed when consciousness becomes coherent. Sweat large Indians appear, then disappear like aged spirits. Off to Mecca.
Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your remedy schedule program, pay attention. Emergency, full out shelter, hold out call for urgency. Declare martial law, that state of emergency. Listen, it's the emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your remedy schedule program, pay attention. Emergency, full out shelter, hold out call for urgency. Declare martial law, that state of emergency.
Emergency, 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 emergency. Emergency, 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 emergency. Emergency, 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 emergency. Emergency,
emergency broadcast system. We interrupt the remedy schedule program, pay attention. Emergency, full out shelter, hold out call for urgency. Declare martial law, that state of emergency. Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt the remedy schedule program, pay attention. Emergency, full out shelter, hold out call for urgency. Declare martial law, that state of emergency.
Emergency, 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 emergency.
Millisecond speed to designated destination.
Nazi, a group of people who want to rule the world. Hitler's second book was The World Order, the New World Order. The Council on Foreign Relations crowd are trying to establish today what Hitler established yesterday. But Hitler's been demonized. 85% of the people want a national ID card. They want what Hitler delivered.
We're living in the last days, what will be the prophecy? The seven-headed beast, place the hexagram upon the streets. Illuminati kamikaze, who are the real Nazis? Beware of the modern day Hitler. Your Masonic seals on your dollar bills suddenly transform into swastikas. 24 elders appear from the four corners as I recite verses from the scriptures. Angels descend, the sky blackens, the sun turns into blood. Behold a pale horse rider from a distance. I see the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The entrance to the pyramids where the secrets of the lost ages are buried, wrapped up like mummies, uncovered like archaeology. This is the new discovery of the LCOB. Secret society, trying to keep their eye.
Illuminati propaganda, enslaved through legal tender, holocaustic brain, Washington, super state epicenter. There's nowhere to hide the great eyes on me. Entertainment industry, spiritual Zyklon B. Collectively collude to leave the free man slain, shepherding sheep into the concentration campaign. Run for your life to escape the Gestapo police. These are the real terrorists, and the fear won't cease. Capitus diminutia, engage in politics. Seers of Bavaria, worshipping the idol six. Totalitarian rule through conquest or consent. Total Aryan school, requested all the bombs sent. Yeah, you heard right, this is the new Third Reich. Double-headed eagle in flight, swoops like a thief in the night. As the prison walls harden, the parallel goals of Halliburton and IG Farben become apparent. Underneath the parent Union Banking Corporation of NYC heads up the distribution of RFID chips to make you slip into submission, become civilian citizens of neo-fascist jurisdiction.
Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body.
Children of lost souls, crossroads, towards flows. In the valley of death, don't step where the corpse grows. Ain't nothing magic like Angel and Copperfield. Novus, Ordo Seclorum on a Masonic seal. Illuminati hobby ill, follow what they fathers build. Eye of illumination stamped upon a dollar bill. Secret symbology, the circle in the prophecy. Skull and bones, scroll, lock and key, that's the policy. Raping the nation, the philosophy is Satan. The hypocrisy we facing like we got to be forsaken. Lost without a savior, burning the corpse upon a cross with our neighbor and toast the forgotten flavor. What? Neo-Nazi, fascism, the classism, collapse system that felt the venom when man bit him. When that's given, then nothing can ever come of this. The smoke and mirrors of shadow worlds that don't exist.
Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Secret society want my mind, soul, and my body, but I'ma stay incognito. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me.
There is a hole in front of the shovel, shovel in front of the brawn. 6 billion gorillas for whom the graves yawn. Each with of his mule stays to choose his tool of trade. Dueling blades that cue the cruel charade and fuel the flames. You would clue the crew into the civil. Just get the food and land like you the man and flew the coop over the pit bulls. Dash back, flash you the compassionate nano police who sat beneath an avalanche of jagged and nautical seas. And I would stop the violence more than I was Pontius Pilate. Cops and robbers riot by the files of noxious sirens. A is gullible, he figure all man equal no-brainer. Take it as friends and neighbors didn't cater. Moms raised the babies to a very churchy 80s. Sunday mornings reinforce the waiting gates of Hades. And he brazen, but apparently inferno bound now. But when a man of cloth recite his wrongs, he wouldn't bow down. The punishment should fit the reasons you must punish him. Never puncture skin or pull the colored rugs from under them. Two opposing motherships shall not employ the gunners then, cause brotherhoods of public good do not employ the youngster within you. Observing how the giveth is disproportionate to the taketh away. Decide to make it this day. All the stoic odium glowing a cold holster when it could have stood easily in a tub juggling toaster. No mountain too high, no city too far, no coma tonight, no city tomorrow, no fire too loud, no city too charged, no treaty too signed, no city too guard. Phone up with a grown-up mode approach. Skin crawling off the drawer and I would claw the awkward tone up. I'd known it wasn't roses, but hoped it was less corrosive. Coasting to the focus of the grossest diagnosis like home. The barnacles that chew upon the flesh of man have glued into the suit of his capital to a beggar's hand and comfortably sung a stubborn legacy of gluttony with carnivores that burrow like hunters into the blood and meats. Chinny chin up in the city picker sending pin-up letter numb the spitting stigma. Along came a spider, saw the Rex to any buyer. Had a shooter in the back of 6 legs wider than the driver. If you make no friends on the way to the top rung, there is no secret handshake club. I do not give a fuck, but other cancers make the olive branches obviously standard. But when they extend from the yachts and mansions, drop your cannons. All kings hang 'em, but a cliffside drip dry. Will he clip a zip line or slip for his final dip dive? If he lived, will he survive the milligrams of middle ground? They pump into the pinstripe pentagrams over Tinseltown, or kill a man who trickled down a city with his scissors out, a sickle dipped in military hells, bells, and whistles. Riders to the east, not a wild tribe. Thank you for the peace on earth and mercy mild. Hide, too high. No city too far, no coma tonight, no city tomorrow, no fire too loud, no city too charged, no treaty too signed, no city too guard.
You know what I'm saying? Know we got that talk, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You get some of that quadrupore, slide off through a time warp. Been getting money before dinosaur. Diamonds on, limes small. Write rhymes on island resorts. Dimes snorts, some guys slide a line inside a Newport. Push a fly two-door like too short. I'm just an artist with a tech, hard as a baguette. Carve a nigga head. You a meatball, get squeezed on. Your physical being turned to cream corn. Slice a quarter for the order. Supporter, roll dice on the corner. Gats tuck, big cash to touch him at the cusp. Couple of 100 racks on the rug. Young Dawn, sun's under the arm. Treat Lamborghinis like bumper cars. Got scars, chains around the neck like scarves. Your limbs hang out of thread like yarn. I'm the next big thing. Chicken heads claim the best spring cans. Run the ring, my head is on the top of the pyramid. Pictures of me and all my affiliates. We lit Phillies like idiots. Killer lineage, let them know what it really is. Niggas is penniless with skinny ribs. I fire semis at too many wigs. I'm feeling like Billy the Kid, skinny big. You literally live as a guinea pig. If the Timbs ain't on deck, you know the pennies is. Your fingers still penny pinch. You make me pull a Mac Millie out the Fendi trench. In any event, hold a 12 gauge, that's heavy as shit. For every clip we let steadily rip. Push your ass forward back to 76, motherfucker. Oh yeah, any good year, baby. Those some great years, man. 75, 76. 77, through the 80s. I'm saying, seen a lot, nigga. Hold up. You got the raise shit. Niggas is petty, legendary. All of my enemies dead and buried. I let 20 hit your strawberry pelly. Burn holes in your belly like Henny. Betty, turn up dead like Freddy. For all niggas Fetty. Get cut with the machete. Lift you up, prick with the desi. Smuggle drugs stuffed in the teddy. You bitch, you fuck missionary, visionary. I bust shots out the 10 of them, daddy. Ghetto poet, fall up in the rodent, look bloated. You shouldn't have gloated, I unloaded. I was molded to stand up when other niggas folded. Your spirit out your body just floated. Word to my son, I'll murder a bum. Turn your thumb until it swell up like plum. Your future look glum. Hurt, I feel none, I'm numb. Your guns bang on you like steel drum. Spill blood, plus sweat. Before I lift the iron up, stretch. Clutch the tech, bust your wet heads, rubber neck. Like damn, what a fucking mess. You want come test the unimpressed, make you undress.
Yo, I shatter dreams like Jordan, assault and batter your team. Your squadron will be barred from Africa, Adam and Eve from the garden. I'm carving my initials on your forehead, so every night before bed you see the BP shut off the board head. Reverse that, a curse at the first whack. Nigga with the worst rap, you see ain't worth jack. Hit him with 1,000 pounds of pressure per slap. Make his whole body jerk back. Watch the earth crack, hand him his purse back. I'm the first Latin rapper to baffle the skull. Master the flow, niggas be swerving, I'm blacking and cold like Nat King. I be rapping and tongues packing the ones, magnums, cannons, and Gatling guns. It's Big Pun, the one and only son of Tony Montana. You ain't promised mañana in the rotten Montana. Come on, Fana, we need more rhymes. Feeling marijuana, snake bite, anaconda. A man of honor would wanna try to match my persona. Sometimes rhyming, I blow my own mind like Nirvana, comma, and go the whole nine like Madonna. Go try to find another rhymer with my kind of grammar. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. Adrenaline, uncut, straight to the gut, medicine, more cure for pain. I quote your brain like polyurethane. Simple and plain, I'll explain it in layman terms. If you came and learned how to make fire, I'ma make it burn. Higher and hotter than lava, the scholar and Roger, as smart as MacGyver. Could put honor inside the heart of a liar, involved in the life of crime. Fuck it, I like to shine, up in the white and lime. Touch with the pipe design, plushed out. No pockets about to flush out. If you're not in it for the spinach, get the fuck out, take a hike. We could even battle to make it right. Your head, lace the mic, you finish, say goodnight. Head to head in the street, I leave you dead in your feet, saddle and beef. I'll even let you rhyme to the Benjamin beat, but it won't matter. Your dream's still going shattered. It's a long ladder to climb, and mine is gonna stagger. So get out of town before I hit you with the loudest sound you ever heard. There's a bird player, you out of bounds. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. You know the one addition with your whole steeds is unofficial. I come and get you and let the desert ease. Tongue kiss you with one pistol and two clips. I make it cuckoo flips like acrobatics. I'm charismatic. My dad is magic. It makes rappers disappear. Whisper in your ear, crystal clear. Come here, let me kiss your tears. Everything you fear is here. You ain't gotta search further. The first murder's the worst. Now I thirst further for reverse birth. Every verse hurts. Every curse word's already more offending than that immerse words. I thirst for blood like a vampire. Any man claiming his cam's tighter is a goddamn liar. I'll set him on fire, retire your chain of thought, drain a quart of blood out your brain and leave you insane in the dark. The king of New York lays his crown and the boogie down and sprays the town with the Mac hoodie down. I'm no joke. I'll soak your face with the sweeper, die in disgrace. I'll face your death through the speaker. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination. When you awaken, your manhood to be taken, faking like you Satan. When I'm the rhyming abomination.
And no one ever did for me. I'm gonna give you the benefit of my experience.
Yeah.
You use it
Prospecto,
well,
BX, you heard?
we get along.
Terror Squad. Terminology.
If you don't,
ST.
you have to answer to me.
Yeah.
Do you understand, Mr.?
Yo, hey yo, y'all niggas ain't fucking with this. Busting my clips, blow your hands off for touching my chips. Y'all know we got them things tight if we up in the mix. Niggas losing their minds, got bitches cutting their wrists. Hey yo, y'all niggas ain't fucking with this. Busting my clips, blow your hands off for touching my chips. Y'all know we got them things tight if we up in the mix. Niggas losing their minds, got bitches cutting their wrists.
Bitches in the hood say that I'm a grimy bastard, but they know I drop hits in a timely fashion. Niggas bring it to my squad, then the 9 is blasted. Won't leave the studio till the rhyme is classic. Sleep with the toast, so if you like keeping your post, you better chill before you sleep with the ghost. I'm deeper than most, so if I say my shoes is thorough, then I ain't trying to tell you that my sneakers is dope. Rap keys, you can sneak in the boat. Stack G's, you can keep in the vote. Let me teach you the ropes. Hustle and dope's a joke. All my people and folk stay surrounded by the white like a piece of the yoke. Sleeping you broke. Niggas know that time is money, and on the block, stool pigeon niggas screeching the pole, keeping afloat. But they tryna sink my ship. That's why I marry my clip, me and my heater alone. We could just hope drama never comes our way, and we could just smoke. Mobilize the guns all day, my guns all spray. So don't have a bunch of people crowd around your hole like it's Groundhog Day. Cause I be happy to bury you, the more guns the merrier. But I'd rather murder the president of America. Mass hysteria, aircraft carriers, Area 51 and aerial strikes, burials. Man, that's just a bunch of random shit. Imagine if I really got up on some ransom shit. Could give a fuck if you got a big heater. I'll still put you in a casket like the Crypt Keeper. So tell your man to stop pumping you up before the paramedics come and start pumping you up. Yeah, this is something you can pump when you drunk, on your way to catch a body with a pump in the trunk.
Hey yo, y'all niggas ain't fucking with this. Busting my clips, blow your hands off for touching my chips. Y'all know we got them things tight if we up in the mix. Niggas losing their minds, got bitches cutting their wrists. More. Hey yo, y'all niggas ain't fucking with this. Busting my clips, blow your hands off for touching my chips. Y'all know we got them things tight if we up in the mix. Niggas losing their minds, got bitches cutting their wrists.
Yeah, what? Prospect nigga, yeah. Throw the squad in the building.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, it just came.
Yeah, this is the poisonous, venomous, killer bee, queen bee connection, live and direct, Stalin, BK, QB, boogie down, wherever you found, yo, deadly venom, that's how we end them, master them, no friend to him, bend him in half for entering, my camaraderie, move like tight security, known to tear the club up, plus the after party, on the battlefield, catch a body, with no fair warning, my queen bee connects, swarm on him, primate, hold your mic straight before you challenge me, you're lightweight, and only force me to cause casualties, battery backs, can't match minds with the solar power, they get overpowered, shower with rhymes, it's like white lines of powder, now the madness, so me and solo with the counter,
breaking no shorts for sure, I'm coming through smashing my to the floor, whoever wanted war, yo bring it, if you got the sword I'ma swing it, slither back to the pit when my phone started ringing, so come here, what's up, about your stuff, running through the chamber, they ain't giving up, cause I'm deadly, I'ma set the pace like a method, relay, who can have been a winner replay,
nice, make heads crack like dice, give them a double order, a manslaughter, on the tape recorder, the law and order tape muffled and distorted, all you heard was murderous shots, the rest is pre-recorded, the jury reported I'm a free venom, hitting niggas with the momentum, even villains wanna get a venom, the feeling deviance from the previous, but the way we leaving this is sure to make sense.
FBI, the most high, fly, Robin fly, keep a close eye on Johnny 5, I be coming live from New York, it's Saturday night, so it's only right I step to the phony type, see him in the party acting hard, but they hardly a threat to the vet, once you start me, no stopping, no part me, no copping, the plea, I beat you in the head, 3rd degree, what's the science, the 411, can't do me nothing, still ghetto, I rhyme ghetto, my brother's ghetto, never say die and never settle, for anything less than what the devil possessed, I'm like MOP to the death, now who is Johnny Blaze, Mr. Meth?
Hitting fever, come with the raw, deadly venom with the rule, with one more to go, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaborations at the deadly combination, face to face, shake your earth, rocking your nation.
Southern vicious, rolling with the devious clan, I got a master plan of the blast your man, getting lyrical, hurting your feeling deep in your mental, like a principle in your brain, killing your spiritual, be a down, fishing out, roll the world a bunch of criminals, street gunner, finish strike like thunder, spitting, that'll stop your hunger, ready for war, let me let you get a taste of the raw, coming through with the clan, so you won't get far, rather than scar, all respect due to the God, and my queen killer bees, disconnected and
Overseas, getting ready for the year 2G. DV.
Pillage, yo, I'm a great commodity to see me, the unchained magnetic. I release my y'all, I piece mine together to the third power. Hit y'all like the Mayflower scandal. Slash 3 felonies and be the 1-6 vandal. From Park Hill, Shaolin put the work in from dusk to us dawn. Lebanon dawn, don't sleep on the adversary. Midtown stalk y'all out on the ferry. You got trapped in between pillage and the venoms.
Yo,
Cherry heads a minimum.
Process of elimination, we jack done like Rhythm Nation. Got your heart speeding like you drag racing. We lab replacing, try to avoid the confrontation. You kinda mixed up like Tiger Woods with that combination. I ain't calling no names, here's a hint with no brains. Guarantee things gon' change. Dudes admire the visual, about the coolest Carolina individual. Everything digital like Bobby. I'm loving on them kung fu flicks, poison the hottie. My crew be known to run through clicks, quick fast, in a hurry. When I smash, leave your vision blurry. Trying to make the bill like Murray.
Hitting fever, come with the raw. Deadly venom, meet the woo. We want more to go, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaboration, sent the deadly combination. Face to face, shaking your earth, rocking your nation.
All the rich kids got my blood hotter than. Did you ventriloquist talking out shit like this? Cause I insisted you the one to show the tape of the hit. I told you quit showing the tape like King. Take a trick, wanna violate rape. Woo and venom annihilate. Don't hesitate to push the rhymes like wait and shake.
Yo, PLO, when the guns blow, use a no-show. Posing like a scarecrow with no dough. Street pros move through the metro rapidly. My faculty quick to blow the boost out your battery. My African queen bees is back of me, shutting down your salary. J Boo twist another daiquiri. Ricky Steamboat float on this scenario. Hydro, door click off like a calico.
Get it on, mics get blown when you step into my zone. Heads get blown for trying to clone. Now take that, now you got one to grow on. So go on, baby paw, hold on while I flow on. I keep it tight with 4 sides to a square. You ain't seen no thugs like these nowhere, I swear. You wanna test me, how can it be? I'm rolling with the fam, Wu-Tang TV.
Yo, I dead MCs with this poisonous venom. Return and send them, whack it to venom. To secretly analyze this is live. I see the allies trying to stalk the beehive. Forgot the deadly stinging was major bell ringing. Too strong for with eyes closed and swinging. Major point, spot your target and zoom in before it's too late. Saw the snake through his handshake. Aiming your darts at the click you can't handle. Attack with the pace those who travel on camel. On warm side, that you cross the barrier. With my storm side, it destroy your area.
Hitting fever, come with the raw. Deadly venom, meet the woo. We want more to go, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaboration, set the deadly combination. Face to face, shaking your earth, rocking your nation.
Hitting fever, come with the raw. Deadly venom, meet the woo. We want more to go, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaboration, set the deadly combination. Face to face, shaking your earth, rocking your nation.
Precipitation is the platinum reflection with the all seeing retina written out. Gamma tech for 4 mecha terms. I'm trying to describe and do the math for the fact to keep the peace in my mind. I used to rap dumb shot on the dumb and the blind about the food shell get in the definite signs. My pen it wasn't vision, envisioning war. I used to seek the ill, thought to keep it with ill core. I had this speech and I was sought to reveal the source, liberate the I state, and show you the forward, the dual balance. For the natural mechatronics, the gin is incontested, wanna shake you when you solid. Come out your frame of emotion when you got them with the 4 rockers and the 5 times a lot of meditate, navigate the micro, the macro, metacosm phrase. Get real and climb before I met the snake movers wanna shake my mind. I see the true look in a book of your kind, your acts and your facts. Go down on the line, on earth, your episode got shoddy from acting the roles. New 97 times, it's lavish the gold. A productive being dipped in Patron, but not this inflating with knowledge. Embracing my soul before Mecca, taking my intellect to luxury control. Plus the setup, no Christ or Confucius, white hard and diamonds. You set the net up to catch the jewels from these books of being the last friends and serving the back. Chapter 6 is in the days when disciples was multiplied. Our evangelistic code script to describe. Black genetic fire kept the moving seed alive. AIG for 6,000 years, the devil God is shine. 100 years out of slavery, this rap game is mine. Exercise, visualize, enterprise. Precipitation is the platinum reflection with the all-seeing retina written out. Gamma tech, gamma ray. Never catch feelings for the job. Evolve the movement with the order and evolve. Never attach or revolve before Mecca. I was studying the enemy sector, seeing the scepter, setting up the Babylon director. Forever my rawness is the ill black calculus. Encrypt God code on my DNA figure. And about this Caligula, neuron drama side, the first flash of math will defy the supreme. Novocaine locked down on the 21st century. Betrayal of revelation inside your psychology. No Illuminati could kill the Asiatic body. Hot catch with before Mecca turns down levels wasn't wrong. But for now, allow warm and involuntary organized surahs. Set the alarm, I said it before. Satan dynasty killer. That was the government's can. A cover this, perfect the phrase, pull back. Reback the function, select the race up and avoid the abduction. Know the plus lesson, addressing the force of the cross. Brothers were hanging heads of Jesus from the neck, the force. A get blast with no ledger foundation to rap. Or with the force guard head, and you still subject. They got the nerve to feel free. How you see, bring the board force with the gradient vector. The ill thrill kill moves about the intellector. Invincible eye, yeah, civilize the man. New molecules of dual covert, atomic plan. Time is away in the presence of war with the one self. I'll be real, I'll fix the triple lines, 3 veils and 3 steals. Before Mecca, there was a base level range of understanding. After Mecca, my new circumference run is oneness. 97 made Hajj. Retrieve my sword, slaying the hordes around boards and revealing the cause. Revealing the cause.
So now we come to another interesting episode. In the last few years, there's been a great deal of emphasis upon extraterrestrials visiting our planet.
Hey yo, these motherfuckers bugging if they think I hang it up. Pass the mic in my direction and I straight up ate it up. Really got the guns I talk about, I wouldn't make it up. Ultra Mag 4 horsemen, I'm about to raise it up. Till I'm Cool Keith crazy with voices that tell me shit. Trigger fingers extended like E.T. with Elliot. You get your belly hit, it's shaking like ballistic gel. This is hell, bodies getting dropped like pennies inside a wishing well. Pennywise, fingers with Freddy knives and chainsaws. Put you in a coma, make your brain pause. This is why we break jaws. Singing Judas Priest while we break laws. Rock and break beats since Easy E sold 8 balls. I travel through space now and lay foes face down. Cause App is real, battlefields feel just like playgrounds. These little double time yappity yap rappers, I rapidly smack backwards, get battery packs fraction. We ain't in the same place, occupy the same space. Rooftops shattering glass in your Apple Watch. Appernocks rocking like Axl Rose and Asher Watch. Astronauts blasting off, laughing while rappers watch in disbelief. This is beef, problems you never wanted. My raps killing tired crowds and leave your whole town haunted. And while you rocking man buns, I'm cocking handguns. Sticking you for paper, I'll pass down to my grandsons. Fans run when apples on the stage, I'm metamorphing into a demogorgon. I give your head an abortion, I'll leave your brain in the dumpster. The brave of the dumber, cause some brazen motherfucker about to get his brains braided this summer. Since Biggie was unbelievable, I was similar. A similar sentences like defenses established around perimeters. You outgun, outshine, must be out your mind. Raps putrid, app is stupid, slap the fluid out your spine. Spit divine scripture, rhyme sicker than polio. I'm Godzilla in Tokyo, dick's big as a totem pole. Got inhuman capabilities, kinda like Opio. Grabbing bulls by the horn, this ain't my first rodeo. Yo. Occupy the same space. So get the fuck out of my face.
Flash 3 times.
I got that ancient technology. I keep that alien weaponry on me. I keep that alien weaponry. I got that ancient technology. I keep that alien
emphasis upon extraterrestrials visiting our planet.
Hey yo, these motherfuckers bugging if they think I hang it up. Pass the mic in my direction and I straight up bait it up. Really got the guns I talk about, I wouldn't make it up. Ultramag 4 horsemen, I'm about to raise it up. Till I'm cool, Keith crazy with voices that tell me shit. Trigger fingers extended like E.T. with Elliot. You get your belly hit and shaking like ballistic gel. This is hell, bodies getting dropped like pennies inside a wishing well. Pennywise, fingers with Freddy knives and chainsaws. Put you in a coma, make your brain pause. This is why we break jaws. Singing Judas Priest while we break laws. Rockin' break beats since Eazy-E sold 8 balls. I travel through space now and lay foes face down. Cause app is real, battlefields feel just like playgrounds. These little double time yappity yap rappers, I rapidly smack backwards, get battery packs fractured.
We ain't in the same place or occupy the same space. So get the fuck out my face. I got that ancient technology. I keep the alien weaponry on me. I keep the alien weaponry. I got that ancient technology. I keep the alien weaponry on me.
My verse makes earthquakes and aftershocks, scaring off massive flocks of birds on rooftops, shattering glass in your Apple Watch. Appernauts rocking like Axl Rose and Acid Wash. Astronauts blasting off, laughing while rappers watch in disbelief. This is beef, problems you never wanted. My raps killing tired crowds and leave your whole town haunted. And while you rocking man buns, I'm cocking handguns, sticking you for paper. I'll pass down to my grandsons. Fans run when apples on the stage. I'm metamorphing into a demogorgon. I give your head an abortion. I'll leave your brain in the dumpster, the braver the dumber. Cause some brazen motherfucker about to get his brains braided this summer. Since Biggie was unbelievable, I was similar. Assembling sentences like defenses established around perimeters. You outgun, outshine, must be out your mind. Raps is putrid, app is stupid, slap the fluid out your spine. Spit divine scripture, rhyme sicker than polio. I'm Godzilla in Tokyo, dicks big as a totem pole. Got inhuman capabilities, kinda like opio. Grabbing bulls by the horn, this ain't my first rodeo, yo.
We ain't in the same place or occupy the same space. So get the fuck out my face. I got that ancient technology. I keep the alien weaponry on me. I keep the alien weaponry. I got that ancient technology. I keep the alien weaponry on me. I keep the alien weaponry.
But what we seemingly have overlooked is the possibility that these records that we now consider.
Word up, New York, yo, word up, 25 to life, yo, recognize, word up, yo, understand, yo, New York, get the bloody money, dirty cash, loud niggas smoke weed, and car C stabs, you monkey walk, I'm hunchback, sneak quiet, talk about me gossip, scared to death when I pop up, I'm fouler than gas, so don't bust when they supposed to, been around you, claim close, but wasn't close to you, your setup was weak, you come in, I saw you cut corners, steak type shit, tie you up, seal your lip, wrist bleeding, cowboy roll, choke your throat, put the bogey out in your face, now your face lays like ashtray face, save a gat on my waist, get a guard for space, shoot you up above waist, if I ain't got beef, right here, or right there, ice grill there, should've set it off right there, CNN, war report, right across New York, guard I'm Indian style, knees bent, militant, y'all the world know, Noriega from Iraq, people me serious, keep it real, that's that, get stabbed in your back, my man, Alley Cat, little cousin from Jamaica, brown skin thug, thug blood, yo, we stuck in the game like it's a drug, my pops was a thug nigga, was on the streets too, Uncle Wise dipping, 82, back on the street, 107 got brew, I see you, come see you, write scroll, to the rest of the fam, locked and hold, at age 8, money come first, snatch first, go to church, yo, that's not me, mommy I'm cursed, bliss, glamorous, diabolic, devilish, this game real, realer than you think, just think, spots get rushed, knives get touched, police bust, yo what happened, police kick
Yo, we was rapping. Your wife, what? Dressed and decent, 100 crackers. Son, that's the 110 precinct. New York, get the bloody money. Dirty cash, live niggas smoke weed. Car C-stash, you monkey walk, on hunchback. Sleep quiet, talk about me gossip. Scared to death when I pop up. Yo, time zone, cabrón, maricón. Bitches calling me up, trying to set me up. Like Amina, Dina, kid, they from Medina. Emmanuel, keep it scared to sell. General, click deep for cartel. When niggas get locked, who you think they call for bail? Shorty legs, mask smooth. Son, I'm left struck. Pussy plus dick could only equal a fuck. Fatty banging, tearing alive, my chain hanging. We waiting, conversating, evil is Satan. Illegal life, watch police on bikes. Like stealing shame, they monkey wrist the whole game. A stress day, police watch to 12K. While I smoke, shorty sip, Chardonnay. I lay back, cognac. And I don't even drink like that. I sell crack, yo, my ISIS. Gleam type me, sell the fiend, shoot guns, parallel, pistol, boss swell, kid, whatever. Desert storm, like bad weather. Click together, keep gaps under the lever. You lightweight, what? I'm heavyweight, whole weight. Yo, it's jail niggas coming home, taking this shit. Yo, illegal business. The niggas got dealt with, got smoked. Garbody cat, he sniff coke. Yo, he's on time. Think about drinking his wine, regulate 9-9. Get my crew out, survive shootout. Tactics, keep gas under the mattress. You play a hater. My team, a bunch of regulator. Set you up, you won't make it to the elevator. You never been to jail, I'm jail scene. Niggas seen me in jail since 13, shooting up scene. Real niggas take cream. New York, get the bloody money. Dirty cash, live niggas smoke weed. Car C-stash, you monkey walk, I'm hunchback. Sleep quiet, talk about me gossip. Scared to death when I pop up. New York, get the bloody money. Dirty cash, live niggas smoke weed. Car C-stash, you monkey walk, I'm hunchback. Sleep quiet, talk about me gossip. Scared to death when I pop up.
Word up, I'm Restaurant Family. Big Money, Big Joy Outlaw. That family, yo.
CNN, once again. Control method up, Big High.
El Murder. Real visible, not divisible. Pony Noriega, nigga.
Word up.
Joy Outlaw.
Big Carlos.
Phoenix Kid, what? Yeah, what?
That's right.
Bring it back, baby.
What the fuck you looking at? You ain't never seen a real nigga with the steel, nigga. Ready to die, ready to kill, nigga. I turn your heart into a beanie, baby. And go home and lay up and tell my bitch you should've seen me, baby. I beat them niggas like they owed me or outflowed me. I sent them niggas running like Mario, leaving keys and screaming please. I caught 25 niggas for 25 G's. Shot a fat one with the C cipher. Rapped about it like the lifers and let them niggas know it's bumpy knuckles, baby. Yo, check it out. This was for them niggas on the block. You know what time it is, baby? Throw them hands when I be running with my mom, we wild. Gun style is sick. Swing a back door brick. Really coming with the flick flick. Wild niggas, throw your hands up. Wild niggas, throw them hands up. When I be running with my mom, we wild. Gun style is sick. Swing a back door brick. Really coming with the click click. Wild niggas, throw your hands up. Quick, D. Tell them what I'm talking.
Hey yo, here we go again. Another one sent from Travis D, my friend. If you ain't never heard me, let me begin by saying I stay blazing. Cause how I bring it is amazing. Say this why I'm after a hyper one because it's laden. Puffed up and begin to register until I look at the right paper and start to vision on how I'm gonna make this new mission. I see myself in a 2G message spitting. Get my point across, say yo, pay attention, listen. I rhyme with intentions, don't make me start handing out rap attentions. Total rhyme suspensions, skill teacher, Lord so nice to meet ya. Bring the pride up when I greet ya. No plans to deceive your son, I just bring across that feature. Ride with a leader, even bring it to the teacher.
When I be running with my mom, we wild. Gun style is sick. Swing a back, throw a brick. We'll be coming with the click click. Wild niggas, throw your hands up, quick, throw them hands up. You throw them hands. When I be running with my mom, we wild. Gun style is sick. Swing a back, throw a brick. We'll be coming with the click click. Wild niggas, throw your hands up, quick, quick.
My soldiers is at ease unless it's war. That's when the
gas squeeze, talking sassy, knowing you get snatched up like rat cheese. I'm the thug in the club, pumping my fist, hand on my dick, playing the wall until I'm fucked up and wanna dance with a bitch. My eyes noticing the fatty banging, ass in the tits, and I don't never trust a hoe, so I'm always stashing my chips. I'll be bent, never sober, still don't crash up the whip. And if it wasn't for this music, I probably will never be shit. I'm broken, my wrist is iceless, my rhymes is priceless. I be the cop senseless like Marlon Wayans and raping with his own nightstick, but on the low, I be blowing a dro, fucking with hoes, call me your father, son and you, keeping you up on your toes, yo. Fuck y'all niggas, I'll crush y'all niggas, y'all bitch niggas. I take a faggot and make them fuck y'all niggas. Above me, you will never be, you can never achieve being ahead of me. So fuck who you are, word isn't who you will ever be.
And I be running with my mom, we wild, gun style to sick, swing about, throw a brick, we'll be coming with the click, click. Why niggas throw their hands up, break your hands up, niggas throw their hands up. When I be running with my mom, we wild, gun style to sick, swing about, throw a brick, we'll be coming with the click, click. Why niggas throw their hands up, niggas throw your hands up, it's for them dogs niggas. That's right. Come on, baby. Don't get it fucked up. Whoa.
Yeah, nigga. NY to Philly. What y'all niggas feel like? Drama?
Cool G and Connor. Jeremiah.
That's the case, nigga. You know the dawn on with 16, and I'll do harm for this big cream. The whips and the carriage, blow like the Knicks and the Mavericks, slipping the fabrics, pull up with some bench shit, the tennis shit, hitting the hazards. Got a bitch with that Chris habit. Gotta have it, fuck shorty, it's in the OT with a brick in the baggage. Throw in the club's at, slip with a rabbit. Chick only lick dick status to get cabbage. Chick and lab it to the dick Baptist. Who back on the map, G and Connor with a vengeance. It's drama to the finish, put the llama to your appendix. It's squeezing the slug, gunpowder season your blood. I'm a legend, breathing the reason you thug, nigga. It's where the buck stops. Fuck props, fuck shots to the top. Money, what the fuck you forgot? Thought I was done, wasn't touching the block. Still real, busting the Glock. Put it where you can see it. What up now?
Yeah. Yo, what's the motherfucking gap to this? Y'all believe lies like y'all was Catholics. I rap in Arabic, so my message is just immaculate. My rap elaborate, Rick of 40 can blaze a sack to it. My aim is accurate, take your brain and blow out the back of it. I'm salty, miserable cat that slap shorties. Looks kinda resemble that, a fat party. I don't even clap, young boy, he clap for me. Chain hang down on my dick, I'm that gaudy. I don't even fuck with you cat, you rap poorly. I don't even bucket you cat, you that corny. Put a whack on me. We barking at you. And Vinny Paz hold a hammer like a carpenter do. You should understand that I ain't really fucking around. And if you don't, you're gonna find your body stuck in the ground. We bucking them down. Cause that's how wrong my life is. Y'all don't understand how fucking strong my wife is. I'm from a time where every song was righteous. Before rap was just a swarm of white kids. And y'all are witness to the dawn of heightness. Or just another victim to the pawns and shysters. I feed your corpse to a swarm of vipers. Let them suck the blood till your form is lifeless. What? Fucking Vinny Paz, daddy. Jeremiah tricks. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
G-Rap, G and Connor, Jedi Mind. Y'all niggas know. Vinny Paz.
Y'all fucking running with words. The fucking legend.
My nigga Stoop on the track.
Yeah,
Enemy of mankind, you feel me?
It's just the fucking beginning, motherfuckers. We're back at this motherfucker.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Rap Attack 50. Goddamn! WM. Hey,
beg no friends. Yeah, WM. Once again, WM. Come on, come on, ma. Can I borrow the keys? My generation is carpooling with doom and disease. Buckle up, skipper, the new American asterisk. You riding shoddy with Jesus of NASCAR in. At the end of the day, we all sitting on 24s, 365 horses. No horse shit, nothing but a learning permit. Delinquents on the Autobahn, popping our airbags off, worthless. I'm not depressed, man, I'm just a fucking New Yorker who know that sitting in traffic with these bastards is torture. Being a jalopy with a mommy, getting headrest and holler the glowing moonroof is proof that I'm not dead yet. And y'all can all give me the Hummer, cause in the meantime, I'ma pick this ride like fly Formula Oneer. This is the Alpha Duck summer, with a gleam of factory gunmetal sheen, gray and no VIN number. In the hoopty screaming freedom is mine. How'd you get so rap? Pumping the tune I so conveniently provide. Don't have to be flashy, I'll use any old rhyme. Pop, check this out. Feel away, stay alive, stay alive. Cars slide by with the booming system like New York is Palooza with Metal Gear using Christians. Posted up for the gods of oil mining in a military Humvee with no bulletproof siding. Brooklyn, baby, I'm waterlocked, walking nervous when the curfew was imposed, closing transportational service. This councilmatic fear turned me Hunter S. Thompson with my lawyer leaning over the side view mirror. Vomiting. You call them windows, I call them asbestos listeners. But this wheezing in my chest don't need more than fucking air fresheners. There ain't no easy pass. Hands on a dash, you'll get locked in the Casbah if the movement's too fast. Here come the cannonballs, run, get in your gremlin. The days of thunder creeping up sooner than you expected. Paranoid brethren disable the OnStar. No one will trace us, pull us over and shout outlet car. Hopped in the hoopty screaming freedom is mine. How'd you get so fresh? Bumping the tune I so conveniently provide. Don't have to be flashy, I'll use any old ride. Hop in a whip and peel away, stay alive, stay alive. These TV thugs got the heart of Herbie the Love Bug. It don't take a speed race in mine to see that they just stuck. I'll wrap your promo truck with an ambulance stencil to prove that your fucking baby's frying up in a rental. I knew a kid who navigated a slippery and fuel injected a speedball on his way to Atlantic City. Out the race before even making his mark, and now they'll never pick his shit up out of long-term parking. My AAA card is one too many initials. An Autobot on the fringe of liquid addiction, spinning fishtails. I'm about to careen on some tunes and shit off cliff, but loving the sport of racing is keeping me out of coffins. Come movers like, fuck it, just keep the beats dirty, dusty. I grab a CB radio like, I'll keep running the track, even when muddy, cause my insurance don't cover leaving behind the pit crew that love me, so I rhyme. Hopped in the hoopty screaming freedom is mine. Drive. Pumping the tune I so conveniently provide. Drive. Don't have to be flashy, I'll use any old ride. Drive. Hop in a whip and peel away, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. What the fuck, oh, look out!
Looking for pay raise, blowing up spots and screaming Mayday. Late waste, whole city blocks the death that they face. Make haste, back to the shelter, the water's AIDS lace. Cause they take all of the spots y'all niggas vacate. They craze, rabid animals straight out the caves. Depraved, ain't 8 days, I'm West Craven. This spreads mayhem, your verse is desperation. In your church and defecating desecration. Left hand to Satan, the mental patient. Space war, break the hard nerves, escape the state war. Change form, shapes your faceless, walking a race war. Stage 4, Defcon bitch, I'm about to set bomb. arms, press on. Push the button switch and lose my left arm. Get gone, the bitches while I'm pulling out the metal work. Lethal weapon lifting, hitting you so hard your neck will jerk. Head will burst, just when you think it couldn't get any worse. Just remember your children and sentence.
It's like the enemy only gets on the streets, and the television watching me. Helicopters is overhead, I'm contemplating, are we free? It's hard to see when the fog is this thick. Use sadistic guards and prison yard systems, they grip batons and yo, I lit the bomb and send it off at Pentagon. Cause Uncle Sam planted pentagram, say on, send beyond. Your life is hard, gonna bear rap just like it's long. Following different guards, occupy your land that isn't on. The branch like your last, I blast fire your ass by the ash to your last gas. Trying to pry your parts, the cast like your mask. The ones surviving, they pumps and lava, my armor carbon fire. Filming inside the Fauci, flowing like oceans of orange lava. Like vision fire fight, line up in my eyesight. Walking through the streets of New York, smoking that tiger night that's spiteful. With 30 dirty bullets in my rifle, I'm scratching the cereal of the metal ghetto disciple.
Vision full of bloody faces, murder, death, kill. Leatherface in second grade, my sentences is ill. Forgot to take my medicine, was born on Haunted Hill. Street corner devilish, the venom's in the pill. Ain't nobody innocent, my sickness gets a veil. Welcome to the pestilence, the end of days, it's real. DMG the headroom, sniffing $100 bills. Well, life is like Inception, that's the shit that gives me chills. Back up in the padded room, my sights where it's a thrill. Every single session that I'm stepping in is ill. Filed and delivered, they just let me out to build. I just like the exorcist, my testament to Exodus. Got this schizophrenic, carbon genesis and pregnancy. Suicide squad, so my mind playing tricks. Got a shotgun in the floor and a package of some scripts. Facing fucking death, yeah, that one you won't forget.
I live a pendulum with swinging rocks and crippled men with simple thoughts. About my little pen, you'll stop your brittleness. Rainbow Skittles is a soft to stop us on a griddle, kid. Think you stop before a morsel, all up on some little shit. I'm laughing at your tiny balls with such a dimple dick. Claiming Biggie, but you small, so I'ma call you little bitch. Hey yo, run that, run up with my son's back. Hesitate for just a space and now you in your gun jack. Bitch got a bun smack, don't front that, pills to smack, cause we love that. Yo, what's the deal, seeing your chick up at the dub shack. My balls, but she suck cat. Suicide squad, yo, we the mob and yeah, the guns clack. Hey yo, we hardly the carving of a partridge family. Sitting in dark basements, the horror amity. Like dogs, we raw meat, chasing the bravest cavalry. New England, we creeping, the new chapter academy, yeah.
Kill you the quickest, your death peaceful, the flow wicked pass through you, take your soul with it, full speed, take a breath, set sail, I'll leave your flesh pale before you can exhale, made your own prison, trapped in your own hell, the first time in jail, he hung himself in a cell, ghost outside a shell, hang him by a nail like a spotted snake, cause they never tell the same tale, waking from a nightmare, petrified, shooken, it's not the first time that you got your life tooken, better rock dying and wonder why you couldn't just look and eating through a straw. Hope you like running, These rappers shady, but I ain't afraid to take a loss. Even with a cat I fully trust, I got the safety off. Even when it rains, it's when it starts to pour. You slipping, cause my style polished like a model floor.
Faces are death related to rest, better pray for the best. I'm trying to claim you a dangerous threat, but you wasting your breath. Get out my way, my breath, the cannon falls straight through your chest and chop the remains of your flesh until there ain't nothing left. Sick in your range, I piss on your grave to pay my respects. Your prisoners, you came with niggas, you came and they could be next. Late to accept a mistake, I'm slaying your set. Sharpening my guillotine about the shape of a neck. Making the message fatal to test. If you make me upset, I take the caress and state that you rap without breaking a sweat. Some say that I'm crazy, I blame it all on the drugs. Finger painting my initials on the wall with your blood. Remember the name is simple and plain. My mental's insane, filled with twisted thoughts that continuously enter my brain. If it's wrong, bringing the pain. Finish strike a soldier like a cobra. Try to go against me and your life is over. Nice to know you.
My verses appear in your glamour like spiritual scriptures, like the city reminiscing over the same MCs constantly, over and over. It'll take a guy like me in the dark room to destroy that picture, burn up the backdrop, last year's records you still spinning, let the 2-year-old jam go. Ain't nobody I heard since rap been invented. Come on DJs, y'all need to stop. Bowing down to these indoor gangsters, rubbing their cocks and trans, selling more than 3 million, you pop. Good mama's boys that act wild, show up to the Bill Cosby show. They take a sponsorship from Magnafox. Is it the glamour life, the front stage, the hot heat? Make people wonder, do you really walk around and smack everybody in the street? Is it the glamour life, the front stage, the hot heat? Make people wonder, do you really walk around and smack everybody in the street? Come on with the serving. A lot of dudes can't get out for sunshine, looking obvious, followed by 7 black Suburbans. Who's that in the car faking with the fat bodyguard walking in the soft residential area like Ronald Reagan? You might as well be good with a teddy bear in your hand with a thong on, scared to conversate with people with a skirt on like Megan. Simone, jackasses looking from behind the curtain like Raven. Klondikes that won't enjoy their life, don't even want to buy a bird to keep them company. Scared to write a legit check, remember nurses won't go out to the country. You'll be back and turning urban in a senior citizen outfit, like an old person walking around the city with a cane, with the millions you saving. I'm not impressed. Is it the glamour life, the front stage, the hot heat? Make people wonder, do you really walk around and smack everybody in the street? Is it the glamour life, the front stage, the hot heat? Make people wonder, do you really walk around and smack everybody in the street? Smack everybody. Is it the glamour life that make you think you tough? You're so hard, you're gangsta, you're bad, smacking everybody, beating up everybody, you're coward, you're tough. Is it the glamour life? Glamour, 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 glamour. Is it the glamour life, the front stage, the hot heat? Make people wonder, do you really walk around and smack everybody in the street? Is it the glamour life, the front stage, the hot heat? Make people wonder, do you really walk around and smack everybody in the street?
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to brand your business? We print banners and signs that help you stand out, and must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and hoodies. Right now.
Yeah. Big V. The Moon Man. Yeah, they won't stop us. But there's one thing man can't stop. The natural. The act of God. Yo. The king on horseback, break the chainmail. Swing a war axe, make it rain hail. Shrouded in clouds, I'm pounding the crowd with thunderous death marches. Fresh carcass, lit in my path, slit in the half, severely the torturer, carrying the orchestra, burying the fork in y'all faggots are done. Stabbing the sun with a harpoon, flash in the dark room, you're overexposed. Y'all the cast of a cartoon, I spark boom. Smash the mizzen mask, slash your gizzard fast, crack your clavicle with magical wizardcraft. I sent apostles to slam dance with Pentecostals. Sound pound down through the ground, dented fossils. Slash the fabric of the universe, slice through your tunic first. Right around the crotch, now you a eunuch cursed to a life of celibacy. Then I slice your wife's memory so she can no longer nourish your family. That's the end of you. I don't care if there's 10 of you. Send your crew and tell all your men to bring a friend or two. I bend a few bones like plasticine. Wrap your spleen up in knots. Man in the cannon and start busting shots. The war sniper. Your fake hard rocks like full mica. The new god of thunder body slam Thor like a rag doll. And bag your time for checkout. Slice from your head to your shoulders and pull your neck out. When the god of thunder storms into the room. Crack, boom, crack, boom. Come on, come on. If you wanna brawl, I'm the mighty Thor. Who's ready for war? I'm ready for war. When the god of thunder storms into the room. Crack, boom, crack, boom. Come on, come on. If you wanna brawl, I'm the mighty Thor. Who's ready
heavy. And if I'm forced to riff, I'll have to warn ya, I'm deadly. Thoughts will shift to sand support in California. Collapse the continents, past my dominance is past your common sense. That's the ominous task of a monolith. This rap's so hard, kick it and your leg will shift. Attack your squad, vicious on a Pegasus. Convince heaven to bear a son. A dark solar eclipse and stomach burning, so a lips scream, where's the sun? Microphone on fire. Microphone on fire. When the god of thunder storms into the room, crack, boom, boom. Come one, come all. If you wanna brawl, I'm the mighty Thor. Who's ready for war? I'm ready for war. When the god of thunder storms into the room, crack, boom, boom. Come one, come all. If you wanna brawl, I'm the mighty Thor. Who's ready for war? I'm ready for war. Choke your team with a rope machine material. Your verses open seams and wrote a dream. Forget subconscious, in which the big gorilla spills the blazing wax. Impact from a slap is causing ways to crack and transform into undertow. As your blunders grow a humble foes. My lung explodes and blows lightning as I sneeze through a thunder nose. Gust of wind will crush your skin. Thrust through limbs with tusk embedded in the head that is responsible for killing 150 constables in Bournemouth, England. Sinuous immune to flows like Morris skin. Vertebrate a thesaurus in the 4th grade. Then use my knowledge to craft an ore blade and swing it, leaving your thoughts slayed. My war slaves work collecting samples for the man to call with cancer jaw, striking rappers with panther paws. I crush hard rocks, the pebbles just fact and boulder, and cleave a fjord in your shoulder when I swing my Jonah. Hit them then twist and bend the double helixes of your squad's most vicious men. I transform their forms into bitches, then my pistons send thundering shockwaves to rock rays and soft naves. Thoughts laid, slayed when sprayed with the pistol pen, my crystal lens. Bifocals or fry vocals, virtuoso, my chokeholds worldwide, you'll die local. When the god of thunder storms into the room, crack, boom, boom. Come one, come all. If you wanna brawl, I'm the mighty Thor. Who's ready for war? I'm ready for war. When the god of thunder storms into the room, crack, boom, boom. Come one, come all. If you wanna brawl, I'm the mighty Thor. Who's ready for war? I'm ready for war.
Again, it's Big G, running a number rackets, rearing Pele jackets, fast loop cactus, I'm well up in the millionaire bracket. The boss of 4 bosses are always horses in the fortress corridors with Olympic torches and Mona Lisa portraits, jacuzzis and saunas, and eating steak at Benny Hanna's, Bentley's limousine, the front yard streaming full of piranhas. I'm set, a private jet, I drink a lot of Becks, get a lot of sex, condo and duplex, diamond infested Rolex, the level recliner, the raw units for silver china, sipping on finer wine, and you keep on shines of diamond miners, the highness, kingpin of heroin, I'm thorough when I have to bring the terror and handle business in each and every barrel. In town and city, I'm rolling like Frank Nitty, I'm rich and pretty, back up kitties, I got Grammys that's grimy and gritty, a nigga that's spunky and likes to keep his pockets chunky, making most of my money from all the dope fiends and junkies. I learned from the best, the ones that's living and the ones that's put the rest, so I bless my chest with a vest and pack of Smith & West, and then I'm off to get the snaps, not the scraps. The game is be a real Mac, the name is Cool G Rap. What I gotta do just to make a dollar. Living in this game, sometimes it makes you wanna holler. It's a weird shit. What I gotta do just to make a dollar. Living in this game, sometimes it makes you wanna holler. I gotta fly, walk under the wing. I swing it and does a thing, and if you step inside my ring, she'll bang it out and make your brains hang. She sits at restaurant tables with make foxes and tables, drinking Chardonnay brand label, shit rockin' suckers, cradle and yeah, honey is more bounce to the ounce. She walks around with Lucci in large amounts, millions of socks with bank accounts. Her name is Tammy, got a beach house in Miami. Rides around with a small jammy and a silken satin panties. A down home, a Foxy Brown, all standing up ground. When if the clown, yo, she turn into a bus around. Our flyers are heaven's angel, got sapphires in our bangles, diamond earrings hanging dangle, getting money from all angles. She's pretty under the New York City bright lights. In real life, way after midnight, I hit it cause the split's tight. Wake up early and make my rounds, break a brick down. Back in the silver 4 pounds, some clowns be trying to get down. Light up a smoke and grab a stack of casinos. The slick stick up kids don't get no free, don't broke cause I ain't trying to be broke. I goes all out for G-Rap business, hard enough is 40, it's a damn shame what I gotta do to get the money.
What I gotta do just to make a dollar. Sometimes it makes me wanna holler. It's a shame what I gotta do just to make a dollar. Living in this game, sometimes it makes me wanna holler. No, it ain't no sweet, ain't no
Stone will be throwing at the state and a stone will be throwing at the churches.
We came to just do this for you. Sit back and just watch us bubble. We come with more heat than the sun do. Gorillas out of the concrete jungle. We came to just do this for you. Sit back and just watch us bubble. Gorillas out of the concrete jungle. We come with more heat.
Yeah, of all secrets, I'm the best kept. Making sure my first step is my best step. I watch my investments while the rest slept. And change tunes like the faders on the Vestex. Yes, I'm a mile under the floor with a swisher full of cushion, a towel under the door. You remember me as the tallest one of the four. Every time you come and check out your boy, he yeah, hot like the tip of a blowtorch. Can lift up a show horse with nibble with no force. This heavy but low voice, making ladies go, boys don't front. Keep on filling the joint, there's no choice. I'm running my mouthpiece and I outreach through the power of devout speech. While you shout beef, screaming from your couch seat, we about heat and we come to shit.
We came to just do this for you. Sit back and just watch us bubble. We come with more heat than the sun do. Gorillas out of the concrete jungle. We came to just do this for you. Sit back and just watch us bubble. Gorillas out of the concrete jungle. We come with more heat.
Yeah, second half of a double header. Tune up the trouble setter, here to make it bubble better. Brontosaurus base, took his Barney Rubble sweater. And I'm blowing like the coldest winter Chicago weather. Hey, while you sweet up in plain cinnamon, my lyric venom in your vein and your brain hemorrhaging. If you think that I'm insane, I'm a plain citizen. People call me out my name, I remain disciplined. Hey, a wicked sentence and a vicious blend. Has more wealth than the wallets of the richest men. It's interesting, pay attention to what you're witnessing. The love of the art form, not just the dividends. Yeah, all eyes on me. But please don't put the rumors and the lies on me. Cause I'm just that clown to come with the fat sound. Charlie Tuna, live and we come to shit, yeah.
In the concrete jungle, wild animals. Stomach growling like lions, it's understandable. Rappers will run right up on you and try to battle you. Quicker than a cheetah run up on a caribou. What up, Tuna? The blacksmith is back with the backflip flow. I got the survival tactics and crack. Open like the seal on the package. Came with a message. We must retain the freshness. Blaming the plain depressing. Is this what the game is left with? It's on, homie, name the weapon. As soon as Mr. International stepping, you're rapping irresponsible, irrational, deathless. I'm ready. I got enough lyrics, I've been stocking up. Get on some Vince Vaughn, you better lock it up. Is it live or what?
Let's do a little bit
Can't rock it now. Treat it like it's out of pocket.
We came to just do this for you. Sit back and just watch us bubble. We come with more heat than the sun do. Gorillas out of the concrete jungle. We came to just do this for you. Sit back and just watch us bubble. Gorillas out of the concrete jungle. We come with more heat. Watch it down.
Hey yo, Butane, Jermaine, Hussein's my new name. Head Trauma Records produced the blue flame. Let's play my ink pen spray, what Sean Penn say. After the picture is drawn, I yawn, then lay. Enter the quiet zones, harps and xylophones provide the tone. Pass me the microphone, flow natural. Walk over to control panel. Highlight the mode of attack, select battle. Directors deviated, everything's recreated. Be creative, step inside my MC simulator. Slowly pull the wool from over your eyes as troops mobilize to recover stolen rhymes. You push, I pull, you drive, I ride. You buy what I supply, shut the fuck up and drive. Dragonfly aerial view, wind speed less than 2. Lieutenant Manchu, the best of my crew. Mandarian 2, arguing with Aryan Zeus. But the truth is he mad cause I married a goop. And she know when I lock and load, my cock rolls, I burn the block down. Get the cops on the phone. Don't look for contact, contact find you. We walk up behind you while you listen to iTunes. Majestic Mike Master with a jaw antimatter. Cloak and dagger. Did a Van Goghs with 2 stolen Van Goghs. Dak and cloak. The majestic Mike Master with a jaw antimatter. Cloak and dagger. Did a Van Goghs with 2 stolen Van Goghs. Dak and cloak.
Hey yo, I'm lyrically lethal. My seafood taught me how to spit C4. Initiate the death blow. The Dunmock, Thai warrior, unbuck. Brooklyn, Vietnam, hold me down on the blocks. The war in this lock, crooked ass cops, psych you out with psychops. Third eye bigger than Cyclops. Return to Planet Rock, 0700 hours on the dot. We stopped the plot to ban hip hop. Martial law got every city block on lock. Snipers on top of the buildings, scoping out the ghetto children's 5%ers in the cipher building. 85 is still long for the return of the stigmata. The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, you hear it, you feel it. Possessing my lyrics, ancient spirits from the pyramids. We speak graffiti, hieroglyphics, terrific. Audiographic, cybernetic pictures direct from the flame scriptures. Rip the flesh of your bones. Body bagger on the microphone. Gamma, Omega, Delta, drop zone. Don't test it until we bless it with the messianic message. The majestic Mike Masters, Sith Lord assassins, trained in the black arts. I spit a poison dart in your heart. Hannibal lecture, tear your body apart. Stand parallel, I parasail down the carousel. Rhythmatic, jujitsu, I do this well. Front sword, handstand, I landed on the back of the van. I made the driver crash into a trash can. Before we exchange blows, cloak beaming with the scope. Spit his knot with the Hindu red dot, cleaning the soap. The jar of antimatter was stuck in his coat. I bagged the 2 Van Goghs, then repelled up a light pole. Black Cobra Commander, Rambo Commando platoon. Walk up on the Jacob's ladder, you doom. Blood spill, you get served from meal on Hamburger Hill. My squad been ready to die, but now they ready to kill. My soldiers are ill, swallow 6 cyanide pill. March from Brooklyn on to Brownsville to buck you with the hot steel. What's the deal? C&D, we both worth a meal. Penetrate your force field, Wesley snipe you with the raw skill. I fucking wipe you off this planet for real. C&D, sword and shield, hip-hop prophecy fulfilled. Majestic Mike Master with a jaw antimatter. Cloak and dagger. Did a Van Goghs with 2 stolen Van Goghs. Dak and cloak. The majestic Mike Master with a jaw antimatter. Cloak and dagger. Did a Van Goghs with 2 stolen Van Goghs. Dak and cloak, they know. Yo, the gifted God, sick with the bars. My spit's like the world's biggest liquid bomb. Welcome to the nation of Islam.com. Stop storms from spinning with fists and arms. A beast on the mic, nowadays I chill. Anywhere rap exists, they praise my skill. All by myself, I buckled the whole asteroid belt. I laugh when they ask for my help. Captured more souls than Hell's Gate Border Patrol. Exported the flow, imported some hoes. Better respect the verbose bet. Yermo's best, Germanicus left and came back with Merlot breath. The Robo-Mech, Turbo Tech with a werewolf chest. Servos turn both my wrists. Mike Masters with a recipe for the antimatter. You don't wanna fuck around with cloak or dagger.
Smut Chancellor, Slot Ambassador, I stalk down the block, grabbing my job, scratch crotch what I got from my red light stop. Dead right hops, I write rhymes for a living. Hit my misgivings when my brain was still missing.
Read and study while my boots muddy, so fucking filthy and Averex butters look bummy. Think out loud, cause I'm allowed. Stage dive in the crowd, and cannibals must have smeared across my eyebrows.
God bless me with abnormal tendencies. Granted clemency for illegal chemistry. Ain't worth your weight in molecular structure. Out of work like JFK Jr.'s flight instructor.
Went looking for exits and tried to get my head fixed. Left with a perforated picture of Jimi Hendrix. Seeing these days, cages like 54 ways to get my fucking money mega seedless to play.
Sluts, gimmicks, ducks, you finish. This is dedicated for those medicated minutes.
Fuck, image, we stuck on spinach. In a second you'll be checking in the fucking spot clinic.
Like sluts, gimmicks, ducks, you finish. This is dedicated for those medicated minutes.
Fuck, image, we stuck on spinach. In a second you'll be checking in the fucking spot clinic. I ran up in a whack open mic cafe on stage. So many biters I performed in a shark cage and dark shades. During the Central Park raids, I walked out with a book of paper and a bag of beige. Friends, the camera lens, head behind the shoelace. Get more upskirts than women's penance for your face.
I'm fresh out the box like newborns. The chicken played with my monkey, now we making zoo porn. The MC's the Antichrist like Damien Thorne. Eric the Pascal Lance will feel the scorn. Oh man, illest showman, my molding with logic equal to 15 Vulcans.
And I'm soaking, face looking blank. Shoot this little kid up with horse trank and send him to the bank with a give me the funds note. Clips missing from the gun. If you can slap the bucket or split it with my guns. I shit on crumbs, got a couple thousand sons that all should have been wiped off some drugs or clogging lungs.
Every time I dabble, watch my life unravel. Did I miss an exit to the road less travel? Transmit from the depths of the deepest basement through the pavement, up in the spaceships. Death Star creator, I orbit track boards. My appeal spans road scholars to slack jaws.
Sluts, gimmicks, ducks, you finish. This is dedicated for those medicated minutes.
Fuck, image, we stuck on spinach. In a second, you'll be checking in the fucking smut clinics. Like
sluts, gimmicks, ducks, you finish. This is dedicated for those medicated minutes.
Fuck, image, we stuck on spinach. In a second, you'll be checking in the fucking smut clinic. Yo, a peddler show, including from heart to tattooing. You choose a season. Dialect for all these crews and legions. A walking contradiction like Jews for Jesus.
I spit how the earth tastes and pass forms out of place. Galvanize my face and kill for breathing space. Nobody to trace. Open the trunk like the case. Like the L off of your body to sweep you in the face.
Yeah, I seen old timers became semi-thugs. I got more dizzy spells than Reginald Denny does. Cranium blower, shade stadium goer. Hydro cultivator, turn uranium grower.
I'm not smut chancellor. Got vagina slippers for the floor. Show you when that slut you call wifey hardcore. While I burn off the lip stack you evolve from. I'm down to shoot pop ducks cause I can't do what cause
sluts, gimmicks, ducks, you finish. This is dedicated for those medicated minutes.
Fuck, image, we stuck on spinach. In a second you'll be checking in the fucking smut clinic.
Like sluts, gimmicks.
World Series Entertainment, doing it live and direct, rockin' style. Got my peoples up in here, 50 Cal, DCQ, DJ Spin Bad, man Pharaoh Munch. And of course, my name is Mr. Man. You know that. Yo, if you need it, we supply it. If you're curious, then try it. If you're feeling it, buy it. If not, stay quiet. Catch me inciting a riot. Make a law, I can fight. World Series, play the field. The whole team play outside. Feeling like you wanna fuck with it, then fuck with it. But if you can't duck the shit, you stuck with it. You don't have luck with it. Another critic. I didn't get caught in your bubble, I punctured it. So if you talking after that, then we thugging you up. And if you still talking shit, then we shutting you up. When the girls get close, we start rubbing them up. The bartender called me over cause I double them up. I'm on mission to change the finance condition. You a man, be a man, nigga, fuck the bitchin'. Don't talk about it, be about it, fuck the wishing. Getting high, so all your peoples better leave the kitchens.
Why you acting all punk now? Your crew is going so you ain't popping junk now. Hide now, cause you know we on the hunt now. Talking tough, but what's up now? What's up now? Yo, why you acting all punk now? Your crew is gone, so you ain't popping junk now. Hide now, cause you know we on the hunt now. Talking tough, but what's up now? What's up now?
Hey yo, what's up now? Cats talk tough and they butt now. I buck rounds and hit them up so they duck now. I represent uptown and get them touched now. We'll run through them like E. Smith for a touchdown. Cover your track when you're doubling stacks. I smother them cats with gats that'll plug up your trap. You know them cats that be smuggling max and them cats that be bubbling, dodging the government, juggling crack. It's a fact. You can't rap with the gun in your trap. And that front to get you slapped with your son in your lap. So it's either you come equipped, flip, get a grip, or just take it like a chick when cats is getting hit. My word is wisdom. Mess up your whole central nervous system. Burn a lit 'em, you heard it hit 'em. So it's the verdict with 'em. Yo, remain. I numb 'em up like Novocaine and leave niggas on their knees like Jehovah
Why you
Cain.
acting all punk now? Your crew is gone, so you ain't popping junk now. Hide now, cause you know we on the hunt now. Talking tough, but what's up now? What's up now? Yo, why you acting all punk now? Your crew is gone, so you ain't popping junk now. Hide now, cause you know we on the hunt now. Talking tough, but what's up now? What's up now?
Autobiography Hall of Fame, where my story's gotta be in sync like 5 white boys with dance choreography. The anomaly's back, please, I promise you that. Don't wanna send motherfuckers with Jeffrey Dahmer's body to yak. Sinister minutes to administer when it's the time to finish them off by the minute and replenish the line with the right rhyme for spite. Plug in the mic line, I make any dyke mine, supplying with pipeline. Sound of the door before we enter your house. Click the sound of the gap when it's inside of your mouth. The sound you make, but the last you hear is hollow tip black talents leaving out your ear. Captivate 'em before the raps deactivate 'em. Hand 'em a loss in front of my fans, reanimate 'em with rhythmic. That'll be cataclysmic. Gotti shit, body them with gems and leave they waist.
Why you acting all punk now? Your crew is gone, so you ain't popping junk now. Hide now, cause you know we on the hunt now. Talking tough, but what's up now? What's up now? Yo, why you acting all punk now? Your crew is gone, so you ain't popping junk now. Hide now, cause you know we on the hunt now. Talking tough, but what's up now? What's up now? Why you acting all punk now? Your crew is gone, so you ain't popping junk now. Hide now, cause you know we on the hunt now. Talking tough, but what's up now? What's up now? Yo, why you acting all punk now? Your crew is gone, so you ain't popping junk now. Hide now, cause you know we on the hunt now. Talking tough, but what's up now? What's up now? Why you acting all punk?
Sharpshooter regime, guard work regime, Baby J all the way, smooth as Alizé, yeah, General Grimm, yeah, locking it down like the federal pen. Yo, we gon' start with the hook. Yo, hey yo, I'm about to wreak havoc on the beats this year. Labels ain't trying to promote this here. Commercial radio shows, they just don't care. The savior of the rap world now appears to my peers on the pavement. Time is near to my peers on my wavelength. Have no fear. 10 years of politicking make me aware. My soul is more precious than rap careers. I'm holding lives, armies of God immobilized. Reclaiming scrolls stolen by spies, holding tribes. My mother's swollen eyes prepare me for warfare. Busting off room in your ear with more flair than the 4th of July. My sharpshooter regime got the prototype to blow a mic. You couldn't see me in infrared photo light. I'm so precise, you know the poet's nice. Carrying a tooth made of golden ice. Marching through your outpost, causing outbursts. Caught you in your house cold, make your mouth hurt. Just saying my name is a federal offense. Now you fucking with the hip-hop general whose attacks is indefendable. Your weak spine is bendable. Your weak mind is pretendable. It wants to act sensible, but lacks intelligence to pull it off. You only understand the bullet talk. Instead of talking that bold, you should have walked out of my territory. My clever stories, several poorly put together measures lyrically. I'm like a terror orgy. You rap niggas for me. Made me into this sword carrying, horde varying, lord burying, fraud barbarians. You know the gods twisted like Bavarian pencils. Plus, I'm never respectful to those who
are neglectful of their duty to civilize as they minimize the power of a live mic. See, I maximize on crack and they vibe just to provide light, and only the strong survive, so I keep the rhyme tight. I'm about to wreak havoc on the beast this year. Labels ain't trying to promote this here. Commercial radio shows, they just don't care. The savior of the rap world just appeared to my peers on the pavement. Time is near to my peeps on my wavelength. Have no fear. 10 years of politics can make me aware. My soul is more precious than rap careers. Modern scientists clone cows and sheep that's grown from cells. Manipulate nature where guns fail. War tactics vary. Our adversary has various ways to various ex-slaves of America. Every day can be your last day. You could be blasted the fast way. Cat strays that ricochet and slash gray matter while you're praying to the Father. Kissing the carver. Kids on the corner is turning the streets into a sauna. In the black homes while the black don't lack the backbone to recapture the black phone. You got Aryans all up in your face, and y'all bugging off who got the fucking hottest mixtape in New York State. More schemes you plot, the more feds and plot lace the block with crates full of Glocks. See, they got more fiends fiending for more fiends and more rocks. Plymouth until it's hot for the timid street chemists. Got more bass than DJs got bass bins. Jakes are full of raiding. Start back to carbon combat. Mortals are charged like raiding. You caught off guard. Now armed guards escort you to court offices where offices offer certain deals which appeal to the snake mind. Yo, it ain't hard to find fakes from clothes designs to jewels to mixtapes to the way that niggas rhyme. Yo, set up. Me and the guards set up so every other fucking team get wet up. About to wreak havoc on the beast this year. Labels ain't trying to promote this here. La 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 la. The savior of the rap world just appeared to my peers on the pavement. Have no fear to my peers on my wavelength. Time is near. 10 years of politics can make me aware. I'm too hyped to finish the shit. Yo.
The only thing we missed on the headlines is that the Daily News, Michael Goodwin, also said, we have seen an x-ray of a very dark soul.
Illustrious. Shit beautiful. Brand new trust. International. Feeling that. Yeah. Yo. Fire and reload, fly your Milo, high as an ego. A man's worst enemies, his own pride and ego. 5 keys of blow, bring a rise to my libido. Speeding in the ghost, we're trying to be incognito. Slid on your sliders, you small beef like a side of sliders. Might slide you in some hard bottoms, like Brother Moose song on the wire. By the time I got the wire, I was at the beauty parlor under the dryer. Supplier, this one made Richard Pryor catch fire. I'm nice, I cook square in the air fryer. We gotta catch it on camera to verify it. Me and the white got chemistry, but I failed science. It's weird science. It's weird science. One hit of this, you might die. Your first time trying like limp bias. This wrist of mine does not get tired. It went diamond. It went diamond. It went diamond. Yo, 5 carat VVS's with the F coloring, course of coloring. Checked everything in life I ever wanted off the bucket list. I'm starting to have to come up with shit. I can only fuck so many Brazilian butt lifts. Dinner's brunches with veal cutlet. Female succubus with the duck lips. Drunk my kids like a sun kiss. All for one bubble gum stick. The gun come with a switch. Double M's on the 600 bands. I'm playing with M's. I just caught my second rant. I wrote this in the West Wing at the crib. My wrist and fingers in the fridge. It's bricks. My wrist just went diamond in this bitch. Riding with the twist. Throw some ice in. Made it solid. This wrist of mine does not get tired. It went diamond. It went diamond.
But the glamour and sense of the outrageous seems to be missing these days. Perhaps the most spectacular of all the old star homes is this one.